Hello, all. Welcome to the continued horror and endless desecration of our souls, which is reading The Ultimate History of Video Games by Stephen L. Kent, Part 5. We're at Chapter 17, where we get to tackle Nintendo's attempt to break back into the dead market. After we corrected all the things that he got wrong about the crash, let's see if he can at least just keep to what Game Over says and not have any additional errors. Alright. It'll just be me for now, but hopefully I'll be joined in a little bit. We tried to keep from laughing. All the headlines said video games are dead. And here's this little upstart company that no one had ever heard of called Nintendo that said we're gonna bring back video games back again. Everybody seemed to think that it was a joke. Oh yeah, they say they can bring video games back again. Herb Weisbaum, the consumer affairs reporter, CBS News. I'm assuming that this was like a direct quote. I don't know why he went to this person, but you know, it's interesting. Here it is, 1985, Christmas of 1985, and Nintendo has just introduced the NES to the New York market, as well as in FAO Schwartz stores nationally. It's a home run, it's a hit, it's a sellout. So I'm saying, who's going to be interested in this? And I said, well, I'll bet the toy companies are going to be very interested in something like this, because Nintendo's going to clean your clock next year. I mean, Nintendo's going to launch nationally, they're going to be represented by Worlds of Wonder. Where's the closed quote? What? There's no close to this quote. Like, it should have been, like, right here, probably, I think. But, oh my god. I'm calling this one out. Just because I like to call things out early. Plus, I got to test if my thing here is working. Just testing on streaming stuff. It's a never-ending fight. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Alright, I understand what I need to do now. Yeah. That seems about right. The Rising Sun. Also a chapter in Alex's book, I believe. Yeah, Rising Sun. The American video game market may have crashed in 1983, but the international market continued almost unimpeded. Atari marched on Europe and Japan. Even the Canadian market remained fairly active through most of 1984. I'm not sure how true that is, but I don't have enough information to say one way or another. I mean, they're not the same retail channels or anything, but I think I did read some indication that Canada did get overflooded, but not to the same degree as America, obviously. Nintendo, the arcade giant that created the games Donkey Kong and Popeye, introduced a new game console to the Japanese market in May 1983. No, it's not May. What do you say here? For full account of the design and launch of the Famicom, which is technically correct because it's called Famicom, because the N syllable is just an N, which you can read as an M as well. Read Game Over by David Shep. Mr. Shep's book is a 400-page account of the history of Nintendo from 1889 to 1994, and offers a thorough account of the Nintendo story, which makes it confusing why you're doing it again here. Anyways, the Famicom in July. We all know the date, July 15th. It should be buried in your soul if you're a historically interested gamer. Hello, viewer out there. Good to have you. Nintendo, the arcade... Oh, wait, actually... Okay, so yeah. Christened the Famicom for Family Computer. Okay, so in the footnote it says Famicom, and in this it says Famicom. The new console was a testament to innovation and economic engineering. Nintendo built the Famicom around the 6502 processing chip, a close cousin of the 6507 that Atari used in the VCS. I mean, it's the same architecture, it's just the 6507 doesn't have one of the pins which saved them some money. So it's not close cousins, they're like brothers, like twin brothers, but not identical twins. But whatever, it's a metaphor. Technology had evolved, however, and Nintendo's engineers were able to reap more power from the chip. It had nothing to do with the processor. Everybody thinks everything has to do with the processor. They added, or they didn't add, they built their own graphics chip, the PPU, and Atari's TIA just couldn't match up to that. No fault of them, it was 6 years later. Along with added memory, the Famicom had a number of components, including a second processor for generating graphics. Yeah, I guess it's a processor, but yeah, it's more accurately just called a chip or a GPU that had been either unavailable or too expensive in 1978 when Miner and Alcorn designed the VCS. Yeah, it would have been way too expensive, and nobody had even figured out, like, the sprite system. I mean, if you read my latest article on my blog about Galaxian, you'll see that the way that Galaxian did sprites, while sprites technically existed in other formats before then, was, like it changed the entire way everyone thought about video game hardware. Because then you could just go ahead and put in any sort of game element and any part of the screen, and you could merge them to create colors and all this stuff. So, yeah, he's like, nothing's gonna change between 1976 and 1983? I don't know what this guy's getting at. This upgraded architecture allowed the Famicom to produce more colors and detailed graphics than the VCS or any system before it. I was amazed because it was basically a rewarmed VCS, even going so far as having the same processor in the box as the VCS. The Famicom had a better graphics display chip, but the same basic processor was the same. It's not the same. I'm almost certain it has a different clock speed on top of also having the chip in it. But I mean, that was something when I first was looking into this stuff. I was like, how can the NES and the Atari 2600 be in two different generations if they use the same processor? Then I realized processors aren't everything. I'm forgetting what, did the 68,000 power the 3DO? Because, like, the 3DO and the Sega Genesis, not in the same class or anything, but, yeah, processor isn't everything. And the generation stuff just based on quote-unquote power doesn't mean much. And the reason they had the better look was addition of slightly more RAM and the thing you could address more pixels. That's all. That is not all. There is quite a bit of engineering that went into the Famicom, and the RAM is very, very important in terms of what you can actually push to the screen. Zito doesn't know much about this stuff. I mean, what he was working on was freaking video-based stuff, so all he sees is just a frame buffer, but that's not all a video signal is. Of the Famicom's many innovations, the most important was its controller. Most important? I'll dispute that. Just fix something. The VCS was initially designed to play sophisticated versions of Pong and Tank and came with both paddles and joysticks, and also a turny-turny controller. So I'm gonna call that an error. Well, okay, so it didn't come with them, so that's fine, whatever. You had to buy the specific game that used the full wheel controller to get it, but it was available at launch. Hello, Mr. Oscar. Good to see you. How you doing? That turned out to be a weakness. VCS joysticks were versatile for their time, but they were uncomfortable to hold. To use them, most players had to grip the square base with one hand and move the stick with the other. I don't see what's so problematic about that. I mean, they're not comfortable because they're square, but, you know, just holding like a ball in your hand would have been better. To use them, people often complained that their hands cramped, or their fingers locked around the base after long stretches of game playing. Also, the stick was not designed to withstand the kind of stress players had often placed on it, often broke. I've never seen a broken VCS controller. That one's a little sketchy to me. Mattel had added a measure of ergonomics, durability, and sophistication to game controllers with this Intellivision gamepad, which featured a flat disc that players pressed with their thumbs. And then you could get your freaking thumbnails stuck in the curves of it. Not fun. Though it took players a while to get used to the disc, Mo felt the Intellivision controller added precision to gaming. Oh no, it's harder to actually like change direction on the Intellivision game controller. You know, there might be a software part to that, but like generally, you know, with the Atari stick, you just move it very, forcefully in one direction. But I've also heard with the Intellivision, I never ran onto this when I've tried it, but because it has the 16 directions, you can sometimes get kind of like stuck into moving at a diagonal when you just want to move at a straight horizontal. For the Famicom, Nintendo designed a new plush-shaped kind of controller derived from the that was derived from the plush-shaped directional pad that its lead engineer Gunpei Yokoi designed in the late 1970s for the Game & Watch LCD systems. Not in the late 1970s, and it was not designed for that. It's a weird, well, I guess the controller was, but yeah. The D-pad was 1982. And people tend not to recognize that the D-pad, its most important feature was that it had a spring pivot to return to its place. Not that it was direction in 4 ways, because there were plenty of controls that had that sort of basic setup before that. Somewhat similar in concept to the disc on the Intellivision controller, the Famicom controller allowed players to maneuver their characters by pressing the plus on their D-pad with their left thumb. Yeah, left. The design of the Famicom's controller was both elegant and functional. The joystick, once the symbol of video gaming, was about to be replaced by a newer and more universally applicable device, and much easier to draw, let me tell you. I can't draw a good-looking joystick that doesn't look phallic, but I can draw you a D-pad. The design of the Famicom's controller was both elegant. Already did that. Most people found the Famicom controller easier to use and more comfortable to hold. These shorts are comfortable and easy to wear. 2 medical conditions were later attributed to prolonged use of the Nintendo controller. Thousands of people developed calluses on the tips of their thumbs. Second and more serious condition, sore wrists, a condition later dubbed Nintendonitis. Though in the arcade era, there was arcade arthritis was a term that was sometimes used for people who have the wrist problem. So that was just kind of a reapplication of the same basic idea. Why do I know so much about this? Why do I know so much about video games? It's a curse. The Famicom controller was easier to use than the Intellivision controller. The Nintendo's Plus Pad, D-pad, was more intuitive than Mattel's disc. Intellivision's controller also included a 12-button membrane keypad that was cumbersome to use. The Famicom controller had a simple 2-button design. No, it was not 2 buttons. It had 4 buttons. I don't care that you don't normally use them during gameplay. I mean, much later games on the NES and Famicom absolutely made you use the select and the start button actually during gameplay and not just to pause it. The Japanese launch of the Famicom was not without problems. A bad chipset in the original design caused the system to crash during certain gaming conditions. Hiroshi Yamauchi, president of Nintendo, decided to recall the entire first shipment of Famicoms and replace the chips. Though it cost Nintendo a small fortune and alerted retailers to problems with the new console, Yamauchi decided that protecting the Nintendo name was more important than preserving the initial momentum of his sales. After that initial setback, the Famicom became a spectacular success. Nintendo sold more than 500,000. Okay, nobody's here to correct me on that. 500,000 Famicoms within 2 months of introducing the system to stores. No, I don't think it was 2 months. I'm gonna double check that, but that does not seem right to me. I'm not even sure they did 500,000 for the whole year. Also, it's not clear when the the chip thing happened when they had to do the recall, and that's always bugged me. I need like a Japanese article that talks about this. Encouraged by his success with Japanese consumers, Yamauchi set his sights on exporting his game console to the United States. The only problem was that no one in America seemed particularly interested in video games any longer. Yeah, not really, but we've talked about it. As far as retailers and software makers were concerned, the US industry was dead. It seemed like all the print media wanted to keep writing was about the death of video games. I mean, they just love to write that story. Video game sales are dead. Video games are gone. Video games are history. Yes, they are. Then I go to CES and see all this stuff and think, where are these people coming from? This isn't dead. It's very interesting. I mean, your perspective at CES, where people are trying to sell you something, is going to be very different than like what is actually happening there on the ground. Retailers took a tremendous financial beating because of the way the Atari business had fallen apart. I mean, the demise of the old 2600 business, you wouldn't even try bringing up the words video game with some of these buyers. It was like they were going to pull you out to the parking lot and shoot you if you said the words video game. Jim Wims, former president, Worlds of Wonder. I think he was formerly at Atari, and I think later went to like Acclaim or something. I think Alex has interviewed him, but I can't remember. Mr. Yamauchi said, why don't you contact the Atari people? So I called Ray, and the next thing we knew, we were down in a corporate jet to Warner. One lesson Hiroshi Yamauchi learned from his attempts to break into the US arcade market was that popularity in Japan did not automatically translate to success in America. Not that Radar Scope was actually popular in Japan. Ron Judy and Al Stone, the men who represented Nintendo products to arcade distributors, struggled to get people to take their products seriously. Even Radar Scope, one of the top games in Japan, had gone unnoticed in the United States. Had it not been for the runaway success of Donkey Kong, Nintendo might have never carved a niche in the US market. Yamauchi had heard stories that the US video game industry was collapsing. Atari had already announced its low earnings by this time, and Warner Communications stock had already dropped. The worst was yet to come, but Yamauchi certainly knew that the 1982 Christmas season had not lived up to expectations. Even so, he believed that the Famicom was different, that it was the best video game console ever made. Not that he gave a crap at all, but all he needed to do was beat the people in Japan. Didn't matter if he was beating the people who were getting imported, necessarily. What he needed, however, was a powerful worldwide network to market the system on a worldwide basis. Even with a strong presence in the arcade business, the name Nintendo meant very little to retailers outside of Japan. Let's see here. This music is getting repetitive, even though I've put it on a random cycle. So I'm gonna mess with it. There we go. With no presence in the retail channel and no way of making inroads, I mean, you do what everybody does, you put out a product first. Yamauchi decided that Nintendo needed a partner to represent the Famicom in America. He decided that the best partner would be Atari. At Yamauchi's suggestion, Nintendo of America Vice President Howard Lincoln contracted Atari early in 1983. That does seem to be about the time frame. Ray Kassar was still running the company when Lincoln called, but his tenure was coming to an end. Not quite at that time. The call came 4 months after Kassar's announcement about not reaching sales goals, and Warner stock was still in decline due to investor doubts about Atari's future. Early in 1983, and now they're saying it's like March or April. I'm pretty sure it was earlier than that. I'm not sure that we have any specific confirmation. I believe there's a Vaxmail, which is like Atari's internal email that does talk broadly about Nintendo. That's from the first half of 1983. And then we have the agreement that was written up in May 1983. And then the CES thing happens, and that's a whole thing in itself. The allegations of insider trading were public by this time. Yet again, you have to harp on this. And Kassar, Atari's once lofty CEO, was fighting for his corporate existence. Lincoln called Kassar to suggest a partnership. He had been authorized to offer Atari a license to sell the Famicom internationally in every market except Japan. Lincoln's offer was fairly straightforward. In exchange for allowing Atari to sell the system under its own label, Nintendo would receive royalties on every unit sold and have unlimited access to sell software for the system. The offer placed Atari in a no-lose situation. Licensing the Famicom did not necessarily equate to making a good faith effort to market it. What Lincoln and Yamauchi did not know was that General Computer, the Massachusetts game developer that produced most of the games for the 5200, had begun to work on a new game system for Atari, the 7800. If the new system proved to be more powerful than the Famicom, the license would have enabled Atari to smother the Famicom globally. If, on the other hand, the 7800 did not sell well, a partnership with Nintendo could provide Atari with an escape hatch. Kassar asked for a meeting. As kind of noted by Alex, and I think is actually might be part of the agreement that was made in May. There was going to be some kind of performance clause to this. They would have had a necessary ability to sell their. They would have needed to sell a certain amount of units in order to fulfill the contract, because they're not just going to let you sit on the product forever if you just decide you want to go with something else. Like, they want their royalties, so you're going to have to sell a certain amount of them. And having two competing products on the market at the same time would have been a bad idea. I mean, they needed to cancel the 5200 before they could put out the 7800. This is just a very weird assessment by Kent. Lincoln and Minoru Arakawa, president of the Nintendo of America, flew from Seattle to Atari headquarters in Sunnyvale, California, to explain the details of the partnership. A meeting was set up, and Kassar told Arakawa that he would send the Warner Communications corporate jet, a Gulfstream, to collect him and Howard Lincoln. En route to the airport, Arakawa asked Lincoln if he expected lunch to be served on the plane. Lincoln said there would probably be no food on the short hop between Seattle and Sunnyvale. Arakawa was starving, so the two headed to a restaurant before meeting the jet at the private airport. The jet, fitted with leather couches and gold-plated ashtrays, was empty, except for Arakawa, Lincoln, and the crew. Once it was airborne, the pretty attendants set up dining tables, linen lunch cloths, and after the two were ready for lunch, Arakawa threw Lincoln a dirty look when she served pâté, fresh poached salmon, and Dom Perignon. And that is a swanky flight meal, but, in the 70s, airports were kind of seen as this very intense luxury kind of thing. Nowadays, it's like you're getting into a taxi. But at least there's no ashtrays. I would not fly if there was ashtrays. Lincoln and Arakawa received royal treatment during their visit to Atari. Not only did they meet with Manny Gerard and Ray Kassar, but Steve Ross, president of Warner Communications, stopped into the meeting to shake their hands. Yeah, this is definitely the later period, because Steve Ross did not give much of a damn about Atari until it started losing money for him. When they finally sat down to discuss the partnership, several of Atari's top executives crammed into the conference room to listen. As far as Lincoln and Arakawa could tell, things were going better than expected. We got down there, and God, what a cast of thousands. Ray Kassar, Manny Gerard, Steve Ross, Skip Paul. We were just getting hammered with one question after another. Everybody said, "Oh, that's a good idea, we'll buy it." The negotiations started, but the price, they didn't buy it. After we started negotiations, we started creating games to show them. Defender, Centipede, those games. And what Arakawa is referring to here is something you may have heard of, is that they asked for the people in Japan to start creating Famicom games based on the arcade licenses that Atari had for their existing consoles, so they could show them, oh, this is what the console is capable of, and, we have some ready games that are going to appeal to US consumers, and perhaps the games that they already made were not necessarily going to appeal in that direction. But yeah, and one of those games was Joust, and that was the first game that Satoru Iwata worked on for the Famicom, and I think was released recently or something. I can't remember what exactly happened to it, but there were early attempts in 1983 to convince Atari specifically in launching the console by telling them, oh, we got these other interesting, we have these products that are going to appeal directly to your market. But there are far more reasons why things fell apart. The next step in the negotiating process was for Nintendo to demonstrate the Famicom. Yamauchi sent several Famicom consoles to Atari's research and development labs and invited members of Atari's executive staff to watch a demonstration of the system at his corporate headquarters in Kyoto, Japan. Kassar did not attend that showing, but sent a delegation led by Skip Paul, Atari's legal counsel. After the initial demonstration of the Famicom console, negotiations evolved into a 3-day struggle over prices and royalties. Paul claimed that Kassar and Gerard were interested in making a deal, but wanted to make some changes in the contract. Lincoln had to make sure Nintendo's best interests were not compromised. Both Kassar and Yamauchi, the only men with the authority to approve the final deal, appeared anxious to iron out the details. On the third day of negotiations, Lincoln warned Paul that Yamauchi was getting annoyed with all the haggling and delays. Paul excused himself to call Kassar. When he came back, he said he had received final approval and the contract should be drawn up. I mean, it was a done deal. We spent a week putting the thing together. This elaborate agreement in Kyoto, Skip Paul was there. We had this whole thing put together. It was a deal. The deal never went through. This is probably the preliminary stuff that was preserved in that one mail. I should probably pull it up at some point. But they had terms ready, on this many units, you're gonna this kind of royalty and all this stuff. But it does seem that there was still a lot of haggling on that front, and then the things that happen in here did happen. And it became just kind of an untenable negotiation, let's say. The collapse began at the 1983 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. While all appeared to be moving smoothly, Coleco debuted the Atom computer. It was playing Donkey Kong, a game Nintendo had licensed to Coleco. Okay, it's down here. Nintendo sold the video game console rights to Coleco. Atari purchased the home computer rights for the game. Isn't that what you're just going to explain? Yamauchi, Arakawa, and Lincoln went to the show expecting to finalize their marketing arrangement with Atari. Instead, they received an angry message from Kassar, claiming that Coleco's use of Donkey Kong on the Atom had breached the licensing agreement Atari had made with Nintendo for the home computer rights to the game. Yeah, there's the explanation right there. But he decided they needed to put in a footnote, too. You have to understand that Donkey Kong was the main reason anyone would be interested in working with Nintendo. Mario Bros. And our other games were good B titles. Super Mario Bros. Had not come out yet, and the only game that did better than Donkey Kong was Pac-Man. If Coleco had Donkey Kong, Atari had no reason to work with us. I mean, Asteroids did better than Donkey Kong, but some semanticals. Howard Phillips, your memory is wrong. I've been in the same room with Howard Phillips, and I did not care. Just to say. And then, at the June 1983 CES, Coleco introduced Atom, and they had Donkey Kong running on Atom. They only had the home video game rights, and the next thing they knew, they were screaming at us and yelling at us. And, they claimed that they couldn't go through with the family computer deal until we straightened out the mess with Donkey Kong. In an effort to pacify Atari, Lincoln called for a meeting that evening with Arnold Greenberg, president of Coleco. Perhaps Arakawa and Lincoln remembered how quickly Greenberg had backed down when threatened by Universal Studios, or they may have simply been enraged that Coleco made a new version of Donkey Kong without clearing it, but they sat back and watched as Hiroshi Yamauchi put on a show for Greenberg. Yamauchi entered the room abruptly, without addressing anyone, stood at the end of the table. He became, as one of those present put it, unglued. He began with a breathy, high-pitched tirade in a Marlon Brando monotone that quickly became loud and abusive. With a piercing cry, he swung his arm in an arc in front of him, shooting his outstretched finger toward Greenberg. Yamauchi's diatribe, all in Japanese, completely stunned everyone in the room, with the possible exception of the Arakawas. Yamauchi demanded that Coleco refrain from showing or selling Donkey Kong on the Atom computer, and Greenberg backed off. Though he had legal grounds to challenge that demand, Atari had purchased only the floppy disk license. The Atom version of Donkey Kong was cartridge-based. That did happen, mainly in, like, Britain. There would be things divided by format. I'm not really sure how common that was in early computers in the United States, but I guess technically that's true. And I will also say that that Greenberg doesn't remember this situation happening. He doesn't remember there being a big tirade or anything. But Al Kahn at Coleco does remember it happening, and it happened to him, not to Greenberg. So it's probably likely that this was just swapped out and it's one of those things where, just like Kent always likes to attribute something to a central person, in this case, it was Al Kahn, who was actually the representative of Coleco, and not Arnold Greenberg, who got the nice yelling at. But it's a story told, and I won't go on that because I don't think it's confirmed either way. Even with Coleco out of the way, the deal between Atari and Nintendo never took place, and Kassar was fired the following month, and no deal was ever signed. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Get something to keep me going through this time. I'll return. Okay, returning to it all. First impressions. We all kind of looked at it and chuckled as we walked through the show because we all knew that video games were dead. This was the age of the floppy disk, the Commodore 64, the Apple IIc, the IBM PC, and the little one. What do they call it? It was a PC Junior. I like how he struggles to find the name because it was such a disaster. Everybody was talking about the Amiga and the Atari ST. That was where everybody thought the business was, really. Nobody thought Nintendo had much of a chance, and they kinda all laughed at what Nintendo was doing. Rick Fishback, founder of Acclaim Entertainment. He's not the sole founder. Nintendo was a company ruled by strong personalities. Back at Nintendo Company Limited, the Japanese parent, Hiroshi Yamauchi, controlled his company with an imperial hand, seldom complimenting workers' success and often criticizing them harshly for mistakes. One person he openly criticized was Minoru Awakawa, who was both his son-in-law and the president of Nintendo of America. When Nintendo could not break into America's burgeoning arcade business, Yamauchi blamed the failures on his son-in-law. Boo! Though he never accused Arakawa of ruining the deal with Atari, he did not hesitate to voice his opinion that a more competent person would have no trouble marketing the Famicom in the United States. Oh no, this is... I think this is all just braggadocio. Minoru Arakawa was a quiet-natured, sometimes jovial, and very determined. He surrounded himself with friends in whom he had complete confidence. During his tenure as president of Nintendo of America, Arakawa sometimes sided with his employees, even when it put him in direct opposition with Yamauchi himself. That's probably what Yamauchi hated the most out of it all. The Famicom continued to sell extremely well in Japan through 1984. Nintendo managed to sell more than 3 million game consoles in around 18 months since release. I think that's about right. And then by the end of 1985, it's 6 million, 6.5. As 1985 rolled around, Yamauchi decided to make another attempt at breaking into the American market. There would be no discussions of partners. However, he now believed that the best course would be to market the system through his American offices. In the 1980s, the ideal place to unveil new consumer electronics products was the Consumer Electronics Show. Who would have thought? CES was held twice a year, January in Las Vegas and June in Chicago. Both shows were held in enormous convention centers, with sprawling show floors large enough to hold row after row of spacious 1- and 2-story booths. CES served the entire electronics industry, not just the video games branch of it. In fact, for many years, people organizing the CES treated video games like the industry's ugly stepchild. Computer game and video game companies eventually formed their own trade show, the Electronic Entertainment Expo, E3. Yeah, we can wait until we get to that part in the story, Kent. Did you have to talk about this right now? During the CES's peak years, just CES, the video and computer game companies reserved nearly half the floor space of the show. The other half sported television, stereos, video cassette recorders, refrigerators, car alarms, and the like. And the porn industry. Don't forget about the porn industry. CES had the atmosphere of a carnival. Large companies such as Sony, Panasonic, and RCA generally set up huge flashy booths with walls of televisions displaying their latest advertisements. Stereo and record companies blared music in their booths, and auto alarm companies brought in cars to broadcast their goods. Sorry. Many companies hired attractive models in sexy outfits to work their booths. Some even brought in actors or actresses. One year, a company called 3DO, just a company, hired the San Diego Chargers cheerleaders to appear at the booth. A few reporters described this as gratuitous because 3DO did not publish a football game that year. I mean, even if they did, it was probably gratuitous. One section of the floor was sectioned up for adult film and software makers. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure that there were many adult software makers who went to CES, but yeah, film. Right? You got me there. It was not unusual for exhibitors in this section to bring in actors and actresses from pornographic movies to work in their booths. Yes, you can see, like, a lot of the CES footage, the guys who brought in the cameras do kind of hang around the porn booths. It's true. They were there. Companies often spend as much as $5 million on a single show. They can spend up to $1 million alone on floor space and another $500,000 to host a spectacular party one night of the show. CES gave electronics companies an opportunity to impress retailers and journalists, and no expense was spared in that attempt. Arakawa decided to officially unveil the Famicom at the January 1985 show in Las Vegas. Instead of calling the system the Famicom, a name that both Arakawa and Lincoln may agreed might not have the appeal to American consumers, they decided on Advanced Video System. At the time, Arakawa had serious doubts about Nintendo's ability to restart the video game market. He did not know if retailers would bother looking at a new system, and he had no idea what kind of competition he might face at the show. None. That's what. None. Nintendo rented a small booth in a corner of Las Vegas Convention Center and set up a simple display that included a basic Famicom with an AVS label, a computer keyboard, a music keyboard, and 25 games. 25? But I guess by that time there were that many games for the Famicom. But no, I don't think there's a thing about 25 games. Because throughout the... Like, we have pictures of the booth, so let me just pull those up. These are very nice photos that give us some corroboration on something important. But of course they were from a Japanese magazine, so we didn't get them until later. Okay. So here's the very front of the booth, booth babe. So here's Nintendo, and then you can kind of see the setups over here. But the main thing at the front of the booth is that people are playing versus systems. They have all these versus systems set up to show what games are available there, because I'm pretty sure they were not showing off that many games. And this is a mock-up on the top of the table. Underneath, there's wires and a Famicom running to a television. Yeah, and I think he's holding one of these wireless controllers in his hand, but I don't think it actually is doing anything. You can see the wireless controllers a bit more clearly here. But yeah, this is a shell. This is nothing. It doesn't have anything in it, and I'm guessing that this cartridge was custom done for this with Donkey Kong on it. So I don't know how many games they did, but it was like, yeah. So yeah, not all of them had the keyboard. I'm not even sure that they. Okay, so they did have a keyboard hanging out there, so the advanced basic system. But I don't think they all had keyboards. It included a basic Famicom. Okay, so first of all, the ABS was a mock-up. And there were definitely several displays, if you can see here again. See, you can see the consoles here, of course not in great definition, but this is the best we're going to get. But there's more than one. And I don't think that there was a musical keyboard at all. Let me see if it's in any of the earlier AVS advertisements. So we have the... Yeah, so this is the very early AVS stuff. And I don't think the musical keyboard was introduced. Yeah, so you got like the weird joystick that they never went with, the wireless version of the controller, the zapper. Okay, so it does. It does have the musical keyboard. So that's fine, but yeah. And also, this is not a corner. You can see that it continues to go in either direction. So Las Vegas simple setup included in basic Famicom, 25 games. So I can't necessarily disprove the rest of these, but it does kind of imply that every station had one of these things, even if they didn't necessarily say it was only one, and I very much doubt 25 games, but I can't disprove it. We didn't even know if we really wanted to get into the home game business in the United States. We got mixed reception at the show. The reaction, as I recall, was that anybody who would like to get into the video game business was nuts. They liked the hardware, though, and the games. Oh yeah, and I should also say, In January 1985, we introduced the advanced video system with the music keyboard and computer exercise. I guess computer exercise just means like a software that like trains you how to use it. And it wasn't popular at all. Everybody really thought we were crazy or dumb. Arakawa manned the booth himself. One person who saw him there described him as a small Japanese man who looked completely lost. Although a few retailers stopped by the booth and several people commented on the quality of the games, no one placed orders. I believe I have a picture of them at the booth as well. It wasn't just Arakawa, but it doesn't say that. It's just that he was there, and you would like at CES, you kind of want the CEO of your company to be there. After returning to... No, not CEO, president, but whatever. After returning to Seattle, Arakawa and Lincoln decided to reposition the Famicom. The people who played Nintendo's games liked them, but buyers for big department stores and toy stores were not interested in re-entering the video game business. If the Famicom was going to break into the US retail circuit, it would have to be marketed as something other than a video game system. The solution came in the form of a light pistol and a little robot. Again, as far as I can tell, these were part of... Well, I guess I can't really necessarily say if they were part of the original pitch. Some indications say that they're not, but it's a bit unclear where things kind of lay in the sequence. Also, there's some people say that they had a bit of a better reception at the show than nobody at all coming to them, but it was not the most enthusiastic response, most definitely. Nintendo's arcade division had two successful arcade shooting games called Hogan's Alley and Duck Hunt. Hogan's Alley was popular enough to have been used in Steven Spielberg's film Back to the Future. Back to the Future Part 2, for one. The hero of the movie, played by Michael J. Fox, was supposed to be completely addicted to the game. Not addicted, he just knew how to play it. Whatever. By adding a light gun, which was called the Zapper, to the Famicom, Nintendo turned the system into a virtual arcade, allowing Lincoln and Arakawa to reposition it as a gun game instead of a video game. I mean, a gun toy, most specifically. The robot, called Robotic Operating Buddy, was developed by Gunpei Yokoi and the engineers of Nintendo's Research and Development Team No. 1, the same team that developed the Game & Watch handheld games and the arcade hardware for Donkey Kong. Is that right? Who did it? No, it would have been R&D 2 who did the hardware, right? Yeah. So... Rob was a small plastic robot that worked in conjunction with two Famicom games, Gyromite and Stack Up. Technologically speaking, Rob was a pretty simple toy that offered very little play value. It was mostly a decoy designed to prove that the Famicom was not just a video game. It was not designed for that. Rob came out in 1984 in Japan. People always forget that, and it really irks me. Because it's just like, people say it was made for the US market. No, it wasn't. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about let me double check. I don't want to be wrong on this count, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, so it was not. Okay, it didn't come out in 1984. I don't know why I kept thinking that.
More wonderful whimsies, huh?
Yes! Hello, Jacob, Mr. J. Rod, Jacob, Rakup, Judd. How are you?
Doing alright, just getting back from a little food run.
Beautiful. What do you have tonight?
I just had a little bit of McDonald's for the family.
Beautiful, beautiful. Those are my favorite nights as a kid. That's why I'm so fat. But anyways, everything in moderation. So we're getting into Rob. Do you have fond memories with Rob? Do you like his whirring
Rob was
gyros?
after my time.
I know. I know you're much younger than... Well, not younger than me, I don't think, but...
I mean, the question you should be asking is whether or not I play enough Smash to care about Rob.
Or, you know... I mean, the main thing is, in the NES era, or if you're rich enough to have had a Rob.
Yeah, I heard a lot about that.
So I'm not super convinced that Rob was created specifically for the U.S. market. I think it was something that they were just making something for Japan, because that's just what they do generally. If something was being made for the U.S. market, they probably would have had direct U.S. involvement. But I don't have enough proof to say that, because I think there's contradictory messages out there. But I don't think Rob was designed for the U.S. market. And the thing is that when Masayuki Uemura speaks about this, that wasn't his division. So he doesn't actually know. Howard Phillips. When we first got the robot, it did not look like anything you could associate with fun and excitement of arcade games. When you put the batteries in, he made this horrible grinding sound, and his arms closed and slowly opened. It was scary. At the same time, he did this cool thing. He did this technology thing where he would look at the screen. It was new technology. He could somehow read what was going on the screen. That allowed the consumer retailers to think about it as a new toy. I mean, I could tell you how he reads the screen, and it's kind of stupid. It's like a Morse code message in big black and white flash. As they prepared for Summer CES in June, Lincoln and Arakawa came up with a new name for the Famicom. Instead of calling it the Advanced Video System, they could change the name to the Nintendo Entertainment System, NES. Ooh. In the spring of 1985, we added this robot. At the June 1985 show, we had a booth, and we launched the entire product as the Nintendo Entertainment System. We changed our position. We were selling a robot game, not a video game. It also let you play Duck Hunt, Wild Gunman, and Hogan's Alley. Don't forget about Gyromite and Stack Up. Come on. Come on, Lincoln. As he had done in January, Arakawa chose to run a small, quiet booth at the 1985 show. Although this booth, about 600 square feet, was larger than the one he had rented in Las Vegas, it was tiny compared to most booths on the floor. Arakawa purposely repositioned Rob as his center attraction. Though the NES was far from the hit of the show, several buyers expressed interest in it. As Lincoln and Arakawa had predicted, retail buyers were more receptive to gun and robot games than they were to video games. They inspected the NES carefully, and many commented that they liked the games. At the end of the show, however, there were again no orders. I think that does check out, even if it's a bit overplayed for the dramaticism of it. I think they did not actually take orders. There wasn't any orders at the first show, because you don't take orders at the winter CES show. That's not what it's for. Though he was disappointed by the lukewarm response, Arakawa did not give up. In an attempt to test whether retailers' hesitance reflected consumer opinion, he fired a marketing term to test the NES on focus groups. The response was disappointing. Arakawa observed the sessions as they took place. Maybe he did, but the main person who would have been doing this was Gail Tilden, because that was her job as head of marketing, watching the market research. From behind a one-way mirror, he watched a random sampling of young boys play the NES and heard them say how much they hated it. Typical was the comment of an 8-year-old kid who said, "This is shit." Did you talk like that when you were 8 years old?
Well, when you're convinced that your adults aren't in the room, then you feel more free to say whatever you want.
Well, I'm not saying that we didn't.
I'm reminded of the focus group scene from Daddy Daycare.
His cereal sucks!
I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't be able to articulate that when I was that age. You know, I would just say the word shit.
This was probably like, I mean, like, this was only 20 years or 10, 20 years, whatever, after the public television study came out, relaying the fact that kids were really, like, able to recite beer jingles from the time they were 6.
Arakawa faced several low points during his career with Nintendo of America. He faced hardship when he tried to establish Nintendo's arcade games. He faced another low point when Ron, Judy, and Al Stone, the men distributing Nintendo's arcade games, wanted to leave him. He also braved the threats of Sidney Sheinberg, president of Universal Studios, but his latest challenge was the toughest. This was the first time Arakawa, ever actually talked about backing away. After the focus tests, Arakawa called his father-in-law and suggested giving up. He began to believe that the American video game market had shut down for good. Take Joel for me.
There was a certain situation that took place right around 1983. I happened to go to Japan and see the Nintendo Entertainment System, the family computer. As soon as I saw the Famicom, I said, "That's it. This is the system we've been waiting for." So I purchased the system and sent it to the UK. And that was the start of that latest and greatest group called Rare.
Ooh. This story. Which we only have from this, which is... Nope. Nope. He is not a co-founder of Rare. This one of these things.
Sure he didn't write that down already?
Yeah, I'm pretty, because they were only talking about him in other terms before this. He founded Coinit, which is a company that Rare, I'm not even sure they owned it, but they had a company that was like similar to, but yeah, they haven't mentioned Rare up until this point. By 1983, Joel Hochberg had been in the arcade and coin-operated game business for 27 years to the date. He started as a repairman in 1956 and worked his way into the executive team of Allied Leisure in the 1970s. I'm not sure it was the 1970s. Like, the first references that I have to Hochberg are from the 80s. So, well, not the first ones. There are some, like, in the 60s when he's, like, distributing Wurlitzer or something. But at Allied Leisure, I think it's, like... I mean, by the 80s, Allied Leisure did not exist anymore. It was called Centuri, so I'm going to correct that. While at Allied, Hochberg made travel to Europe and Japan to attend amusement industry trade shows and seek out international partners. One relationship he created was a partnership with Xylec, a small British company that made arcade conversions. No, they didn't make arcade conversions, they made arcade games.
Was that some kind of like slide jab, considering the idea that they weren't very original?
Well, they actually were. Like, I mean, there's only one game that we know was a Xylec game, which was The Pit, which was supposedly ripped off to be Dig Dug. It's like the first digging game, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit strange. It's different from Dig Dug or Boulder Dash necessarily, but yeah, actually they did make their own original games. They were like the only manufacturer. I guess just developer of coin-op games coin-op video games in the UK, basically. There might have been like one or two others, but like they were actually kind of original. But I think what he's conflating is Xylec with Ultimate Play the Game. But Ultimate Play the Game didn't make arcade conversions either. They made their own original games that were arcade-y.
Right.
During one of his frequent trips to England, Hochberg attended a trade show and met Chris and Tim Stamper. Chris Stamper was a 19-year-old game designer for Xylec. Tim, his 16-year-old brother, was still in school. The Stampers were a unique team. Chris was an electronics genius who, as a boy, had built an oscilloscope. Chris often took Tim to work with him. Both brothers, Tim in particular, had an air of confidence. They felt they knew what had made some games good and others bad. Hochberg.
There's a dispute about this. Tim doesn't agree with me, but I'm almost positive, unless that was his charming personality I'm thinking of, that there was an ATE show, Amusements Trade Exhibition show. Chris attended it as a member of Xylec. I attended it as an independent, and Tim was there as an interested individual without any direct association. Very young guy. And I was very taken aback because here was a young man, very bright, very set in respect to what he thought a very good, successful product should look like, what it should represent on screen.
Hochberg met the Stempers during the end of the Space Invaders era. A lot of changes were taking place within the industry. Centauri had bought Allied Leisure. No, Centauri was... they brought the assets of Allied Leisure because it was basically just a reorganization of the company. But I pretty much made that point earlier. And Hochberg decided to start his own business. Although the games business had fallen off in the United States... I mean, not at the time this would have been happening, but the worldwide market was still fairly strong. Stampers wanted to leave Xylec and start their own company. During one of Hochberg's visits, Chris Stamper revealed that he wanted to leave Xylec. He wanted to start a company with Tim, now 19, for more creative freedom and larger rewards. Hochberg's first reaction was to try to convince him to stay at Xylec, but Chris was determined. When that failed, Hochberg decided to start up a partnership with the Stampers. Chris and Tim Stamper set up a company called Ashby Computer Graphics and began publishing games for the Sinclair Spectrum, ZX Spectrum. Can't forget the ZX, or the ZX, when I want to piss off the British people. A tiny computer that sold very well in Europe, but never caught on in the United States. Jacob Joel.
I visited with Tim and Chris, and we discussed certain possibilities. Chris was absolutely set on the fact that he wanted to do games for Sinclair Spectrum, a small personal computer that Timex unsuccessfully tried to market in the United States. They did a host of games for the Sinclair Spectrum in 1983 and 1984.
And 1985 as well. They did not give up until 1985. The game... Played the game. One of Tim Stamper's first games, Jetpack, was a major success by Sinclair standards. Nearly 1 million people owned Sinclair Spectrums and computers in 1983, and Ashby Computer Graphics sold more than 300,000 copies of Jetpack. It was an innovation, an incredible penetration for a single product. We had an advantage. We'd been working on an arcade product. We just took that expertise and transferred it directly to the Sinclair Spectrum. Also, part of the reason that they were actually able to do it is in, like, the one profile that anybody was able to ever do on Ultimate Play the Game, they revealed that they had created a 16-bit development system that they then downported the code from. So they could actually, like, extend their capabilities and explore what was possible on the Spectrum before they had to down-compile it into the Spectrum. Which basically nobody else had. They just had their base system that they could work with, and you can't go over your memory limits to test where you can go, because then your computer's just gonna crash. So they had that level of advantage as well. Toward the end of 1983, Hochberg visited Tokyo. While there, he saw a Famicom and instantly recognized it as the future of video games. He purchased a console and sent it to the Stampers to get their reaction. The Stampers were not immediately impressed. Nintendo had not begun exporting the Famicom from Japan at that time, and the Stampers were not convinced that they wanted to deal with the Japanese market. They preferred to work on computer games. At the same time, it seemed as if computers were the only viable market for electronic games. With a little prodding from Hochberg, the Stampers agreed that they would design games for the Famicom system if Nintendo started shipping to the United States and Europe. I mean, what are they trying to strong-arm Nintendo to? You better go to Europe, or we're not gonna make games for you. That's the implication of this. You think you can do that to Nintendo? In order to make games for the new system, however, they needed to obtain system specifications, schematics, and a license to make games from Nintendo. As an arcade owner, Hochberg was familiar with Nintendo of America. He made an appointment with Minoru Arakawa and flew out to Redmond, Washington to propose a partnership. Jacob.
I contacted Nintendo and found out they were not completely interested in sharing the technical specs with us. My question to Mr. Arakawa was, why? He said, you have to prove that you have the technical expertise, which was not a bad answer. Chris spent a good deal of time, practically 6 months, reverse engineering the hardware and then proceeded to do, for me, an audio-visual display. Very simple, but utilizing graphic and other capabilities of the hardware that would show what we could do. We really weren't interested in giving Nintendo a product. We were interested in giving Nintendo a view of what could be done. When I sent that off to Nintendo, Mr. Arakawa said, I like what I see. Now, please, do a game. But he still did not give us the technical specs at that point.
Joel came to me and I said, if you're so good, why don't you make the game without tools? It was a good test. It's a very strange thing that they put it on Nintendo of America to make that choice. But it's one of these things, he confirms it. I would be very skeptical of this story. I mean, even with that, but Minoru Arakawa does confirm it. I think he did, I don't think he had the specs to give him. He would have had to go to Japan and be like, hey, can you give me these? So I think he was just like, well, if they put in the extra effort for us, then it's only beneficial to us. So like, why not make them jump over the hill there? I reverse engineered the NES. I had an understanding of the coin-op hardware that was out there, and I had a very good idea of what Nintendo actually contained. We got about 99% correct. There were just a few things we didn't know about, but the interesting thing was the stuff we discovered of the machine that was not documented. It instantly gave us an advantage that other developers didn't have. There was somebody else also working with them on creating an actual game out of this. And I think it wasn't Slalom, but it was like a skiing game, and I think the basis of that technology became Slalom. It's up on I can't remember what the site is. I'll ask Alex when he gets here. But there was someone who actually did the programming for them. We decided
seems like this story is not going to be very uncommon in years to come.
What do you mean?
Having to go through the hoops of reverse engineering something just to see what's going on, and then happening to see much more than they were anticipating.
I mean, it definitely does happen. But they in this period they were like, they didn't even really have the conception of partnering with a software company. It was just starting to happen. The time frame on this is a little question mark. I think it's it's 1984 or 1985, probably 1985, just because they were really busy in 1984. So I would suggest 1985. And so in Japan, they had only done their first 6 or so licensed software developers. So this was still pretty uncommon. So it was just if they can show us what we got, then Actually, I gotta take a sec, see if some things are ready. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, back once again. We shall resume. We decided to test the American market in New York. Everybody thought we were going to die, that it was suicide. Seppuku. By the summer of 1985, Nintendo of America President Minoru Arakawa had become convinced Americans no longer had any interest in video games. When he called Hiroshi Yamauchi to recommend pulling out, however, Yamauchi refused to consider the idea. He didn't care about CES shows or focus groups. Famicom was flying off the shelves in Japan, and as far as he was concerned, the NES would sell just as well in America. To prove this, he suggested testing the NES in the toughest market in America. That market, everyone agreed, was New York City. Initially, they were going to do a much smaller market test, so they were actually going through with it, but then Yamauchi said no, do New York City. At least that's the way the story is more broadly told.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who came up with the idea of starting out in New York. It was clear that New York would be the toughest market. New York was the entertainment capital. Mr. Yamauchi made the comment, well, if it would be a really fair test, because if you could do a good job in New York, you could pretty much do anything anywhere. Well, that's the end of the chapter. I did not expect that. The seeds of competition. One sec. We visited Activision at that time. Greg Fishback was the head of their international department, so he attended the meeting. After the meetings, we tried to sell Greg Fishback on why we wanted to become a licensee. Later, we found that Fishback reported to president or chairman of the company that Activision should not get involved with video games. Take Fishback.
This also wraps back to another story that they love to tell about a memo that I wrote when I was at Activision. After having met with them sometime in 1986, I sent a memo to Jim Levy, president of Activision, saying the business, in essence, doesn't work because there's no margin in it. They never knew about the existence of this memo until several years later when it came out in a court case.
I wonder what case that would have been. Maybe the Magnavox lawsuit. Because by the time that Activision appealed its case against Magnavox, they would have been going after Nintendo. So that's a possibility. Or maybe it was even when Atari Corp sued them, and it was all down to unfair practices. So they needed to find out who was, who on each level the publishers involved, if they were coerced or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. That's an interesting question. I would love to run across this letter. The last vestiges of the Atari VCS era had crumbled by the beginning of 1985. Jack Tramiel, the man who purchased Atari from Warner Communications 1 year earlier, had already announced his intention to concentrate on home computers instead of video games. Yeah, but they would also launch the 2600 Junior, so. By the end of 1985, Coleco had abandoned the Atom computer and squandered its Cabbage Patch doll earnings just to stay afloat. Against this tumultuous backdrop, Nintendo sent a small team of executives and seasoned employees to spearhead the American launch of the Nintendo Entertainment System in New York City. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a small team. I think everybody except Lincoln was there, I'm pretty sure. Anybody that was important at Nintendo. More complete account of the New York launch, see game over. It's weird how he footnotes the citation, and then sometimes he just cites the citation. Doesn't make any sense. Everything about Nintendo's New York test marketing efforts seems small, except the $5 million advertising budget. The effort began when Nintendo of America president Minoru Arakawa personally leading a group of 30 employees to the small New Jersey warehouse he had leased through the end of the year. The group included Ron Judy, one of the two entrepreneurs who had been with Nintendo of America from the beginning. Not quite the beginning. Don James, who had been with Nintendo of America since the early New York days, and Gil Tilden, who was in charge of advertising. We sent a number of our employees back to Hackensack. We rented houses for them, or we rented apartments. And we also had an apartment in New York City, but the warehouse was in Hackensack. We sent 30 or 40 people from Redmond to New York. Most of them were married persons, and they left their wives or husbands behind. They were there about 3 or 4 months. It's a weird statement. I think Gail Tilden wasn't married at the time. I don't know about the rest of them. Because I know that later she got married. Well, I know she got pregnant like when she was making Nintendo Power. The first shipment of NES systems arrived in a neat stack that barely took up half the trailer which was transported. The boxes were stored in the warehouse, and the team began the arduous task of trying to get retailers to accept Nintendo's products. Most store owners did not want to look at video games, let alone waste floor space selling them. In fact, team members were cautioned not to use the term video game. The NES was to be sold as an entertainment system. Life is a video game. At this point, the biggest selling points for the Nintendo Entertainment System were the Zapper Gun and the games Duck Hunt and Hogan's Alley. Some retailers also liked the Robotic Operating Buddy and some of the early arcade translations like Donkey Kong, Baseball, and Tennis. These were not arcade translations. They're made for the home market first and converted to the Versus system. When Nintendo went to New York, Super Mario Bros., which would become the linchpin of the national launch of the NES, had not been introduced. Nope, this is wrong. It is, and he's gonna say some more crap about Super Mario Bros. Later, but basically, Alex has laid out on Wikipedia exactly why this is just totally incorrect. They said from the beginning that they were gonna have 18 games, and there's nothing else that the 18th game could have been. And just because it doesn't show up explicitly in the early advertisements does not mean they didn't have Super Mario Bros. So, Super Mario Bros. Was at the NYC test launch. There you go, Alex. I did it for you. There's a whole article about it by Mr. Frank Cifaldi. May he rest in peace. I'm kidding, he's still alive. I talk to him sometimes.
How could you?
But he came to the wrong conclusion at the end of it, so. It is, yeah, it did come out at the same time as the rest of the main Black Box games. Of course, there are a couple games in the Black Box that did not come out at the time of the test market. Like Mock Rider. Even, as often was the case with Arakawa, he surrounded himself with exceptional people. Well, whether visiting the headquarters of major chains or stopping by the manager's office of a local shopping mall, Judy and the rest of the market of the team were tireless. The advertisements Tilden arranged with a local advertising agency were so effective that they set the tone for Nintendo ads well into the next decade. And I'm not. I guess they were local. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what the marketing firm was. But yeah, I guess they were local. Even so, most of the 50 retailers who sold the NES that Christmas might not have taken the merchandise if it were not for a risky offer made by Arakawa himself, a money-back guarantee. There's actually no, talking to other people who were there, especially the salespeople, there isn't actually any evidence that they offered money-back guarantee, because that was not a standard term, and they had some other, Well, they like the way that it's told in David Chef is that like they explicitly went to retailers and said, if you don't sell this in 90 days, bring it back to us and you'll get paid back for all the product. But the sales guy at the time says that's not what they did. So there's possibility that there were terms talked about, but it was never this kind of explicit, unilateral, if you don't sell it, you bring it back to us. Going against the wishes of Nintendo Company Limited President Hiroshi Yamauchi, Arakawa authorized his sales force to say that Nintendo would buy back any merchandise that retailers wished to return. The only thing retailers provided was floor space. The Nintendo lugged in the merchandise, set up the displays, and bought back any unsold product. We rented a truck so we could deliver orders. We didn't let people order the systems. We let the people order the systems risk-free. We did the merchandising. We trained their people. We did everything. We spent a lot of money on TV. Jacob.
They shipped it in the New York area in the Christmas in 1985, and it worked. I mean, they sold through, and they sold through with the little robot thing they had attached, much to everybody's surprise. I think one of the gutsiest things Arakawa ever did was to take the inventory risk with respect to the launch of that product.
So yeah, it's definitely been repeated a lot, but the people Arakawa would have been telling this don't remember him ever actually saying that. It seems to be part of the Nintendo mythos part of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The Nintendo team's hours were exhausting. Team members approached retailers and demonstrated the system to the customers by day, then delivered products and set up displays by night. One night, 2 team members went to deliver a merchandising display at the Macy's store in an area that Howard Phillips described as a scary part of town. While Phillips went into the store to arrange the delivery, his partner remained outside to guard the 19-inch televisions that would be used in the display. While he waited, a knot of aggressive young men gathered around. When Phillips returned, he found his partner nearly frantic, but still guarding the televisions. It's probably just a bunch of racial minorities just like hanging around, and they got all scared because they're Washington people. After 3 months of exhaustive work, the Nintendo Entertainment System can be found in hundreds of stores through the New York area, including FEA Schwartz and Toys R Us. I went home to New York to spend Christmas with my parents that year. I went to Willoughby's, a camera shop on 32nd Street, to buy some film for my father. And there were all these kids, these boys, huddled around this counter at the shop. I went over to see what they were looking at, and it was this new video game system from Nintendo. Alex said at the end of the last stream that there is actually a list of all the retailers that were carrying the NES in that time period. And I can't remember if he said like this explicit store was one of them, but it might have been. So actually his memory is spot on. The NES was not a smash hit, but Nintendo did manage to sell 50,000 units, about half the units that have been shipped from Japan. Okay, so there's numbers that float around that they say they brought in 10,000, and the official line is that they brought in 100,000, and the official line is that they sold 90,000. But there are some reports that say that it was 50,000. But the thing is, it had nothing to do with how successful it was in the test market in terms of sales, because it was a test market. What they needed to see was, did retailers feel bad about continuing to carry that inventory? And it seemed like, on the whole, nobody had any problems with it. So, in all, that it was just a general success. So, I don't know, I guess I can't call it an error, because it wasn't a smash hit, but it didn't need to be a smash hit. It was enough to prove Yamauchi's point that video games were not dead. Amazingly, a large percentage of retailers that carried the NES decided to continue to carry it after the holidays. Yeah, because they didn't need it to be the #1 gift that Christmas. That was never the intention. In February, Arakawa expanded its test market to Los Angeles. Was that in February? I can't, yeah, let me... So. But this test had none of the urgency of the one in New York. Nintendo continued its policy of offering buyback merchandise and provided displays at stores, and reports of the company's success in New York made Los Angeles retailers more receptive to their New York counterparts had been. Yeah, success in New York, because that's what it was. The success of the Los Angeles test is best gauged in terms of the number of stores that accept a Nintendo's offer. Spring and summer are typically slow times for toy retailers, many of whom expect to incur small losses throughout the year, then cover their losses with a highly profitable holiday sales. A large number of local department stores, electronic stores, several toy stores began carrying the NES at the time. Though the system only sold moderately well, Arakawa interpreted retailers' willingness to stock his product as a sign of future success and expanded the test market to include Chicago and San Francisco. I'm not sure that there was an expansion of the second test market, but I need to check that. Again, I'm sure Alex knows better than me on this. He did a very detailed episode on the launch, and all of the things that Chef and Kent leave out. Shigeru Miyamoto, the man who designed Danky Dang, built the game around two main characters. One was the eponymous villain, the giant ape that stole a woman and hurled barrels at the man trying to save her. The other was Jumpman. That's not what he was called. The chubby mustachioed carpenter who leaped barrels, climbed ladders, and saved the day. Over time, Jumpman underwent an interesting evolution. The first step in Jumpman's evolution was a name change. He became Mario in his next outing, a game called Donkey Kong Jr. Nope, he was already called Mario. Next, Miyamoto gave Mario a brother, Luigi, and converted him from a carpenter into a plumber in the 1983 game Mario Bros. Okay, that's fine. Up to this point, Mario had always appeared in small games in which you could place the entire field of play on a single screen. That changed in 1985 with the release of Super Mario Bros. I mean, it's not the entire field of play if you got different levels, you know, like...
Semantics, whatever.
Yeah. I'm just being what I normally am when it comes to Kent. You know. It's our duty.
Yeah. Trying to balance the single screen stuff versus the potential.
I'm trying to think, like, stuff. Is it well wait.
Imagine if Adventure had scrolling.
Well, I know, but like, technically, the dual screen Game & Watch is two separate screens, so Mario did appear in games that had two screens. So the Donkey Kong Game & Watch invalidates your argument. There we go. Semantics taking you down, Kent.
Well, Nintendo DS.
Yeah, but that was before. I mean, that was after Super Mario Bros. Saying that, you know, in terms of all action, fits onto onto one screen. Actually, does Wrecking Crew scroll too? Does it scroll up? I can't remember. Super Mario Bros. Took Mario out of his single-screen setting and placed him in a huge, vivid world. I don't know, I describe it as bright, but not vivid necessarily. Instead of simply climbing ladders and moving around platforms, players now controlled him as he ran through a seemingly endless, brightly colored countryside full of castles, or caverns, castles, and giant mushrooms. I don't know. Would you call it a countryside? Just because there's bushes and giant mushrooms? Oh no, it seems kind of well built out.
Who even knows? Maybe the official art made the impression of that. Also pastel colors, basically.
Right. The landscape was much too expansive to fit on a screen. In this new game, the camera followed Mario as he ran forward through his two-dimensional world. Arnie Katz, editor of Electronic Games, dubbed it a side-scrolling game. Super Mario Bros. Was not the first side-scrolling game. Scramble, Defender, Super Cobra, and several others predated it by several years. Yeah, but I mean, the Famicom hardware was built with scrolling because there were other games that scrolled, and nobody's ever claimed that Mario was the first scrolling game or anything like that.
No, there's bigger leaps to be had later on in other platforms.
Yeah. But I do believe Arnie Katz did originate that one in particular. There are, like a lot of people call them run and jumps through, like, the 80s. But later it does coalesce to side-scrolling, of course. But really, it's just a platformer. The goal of the game was to help Mario rescue a princess from a dragon named Bowser.
Okay.
He's not a dragon. He has a shell.
I mean, is Toriel technically a goat?
I haven't actually played Undertale, so I don't know.
Neither have I.
To do this, players had to fight or slip past walking turtles. They're called Koopas. Thank you very much, sir. Flying turtles and little mushroom-shaped men called Goombas. They're not men. They are mushrooms or chestnuts, whichever one you want. But whatever. He's just describing. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Super Mario Bros. Contained several elements that attracted attention. It had a bright cartoon graphics, fast action, and a sense of humor. It also took Warren Robinette's concept of Easter eggs to a new level with entire hidden worlds. At one point in the game, players could even walk through a brick wall and enter a seemingly endless underwater world. Yeah, so this is the minus world here, but that's not a hidden world. That's a bug. So. And also, what Miyamoto was drawing on was not Robinette's adventure. He was drawing on Tower of Druaga and the crap in there.
I almost consider these descriptions to be just sort of taking the mimetic application of it from the audience standpoint and being like, huh, rather than actually trying to make explicit connections, even though
you think Kent actually knows what he's writing? Because that's a lot of faith.
I'm thinking. Well, what I'm thinking is that it's like, you know, from the point, like you saying he doesn't know what he's writing about. He's writing like someone on Twitter who's trying to describe Undertale to someone who's ever played it.
If the Mushroom Kingdom is a country, then countryside can be literally accurate. But, like, if I walk down the street here in Chicago, don't call that a countryside. It's just a street. Countryside describes a specific kind of landscape. And I don't know if that describes Super Mario.
One that's underdeveloped.
Yeah, it's the rolling hills country, that kind of thing. Maybe later Mario games, you can say that's countryside. But fact of the matter is, the floor in Super Mario Bros. Is not grass. There's just bushes in the background. Anyways.
Basically just walking down the red brick road.
Right. Most people continue playing Super Mario Bros. To find all of Miyamoto's Easter eggs. And they're secrets. They're not Easter eggs. Easter eggs are, like, referential. Like, yeah, not all secrets are Easter eggs. Long after they finished the game. If players knew where to look, they could find free men and coins hidden in midair. Not to mention beanstalks that took Mario into the clouds, mushrooms that made him big, flowers that enabled him to spit fireballs. No, he's not spitting them. And stars that made him invulnerable. Super Mario Bros. Did very well in Japanese arcades and attracted some attention to the failing U.S. arcade industry. Yeah, I think he waits until later to say that. Well, we'll see. By the end of the year, Nintendo engineers succeeded in creating a home version of Super Mario Bros. For the Famicom. No! Mario Bros. Was not an arcade game first. In fact, there's a specific story from the head sales guy at Nintendo of America that he saw Super Mario Bros. In Japan, and he was like, you need to make this an arcade game. So they made Versus Super Mario Bros. And of course, Versus Super Mario Bros. Leads to Super Mario Bros. 2, aka The Lost Levels.
Wouldn't it have been a bigger deal if they had the technology in arcades to make it, like, more appealing than it did before, or that in the NES version?
I mean, that was part of the VS system existed in part to like merge these two sides, and it didn't really matter if their things were more impressive on the VS system. So
it would certainly have been a decent news story to have it say, "Oh, it started out as this arcade game in Japan. It looks pretty good. I wish we had that here."
Yeah, this is just a misinterpretation by Kent because he didn't think that the game was ready in time for the U.S. launch, and he had some idea that there was a arcade version of Super Mario Bros. But yeah, it was not. Yeah, he got dates wrong. I don't know what exactly the hell happened, but yeah, the home console version was made first. And then they made an arcade version. Both for the VS system and a standalone cabinet. I have played the standalone cabinet, and it plays like garbage because it's not supposed to be made for a joystick. The joystick really hurts the game. Although the home version of Super Mario Bros. Was not identical to the arcade game, it was an extremely close approximation. It was basically identical. They didn't make anything bigger. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Oh yeah, this product defined the difference between games for the old Atari systems and games that could be played on Nintendo cartridges. Skip that whole line because I'm dumb. But, yeah, there's no significant difference between the arcade... except, like, a more strict time limit. The arcade version of Super Mario Bros. And the original console version is... they're identical. By the end of 1985, Nintendo began packaging Super Mario Bros. With the Famicom. No, they didn't. They did not package it with the Famicom. This marketing move was so successful in Japan that Yamauchi and Arakawa decided to do it in the United States. It took a few months to create an American version of the game. The cartridge was available by the time Nintendo of America went national at the end of 1986. I mean, I forget when exactly the oh man, I'm forgetting the names of the different systems, the different SKUs for the NES were made available, but, the Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. Duck Hunt combo cabinet, I think, was by the end of 1986, but yeah, it was already available as a standalone game that you could buy in the store. You're wrong, Kent. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Although 1995 was not a great year for video games, it was an excellent year for the 5 ex-Atari executives who started a toy company called Worlds of Wonder. The head of this company was a man named Don Kingsborough, a former Atari vice president who decided to start his own business when he ran across an invention that he believed would be a surefire hit as a toy. Jacob, take this.
There were a lot of former Atari guys putting together this company called Worlds of Wonder. I didn't really know Don all that well. He was really on the domestic side of the business, and we had very little interaction. I joined Worlds of Wonder as the executive vice president of marketing and eventually the managing director of international. We started the company up literally around Don's swimming pool. There were some guys from Disney who did the talking presidents. They wanted to do this talking teddy bear. Well, he was not nearly the incarnation that we finally brought out. When I first saw him, I called him Biafra Bear because he was like this little skinny bear that looked like he needed fattening up. It was like he was a refugee from Biafra or someplace.
Oh my god. Steve Rastus kind of has a twisted mind on some of these things. A starving refugee from Biafra. That's the name of this teddy
I'm kind of... I just started with the accent, and I didn't realize it was going to go in that direction.
Yeah, Steve Race is a California guy, I believe. But it's fine. Okay. Don't worry about it. We're not trying to be accurate. If we were trying to be accurate, we would have prepared. We don't prepare for these things. We just go.
Well, it's certainly be more accurate than this book here.
Building off the original animatronic technology, Kingsborough and company decided a plush teddy bear with a tape recorder built into its back. Children could place tapes in the recorder, and the bear's mouth would move as it appeared to tell stories and talk. The bear was named T.D. Ruxpin. Once they had their product, the founders of Worlds of Wonder next set out to build a sales force. They could have tried to hire salespeople from within the toy industry, but instead decided to go with people they knew who would be aggressive. They hired ex-Atari sales representatives. Now, probably not the best idea in terms of being smartly aggressive. Because, these guys were aggressive to the point that they killed their entire industry by overselling product into the channel. We hired most of the old Atari reps to represent us because we knew that if we hired toy reps, we'd have to go through channels. These guys ran Atari. They didn't run Atari, but... but when it came to selling Teddy Ruxpin, they went right over everybody's head and got right into the senior people. All the key retailers showed Teddy Ruxpin to the man with one exception. All just melted and said, "Holy shit! This is it! This is it! This is the product this year." I want to know who the one exception was, but they never tell us. Teddy Ruxpin was the toy sensation of 1985 holiday season. Stores could not keep it in stock. Public demand was too great. The following year, Worlds of Wonder came out with another major hit, Laser Tag. With these two toy products, the company became a major player in the toy industry, an attractive partner to Minoru Arakawa, who wanted a marketing partner to distribute the NES. They approached us in 1986. They approached us. Kingsborough and Arakawa got along with Howard and the senior management.
Together with Howard.
Okay. Kingsborough and Arakawa got together with Howard and the senior management team and said, "Listen, Wims and Bradley come from the video game business. You obviously have a strong relationship with retailers, both with Teddy Ruxpin and Laser Tag. The rumor was that Toys R Us gave us a $100 million order at Toy Fair that year. Actually, they did. It wasn't a rumor. With that type of clout, we were able to work closely with the buying community to ensure that Nintendo didn't get put on the back burner. In fact, it was a priority for the buying community." The offer Arakawa made to Kingsborough bore no resemblance to the one he made to Atari. The Atari offer involved licensing. Nintendo would allow Atari to manufacture the NES and sell it as an Atari product. Arakawa wanted World of Wonder as distributor. He simply wanted Worlds of Wonder representatives to market the NES along with Teddy Ruxpin and laser tag. He hoped that being associated with the two hottest toys on the market would open doors to stores such as Sears, and he was willing to pay a fee for the help. I mean, if he wasn't willing to pay a fee, then they probably wouldn't help him.
More people should be aware of the stocking fees.
As former Atari employees, Kingsborough and many of his executives were very familiar with the NES. They had seen it launch as a Famicom in Japan, and most of them agreed it was a much more powerful than prior console systems. Yeah, because technology improves. Do you not understand this, Kent? Do you not understand? With this in mind, Kingsborough accepted the offer. I will always remember the first sales meeting we had where we introduced the Nintendo 8-bit to the sales force. Arakawa came down and we had the Nintendo people representing the product, and we said, this is a product we're going to be supporting on a nationwide basis. Everybody was sitting at the bar after dinner that night, and these guys who had been Atari's 3 biggest reps grabbed me and said, can we talk to you? They pulled me aside and said, we want to let you know that we think you're making an enormous strategic mistake by getting involved in the video game business again. Now, these are 3 Atari reps who had made millions of dollars in the video game business already. They said, listen, WoW is the hottest company in the world right now. You've got the hottest toy company in the world right now. The video game business is a black smear, and it's just gonna drag you down into the abyss. And I'll always remember that discussion. The obvious answer was, well, listen, I'm glad you feel that way, but I have to tell you, if you want to sell Teddy Ruxpin and you want to sell laser tag, you're going to sell Nintendo as well. And if you feel that strongly about it, then you ought to resign the line now. That is quite a statement that probably never happened, but it's a good story. As Arakawa expected, the association brought new clout to Nintendo. Worlds of Wonder representatives had access to all the top buyers. Suddenly, demonstrations of Teddy Ruxpin and laser tag expanded to include the NES as well. By that time, however, a new competitor had arrived on the scene. Take Peter Main for me.
Yes, the Master System was a better piece of hardware than the NES. Remember, they had 2 extra years to develop it.
No. They did not. The NES was not the only Japanese console introduced in the United States at that time. In October 1986, Sega introduced a console called the Master System that featured the Zilog Z80 processing chip and 128K. K in this case stands for kilobits, which are 1/8 the size of kilobytes and normally referred to as K. No. I hate this thing about bits. And yeah, this makes it seem way more impressive than it actually was. I'm pretty sure, like, let me double check this. I'm pretty sure the Master System and the NES have like the same memory size. I hate this kilobits thing. It makes me mad. So yeah, it's got 8K of base.
Isn't that the never mind. I was thinking the difference between kilo and kibi. But that's a different. Well, like the that's the numbering system that uses decimal rather than binary. So it'd be like 1,000 rather than 1024.
Okay, so
more of a PC thing.
So the Master System does have more RAM because there's 2 banks of 2 kilobyte RAM on the Nintendo, the Famicom rather. So two for just basic RAM, and then 2 for PPU, picture RAM. Nearly twice the memory of the NES. So yeah, that is right, but you're being very disingenuous with that number. 128K. The Master System's additional memory and microprocessor made it more powerful than the NES. For a given value of power. And I mean, he's boiling it down yet again. The amount of memory you have and the microprocessor is what determines it. But no, it's the display chip that changes everything. Because he was also like, oh, but the Atari VCS and the NES have the same processor. How can it be so much more powerful? I bet Atari could have done this. But no, they couldn't. Because they couldn't make a chip that had that capability at that time with that price. He seems very confused about this. And I think he really wants to put down the NES. But of course, the NES is just a so well-worn piece of hardware by the time people are done with it that the best NES games look way better than the best Master System games. It's just a fact. Though it was a more powerful unit, quote-unquote, Sega's Master System, marketed as the Mark III in Japan, had not fared well in that country, where Nintendo controlled more than 90% of the market. Unfortunately, it was probably launched around a year and a half to 2.5 years, maybe 2 years after Nintendo. By that time, it was a very Nintendo culture in Japan, and it was very, very difficult to launch a similar technology in Japan. But the Master System is just an upgraded version of the Mark I, all the way back to the original. Let me double check what the SG-1000. Okay, it did have less RAM on it, but it's the same processor. So if you're judging by processor, then yep, same clock speed more or less. And then the Mark III. So I guess technically it was launched later, but I mean they're so close together, the Mark III, the Mark I, and the Mark II.
While you mentioned that, I was imagining this marketing ploy that I don't know if any company has ever done, which is the idea that if you like skip a version, but you market that next version as if like the number in between was basically like so so experimental and so like uber powerful or whatever in a very 90s way that we couldn't possibly sell this, so we had to like pare it down and just sell
I've definitely seen some kind of commercial there. It's I don't know if they'd use that specific scheme of the numbers, but it's like, we had to tone it down for you to experience it. Yeah, that definitely happened.
Yeah. Well, like, it'd be more bold than just skipping it for no reason, like Lizard's Larry 4.
The controllers that came with the Master System appear to be patterned after the NES controllers, rectangular with a directional pad rather than a joystick. In what appears to have been a small concession to the previous generation of game systems, Sega also manufactured tiny joysticks that be screwed into the center of the directional pads. Yeah, it's called an add-on. And the NES had that stuff too, so, like, yeah. Sega planned to market 2 forms of game media for the Master System. The first was standard cartridges. The other was a plastic card that looked like a credit card with little metal connections on one end. The cards could not store as much data as cartridges, but they sold for less. In the end, however, Sega published very few games on cards in the US. It was, of course, much more in Japan. Actually, I'm going to put that as an error, because we do that. Well, actually, it's the Mark III. Or, I guess, Sega in Nippon. Like Nintendo, Sega was a company with a strong arcade presence. Nintendo's nothing compared next to Sega when you're talking about the arcade here. Sega's long line of hits included early favorites such as Astro Blaster, Monster Bash, and Turbo, as well as classics such as Pengo. Sega distributed Frogger in the United States, though the game was created by Konami. And Pengo wasn't created by them either, so I don't know why you don't mention that. One difference between the two companies is that while Nintendo was slowly pulling away from its coin-operated games business, Sega remained very committed to making arcade games. Within the next few years, Nintendo focused all its development efforts into making cartridges for the NES. Not all, because they were still doing arcade conversions for the international markets. So, I'm going to call that an error. Sega, on the other hand, had never launched a consumer product in the United States. Oh man, I think there's like technically Sega once tried to do a toy or something like before, but maybe I'm misremembering the timeline on this, but I feel like I remember somebody like pointing out this early branded Sega toy that actually predates the Master System, but I might be wrong. Instead, it had licensed games to companies such as Coleco, while continuing to create games for arcades that could be translated into home games. To attract consumers, Sega packed a home version of Hang On, the #1 game in the arcades, with the Master System. I don't think they did. I don't think it had a pack-in game. Yeah. Okay, I guess they did. Hang On and Safari Hunt. I thought that was a different SKU that they did later. Huh. Double check this. Alright, I'll put this as a thing. Hang On was a motorcycle racing game that did not translate well to the constraints of a home system. It's not an awful port. I think it's kind of like Mach Rider's kind of better, but it's all right. It's not like a computer conversion of Hang On, which are all garbage. I'm sorry, Brits. All your arcade conversions to the Specky and whatever, and Amstrad and whatever, they suck. Sorry to tell you. The arcade game had handlebars for controllers. The deluxe version even had a model of the motorcycle, which people sat at and played. The home version seemed slow and plain in comparison. Now you are playing with power. Now there are no limits. I'm not sure that these are kind of the same thing. I'm gonna be right back. Get some water so I don't die like I was last night.
Okay.
Alright, coming right on back. I had the original Master System with Hang On and Safari Hunt pack-in. Yeah, but I don't know if that was the original SKU. Because they had a later SKU where they did have a pack-in title. And I thought the original version of it actually didn't. But I'm gonna have to check that. Or maybe I'm thinking it in reverse, because it might have been actually that originally it came with a pack-in, and then they didn't. Yeah, I think that's it. So I'm wrong about that, but yeah, originally they had one with a pack-in, and then they took it out for a cheaper SKU. And really, you were better off getting that because you could get a better game for the Master System. There are some good games for the Master System. Not a lot, but there are. The marketing arm behind Sega's American release was considerably smaller than Nintendo's. Formed in April 1986, Sega's consumer products division, composed of two men, Bruce Lowry and Bob Harris, working with a couple of administrators out of a small room in the back of the company's closed coin-operated games offices. Alright, so I think... Yeah, first of all, I'm double-checking on Sega of America. Yeah, it was actually March 1986. I have the incorporation right here. Now I'm just curious. Whenever I open these things, I just want to see if there's any mention of particular people who I don't recognize. So, Shigeru Yasuda. So, yeah, first of all, in March, or not, yeah, March, and SOA had more than 2 employees. I couldn't name you everybody that was in there, though I know that Steve Hanawa, even though he worked for Sega of Japan at the time, he did he did also work extensively with the people in the office there. So yeah, so if you're just talking about the division, and it doesn't necessarily mean the employees, it did not consist of 2 people. So I object to that. And yeah, it was originally in the back of the coin-operated building, but they eventually moved out of there. So it wasn't there for all time. Lowry and Harris arranged advertisement and set up demonstration for retailers. Harris, who had come from J. Walter Thompson Advertising Agency, helped create the packaging for the Master System, which looks god-awful. Have you ever looked at the Master System packaging, Jacob?
I mean, I can look at it right now.
Yeah, just have a little selection. Get a sense of what the front of a Master System box art looks like.
It's immediately giving me all the game box art.
Yeah. Are you impressed?
That's like this is like 3 steps removed from basically any generic blank VHS tape cover. I've got friends who enjoy that kind of stuff.
I mean, yeah, those covers can be kind of nice, but they are a palette for something. But the drawings on most of Master System box art are horrendous. They're really bad.
Who was it? You who was like earlier digitizing a bunch of those Japanese magazines that had art that looked like this?
That was Hubs, but
Hubs, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they look like children's drawings, and I think that's the idea, but it doesn't sell your game. It's...
Right. Actually, the styles are all over the place. There's one, there's a Wonder Boy one here that's like a painting.
I know the reason they did the white background and the white outlines is due to the Macintosh, which had a very clean aesthetic and everything to it. So they wanted
it seemed to be a very common thing.
Yeah, so that, you know, it was the idea generally of kind of a digital world and whatnot, but
well, the sort of unified box art aesthetic, it kind of reminds me of looking back at when Saul Bass had a presentation for AT&T. It was put online, and he had all these different designs for unified AT&T like pamphlets and stuff, and it looks basically like this, but without the child drawings.
Right. So maybe there was an idea there if you're working for like a corporate setting, but consumer end, this was a horrible idea. The packaging sucks. Within 2 months of joining Sega, Harris and Lowry had set up a 1,800 square foot booth at the Summer CES in Chicago. Some show attendees never heard of Sega, and a few mistook the company for Saga Foods, commenting it was strange for that a food distributor would enter the video game business. I mean, yeah, Sega had been at least to the CES show in 1983 because they were trying to move into home games at that time. It was the American side, well, the other American side of Sega. This is complicated, but they were trying to do a really big push into the Atari 2600 market at the end of their period before they were sold to Bally, sort of, kind of. But, it didn't work out. There's something else I objected to here. Yeah, they continue to make it seem like there's only 2 people at the company. Although the Master System was not as widely distributed as the NES, it can be found in most major cities across the country in time for the holidays. Many electronic stores displayed the NES, the Master System, and the recently relaunched Atari 7800 side by side. Nope, there's no relaunch of the 7800. You had it okay, Kent, and then you threw it away. I think maybe he means the 2600. Of the 3 game consoles, this Atari 7800 was the least expensive. Since it played both 2600 and 7800 games, it also had the largest library. The problem was that all of the games for the 7800 looked obsolete when compared to the top games for the 2 newer systems, and the 7800 eventually disappeared from the store shelves. I mean, in a couple years... I mean, it did eventually disappear, but, like, in the normal life cycle of a console, I mean... You can say a lot of things about the 7800, but it did okay. The Master System was the most expensive of the trio, selling for about $10 more than a similarly equipped NES. Now I gotta check if that's true. What the general pricing on this is. It's $179 for the NES, not $200. Yeah, so that was another mistake that they made. But the reason it was that much is because they put in 2 pack-in games. They shouldn't have bothered at first. The NES control deck, which included the console 2 controllers and a Super Mario Bros. Cartridge, sold for $129.95. The basic Master System package sold for $139. Okay, now this is confusing here. Let me see. Do I have the... I'm gonna have to look up Gaming Historian's video on this, because I know he shows the documents where they changed the pricing model. So enjoy the music for a moment. Come on, where's the SKU list? Up there it is. So yeah, control deck and Mario Bros. What's the price though? Control deck add. Let's see there. Price. It's telling me that the Master System costs $200, which I'm not sure about, so I'm gonna put this down. Put it as a question mark for now. The Nintendo Action Set, which can include everything in the control tech, plus the Zapper Light Gun and game Duck Hunt, and The basic package. Sold for $149, as did the Master System and gun set, which included the light phaser and the game Safari Hunt. Nintendo had several advantages right from the start. The marketing clout Nintendo received from its association with Worlds of Wonder opened doors to retailers, which remained closed to Sega. Anyone who wanted to sell Teddy Ruxpin and laser tag, including Sears and Toys R Us, was going to hear about the Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo also had a stronger identity. In 1981, the biggest year of arcades, Donkey Kong was second only to Pac-Man in popularity. But Sega had more sustained success throughout that period, so just one game doesn't make you. And Sega was very good about continuing to push games in that time. A Donkey Kong cartoon show had aired on television. Did Sega have something on television? I can't remember. They were starting to adapt television stuff like Star Trek. And Nintendo made succeeding games that featured Donkey Kong and Mario as heroes. I'm not sure Donkey Kong was ever a hero. He was... in Donkey Kong Jr., you have to save Donkey Kong, but I'm not sure that he was a hero. Just, he was sympathetic, I guess. Also, Nintendo arcade games all looked very similar. They had similar cabinet styles, the same style of art, and often the same themes. There's something to be said for unifying style of brand, but at the same time, when the games they were putting out, like Donkey Kong Jr., Popeye, and whatnot, were also in this crash period where things kind of got lost in the shuffle. So I don't really think that really necessarily enhanced their clout. When Nintendo broke from its traditional Mario style of game with Punch-Out in 1983, it was 1984. Donkey Kong could still be seen sitting in the audience. And Mario too, I believe, if I'm remembering that correctly. Could Donkey Kong? I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Punch-Out Arcade. Donkey Kong. Of course, when I search that, I get the appearance in Punch-Out for Wii. Okay, so yeah, Donkey Kong is in the audience, as is Mario. Yeah, that's the same one. By doing this, Nintendo established an identity and created mascots that would remain valuable through the next decade. Not that they were really intending to, but it just happened. Though Sega broke into the US arcade market before Nintendo and did have more games in its library, no theme ran throughout these games. I'm not really sure a theme ran throughout Donkey Kong, Mario Bros, Popeye, Punch-Out either, so... there's definitely a style that was similar, but Punch-Out is like a really out there example. I'm not sure that you can really say that the style is the same as something like Hogan's Alley. Talking arcade Punch-Out. They included everything from race cars to jet fighters. I guess later jet fighters, but not originally, because Zaxxon is a spaceship, I'm pretty sure. Nintendo's biggest advantage was its library of games, and the advantage was apparent right from the start. Super Mario Bros. Is more popular in arcades than Hang-On. No, absolutely not! That is wrong. Hang-On was top of the charts in both countries for quite a while. And Nintendo did a much better job of capturing its game in the home version, because it was originally a home game! That's why! Why do you keep assuming it's an arcade game? Kent. Kent, you drive me crazy. People went to stores asking for a new video game system that plays that Mario game. Very few people ever seemed aware of the hang-on cartridge. They didn't need to be if it was packed in. they would have got it regardless of what they wanted it or not. So, there were 17 games, all Nintendo games, or games that Nintendo had licensed, that we were marketing as Nintendo games. The hardware had some software along with the robot packed in, but there were 17 cartridges created, included Super Mario Bros., baseball, tennis, and golf. There was a karate game, Kung Fu, and Donkey Kong Math. It was our educational series, Donkey Kong Junior Math. And yeah, is it 17? Let me double check. Remember, Alex did a Wikipedia post on this, so no, 15. Yeah, 2 bundle games, 15 additional titles. So yeah, 17. I said it wrong earlier when I said 18. Nintendo's software advantage ran deeper than just the packed-in game. With Donkey Kong Jr., Golf, and Popeye, Nintendo had a substantial list of its own arcade games. Internally developed products, later referred to as first-party games, would eventually become a defining component in the operation of a video game company. I mean, it was the only modem of operation in earlier. What is this? Would eventually become a defining component? Okay, no, that's wrong.
You should say first-party games were not eventually anything.
Eventually, they became less important to the success of your console. Because you can't do it all in-house yourself. Gotta be other companies doing it for you. Hiroshi Yamauchi recognized the importance of setting up strong relationships with successful game publishers and arranged exclusive partnerships with Bandai, Capcom, Hudson, Konami, Namco, and Taito. Although Bandai, Taito, and Namco were the most respected names at the start, Capcom and Konami eventually emerged as Nintendo's most influential partners during the 1980s. The partnerships were not exclusive. There was an exclusivity clause to games, but they did not have to adhere to never making a game for another system. And now I'm thinking, who are the people who came up with the term first party and whatnot? I'm not sure whether I like the term or not.
Yeah, it could easily be better terms for that.
Yeah, especially when you get into what the ambiguity of second party. Because some people say, like, second party is, even if they own the subsidiary entirely, it's still second party because it's not the internal team. And I think that's kind of weird. You know, but Rare is, like, the most famous example of second party. They never fully owned Rare, but they had a substantial investment in them. They pretty much did exclusive games. So I think they did a couple Genesis games, if I recall. They put, like, Battletoads over there. So, yeah, Yamauchi is pronounced Yamauchi. I got this from people in Japan. It's easy for us to assume it's Yamauchi, but there's a kind of compression of vowels that happen when you do au. So it's au. So it's Yamauchi. Yeah, it's the standard pronunciation, and that's what I'm going to stick to from now on. And the same thing. It's also Gunpei Yokoi, not Gunpei, because Ganpei would be GA if you were trying to Romanize it. It's Gunpei Yokoi. The U is always pronounced U. Shortly after the NES's national launch, Capcom released home versions of arcade games such as Trojan, Ghosts and Goblins, in 1942. The text in many of these games was hastily translated and often contained grammatical errors. That's a weird transition to say, oh, we need American software development. Let me double check. When did the NES port of 1942 come out? I wouldn't doubt if it was 1986, but I'm just trying to see specifically. Okay, it was actually 1985, but it was after the launch, and now I gotta look up Trojan. I know Ghost and Goblins was after the launch. That was 1986. First game that had extra, or had a 1 megabyte cartridge in it. Hunt for American software. Jacob.
I think there may have been 3 or 4 licensees in the marketplace at that point, but no more than that. We were the 7th licensee that Nintendo had in the US, and the first US company that Nintendo did business with.
Wait, what? We were the 7th licensee that Nintendo had in the US? I guess technically, you know, if you're counting, yeah, I guess the idea here is that he's saying Japanese subsidiaries don't count. But like 7th? It's like 1986, so...
Maybe he got that info from one of the executives. He was like, yeah, by the way, you're number 7.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think who were the other people. So Irem was the first one, because they got to publish Kung Fu and stuff. I know Bandai was in there. They had a Chubby Cherub. Let me see. NES game list. North America, so... I mean, the licenses could have happened without, you know, needing a game release. But I'm just checking if there's more than that. So, Irem is one, and then Data East, they had Tag Team Wrestling. Bandai, Capcom, Konami, Tecmo. Oh yeah, Tecmo is one of the first ones too. Yeah, and then I think Taito... I don't think they ever actually put out something under themselves. I think they published it. Yeah. Taito. The Claim. That was a 3D World Runner. So... And it's SNK as well. So, actually, I think... Well, again, it's not, yeah, so I guess it's right, but some other companies released games before they were able to release games, so whatever, it is fine. Although several top Japanese game companies signed licensing agreements with Nintendo, the American companies showed little interest. Game publishers such as Sierra Online, Broderbund, and Electronic Arts were more interested in making games for computers than consoles, and toy companies like Milton Bradley and Mattel had left the industry entirely. Not that they were more interested, it's more like they didn't want to run into the disasters that sunk all of their colleagues down the drain. Take this one. This is Greg as well.
And the entertainment companies like 20th Century, Paramount, and some of the other companies that had been involved in the game business in 1982, 83, 84 had been burned badly and therefore weren't interested in coming back into the business again. So they wanted to shy away from it.
Okay, so 20th Century Fox opened a video business division, bought from a guy named Frank O'Connell, who was... at Mattel. Paramount was owned by Gulf and Western, which owned Sega, and they were trying to cross into it, but yeah, they exploded spectacularly. We spent a lot of time in the spring of 1986 trying to convince American software publishers, Electronic Arts, Broderbund, and Activision as an example. We were trying to say, hey, we've got this great licensing program and we want you to be a part of it. This is the deal. And none of them took it. we ended up with 4 companies, all of whom were actually subsidiaries of Japanese companies. They were all coin-op companies: Data East, Capcom, Konami, and Bandai, and all of them were licensees of Nintendo Company Limited in Japan. Bandai was not a coin-op company. Sorry, Mr. Lincoln. You're wrong. One interesting twist from the early days of Nintendo occurred when Lincoln and Arakawa visited Activision. They demonstrated the NES and discussed their business model and how they planned to avoid the traps that destroyed Atari. One of the executives at the meeting was Greg Fishbach, vice president of Activision's International Group. Fishbach approached Arakawa after the meeting, and the two men discussed Nintendo's licensing deal. Not long after the meeting, Arakawa received a call letting him know that Activision was not interested in making games for the NES. Greg Fishbach was the president of the international department, and he attended the meeting. Then, after the meeting, we tried to sell Fishbach on why we wanted them to become a licensee. Later, we found that Greg Fishbach reported to the president of the company, or chairman, that he shouldn't do it. We already had this at the very beginning of the chapter. Didn't need to tell it again. One reason companies would not sign licensing agreements with Nintendo was that the terms of the agreement seemed entirely one-sided. Yamauchi had analyzed Atari's downfall and decided that Atari had allowed it to happen by letting the market flood with mediocre games. I mean, just flood with games, period. Even and I've also seen Japanese television interviews where they say Yamauchi. So, yeah, by all indications, Japanese people they don't understand nearly as much when you say Yamauchi. Because I said this literally to some Japanese people who know some English. I was like, yeah, Yamauchi at Nintendo. And then I showed them a picture, and they're like, oh, Yamauchi. It's like, oh, okay. Now I understand.
You sure that isn't some sort of like accent thing, like it's a little Kanzean joke or something?
Nah. I mean, he's not from Kansai or anything, so...
I mean, like in the differences between interviews.
Yeah, but they're not Kansai either. But yeah, I mean, it may be a regional thing. It is a possibility, but I honestly just think that the standard pronunciation would have been Yamauchi, so that's what I'm sticking with. To prevent this from happening to Nintendo, Yamauchi implemented strict controls. Atari was caught off guard when companies like Activision and Imagic began making games for the 2600. To prevent this from happening to his system, Yamauchi protected it with a security chip that locked out unauthorized cartridges. Yamauchi didn't do shit. it was a little well, yeah, there's a yeah, they don't specify in this, but yeah, this meant that the only way to make games for the NES was to allow Nintendo to manufacture them, and Nintendo maintained final authority in deciding which games would be manufactured and in what quantities. Jacob.
Most US businesses weren't too interested in Nintendo's trading charges, which required that you purchase all your inventory requirements from Nintendo, that you purchase them in Japan, and that you purchase them for a fixed price. In essence, Nintendo really controlled how much inventory was put in the marketplace. It also made you open up a letter of credit guaranteeing payment for the goods at the time that you made the order. If you came out of the toy business, like Hasbro and Mattel, that really wasn't the way you did business, especially if you were the size of Hasbro or Mattel.
I don't often hear this one. They made you open a letter of credit? That's like if you're purchasing a company kind of thing. So I'm pretty surprised at that. I heard all the rest, but they make you open a letter of credit. That is a
Who
big
even really
ask.
knows? Yeah.
I'm actually going to put this down here.
I mean, this was the mid-'80s when American companies were scared of Japan, so...
Well, I mean, and that wouldn't necessarily prevent payment or anything, but I mean,
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying on that angle. I'm just saying, some people might have, embellished it like that.
I mean, Greg Fishback was good friends with the people at Nintendo. You know, they had, like, earlier in the chapter, they had a nice little thing about it. But, like, you know, there's always, especially for the people who didn't get in on the licensing program early, they do criticize Nintendo for what they do. But, like, this was one of the early major licensees, and he's saying they made him open a letter of credit. And it just seems odd. But I'm not saying it's impossible.
What it seems to me is really just kind of on Nintendo's part a kind of not really knowing how well to work with them. Not a culture clash, but really just kind of like, just the incompatibility of knowing how well the business works across the pond.
I mean, they knew what they were doing as far as controlling the ebb and flow of cartridges. You know, they were the only people who got to manufacture the cartridges.
Yeah, just the legal process, really.
But finance isn't legal. But anyways, let's just keep going. At the same time that he courted established companies, Arakawa was not entirely cooperative with lesser-known companies that approached him. When approached by some small design houses, he sometimes authorized companies to make games for the NES without giving them the design specifications they needed to understand the system. I'm doubtful that they actually gave him, like, an actual authorization. And I don't know who this is potentially talking about other than Rare. That seems like the only example in which they actually did this. There was basically no Western development for the NES, aside from Rare, for like 3 years, I think. I don't know what the first one is, besides Rare, but... the first American company to sign a licensing agreement with Nintendo was Acclaim Entertainment. The agreement was signed in 1988. Amazingly, Acclaim got the agreement before it ever published a game. And that's not true, because they had published a game in 1987. So... That was the first one, yeah. September 1987 is when they put out their first run of games. Which included battles of 3D World Runner and Tiger Heli. And that knockoff of Star Raiders by Taito. I can't remember the name of. Yeah, those games. It was 1987. Three ex-Activision executives, Jim Skorpowski, Robert Holmes, and Greg Fishback, founded Acclaim. I believe it is claimed by both Skorpowski and Fishback that Rob Holmes was not an actual founder. I'll put this as a question mark just because I know Alex knows it. So we'll go back to that. Fishback, the vice president who wrote the memo cautioning against involvement with Nintendo. Yes, you already said this. You don't need to remind it. Left the company in 1986 and moved to New York to take a job with RCA Records as president of RCA International. When the company was bought out 7 months later, Fishback lost his job. It was bought out by... RCA Records was bought by... Bertelsmann, I think. And they were
yes, Bertelsmann.
Yeah, Bertelsmann. So they were already in Europe, so they didn't need an international head. They just moved all that to Bertelsmann. That's why he left. Of course, RCA Records was already a splinter from RCA, which would be consumed by General Electric some years later. During his tenure with RCA, Fishback kept in touch with Holmes and Skorpowski and met with Skorpowski socially. One day over lunch, Skorpowski mentioned Nintendo. He had visited the Nintendo booth while attending the Winter CES in Las Vegas and had come to the conclusion that the company might restart the video game business. He believed that Nintendo might sell 2 or 3 million NES decks. Decks, alright. And that retailers would be clamoring for software. They could meet that need by starting a company which would import popular titles from Japan. Jacob.
I got on the phone that next week and called Arakawa. He wasn't available. Then Howard called me back, and I told him what I wanted to do. I said that we didn't have a name for this company, but I was interested in setting up a company, and we were interested in becoming a licensee.
Arakawa had not taken Fishback's telephone calls because he was attending the annual Toy Fair trade show in New York. I guess I really wish I knew when Toy Fair was every year, but I honestly don't know. I know, like, at least one time it was in March, but I feel like it was in January a lot of other years. Lincoln arranged a meeting with Fishback in Arakawa's hotel room. After a long discussion, Arakawa agreed to extend a license to Fishback's still unnamed company, and Lincoln faxed the agreement the following day. Once he obtained the license, Fishback flew back to Japan to find some games. Also, I'm going to double check when Acclaim was actually founded, because I just want to hash out the timeline here. Acclaim Entertainment. Nope, that's not here. Yeah, I guess it wasn't. It might have been incorporated in Delaware or something. So then you can't find it on here. As president of Activision's International Group, Fishback had visited Japan several times and had contacts in Tokyo. He began his search in Akihabara, Tokyo's electronics district. Greg.
The Akihabara is like 42nd Street in Manhattan. Big, wide boulevards, about 6 lanes across, and with buildings on either side that are anywhere between 8 and 14 stories high, and are just chock full of any kind of electronic gizmo or gadget that you could ever think of, from capacitors all the way up to television sets and washing machines and refrigerators. It's kind of like this hub of electronic hardware and software, and it's about 3 or 4 blocks long with big, wide sidewalks and streets that are just littered with people.
Every time I look at Akihabara, I don't think that the streets are very wide, but maybe that's by Japanese standards. I mean, Shinjuku is.
Oh no, some of the four-way intersections in Tokyo can be impressive to feeble eyes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like Shinjuku obviously has the big crossing and all that, but Akihabara always seemed to me like a very cramped area, but I've never been, so I couldn't tell you.
And who knows, maybe he was confusing the sidewalks, or the crosswalks.
Fishbach went to Japan in March 1987 and returned with 3 games. In June, even before games were ready for market, Fishbach, Skorpowski, and Holmes decided to make a big splash as they announced their new company at the summer CES. Well, actually, before the games were ready for the market, now I have to go back to my NES list here. Because some of them were already out in Japan. Tiger Heli, I'm absolutely certain, was already out in Japan. Let's see me get egg on my face here. So, Battles of... Wait, what? Why is it coming up to this? North America. This list is stupid. It doesn't show the Japanese release dates. Voyager. So yes, Tiger Heli was out in Japan. Star Voyager was out in Japan. Winter Games had been developed already and Epix decided to not put it out. 3D World Runner, had come out in Japan. So actually, all these games. Well, maybe the technicality here is that they were ready for market. They needed some element of translation and whatnot. But okay, whatever. They had to have been ready because they launched these in September. The CES happens in June. Yeah, they had to have been ready. That's stupid. They were in the manufacturing process by then. They rented a huge booth at the show that they decorated with an enormous sign bearing their company's new name, Acclaim, lowercase a for some reason. They wanted to convince passing retailers that Acclaim would be a major force in the video game industry. The image Feshbach tried to create proved prophetic. Someone is messaging me. Let's see. Skorpovsky's belief that licensing with Nintendo would be a lucrative move also proved true. Acclaim Entertainment released its first game in August 1987. Nope. A space combat game called Star Voyager that Fishbach jokingly referred to as the game that never ends. But, I mean, I'm not sure if it does. I've never played Star Voyager, so I'm not certain about that, but it might be just like Star Raiders, and you don't actually have an end screen. Nintendo required licensees to make a minimum order of 1,000 cartridges. I'm pretty sure it was well over 1,000 cartridges. I've seen it reported as larger than that before, but I don't know if there's been any like specific newspaper article that says that or anything. Acclaim ended up selling more than 100,000 copies of Star Voyager. Acclaim exceeded 200,000 in sales of its next game, 3D World Runner, and more than 1 million copies of Tiger Heli, the game that Taito released in Japan, but decided against releasing in the United States, because it was boring. Over the years, Acclaim became one of Nintendo's most influential partners, and Fishbach never told Arakawa or Lincoln about the memo he had written out after their visit to Activision. And, okay, so now it actually says where it came up. In 1989, however, the memo surfaced during a court battle between Atari Games, the coin-operated games division of Warner Communications that did not sell to the Trammels, and Nintendo. In one of those litigation deals with Atari Games, our attorneys discovered this document. It was a memorandum from Greg to the president of Activision, basically saying, I've met with Arakawa and Lincoln, and I don't think that it makes any sense to get into this business. We had a lot of fun reminding Greg about that. You have to tell this story 3 goddamn times. Jesus. 1989 about makes sense for... Well, it could be either Atari, really, so I have no idea which side of this, but Atari Games makes less sense because Atari Games was out about copyright infringement, not monopolistic practices. It was unfair trade agreement was Tengen's countersuit, but yeah, I think probably it was Atari Corp, but I can't disprove that. And of course, Atari Games with the lowercase g, just because. Partnership lost. And eventually, the tail ended up wagging the dog as Nintendo grew and that business flourished, and our toy business, went away. Despite their hesitation to represent Nintendo, Worlds of Wonder salespeople soon discovered that the NES was their hottest product. The demand for Teddy Ruxpin in 1986 was at an all-time high, but by 1987, neither Teddy Ruxpin nor Laser Tag did very well. Nintendo, on the other hand, continued gaining momentum. Americans purchased 3 million NES consoles in 1986. 3 million? I'm putting a question mark on that. Sales more than doubled the following year. This translated into huge commissions for toy representatives from Worlds of Wonder, but it also caused Nintendo to reconsider the relationship. Jacob.
Several reps wound up making over $1 million a year in commissions. They finally capped people like Mike Needleman and, who's the guy in Boston? Richard Tuckley. They capped them to $1 million apiece. It was an easy deal. You just said, here's your lucky day. I've got an extra 50,000 pieces of NES. Easy sell.
I do like how he just kind of remembers the names of these people. I have no idea why Kent prints that. It doesn't make any sense, but it's good. That's why we like these block quotes.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine it being in the room and it actually taking like, a minute or so.
Yeah, I have seen this happen in, I've had this happen in interviews before, so Yeah, I
It's a
can
standard thing
totally
that
see that.
happens.
Yeah, but I just don't know
How
why
do you
he
edit those
mentioned
out,
it.
though?
I mean, there's no reason to leave them in. You're just putting in names. You're putting in more proper nouns that can confuse somebody as they read through the book. So that's why it's a little, these names are never going to come up again. So it's just like,
Yeah.
all right, well, those certainly were people who existed, I guess. Yeah, you could have this could have been the quote right here. You didn't need to put in this thing in here. Disaster struck Worlds of Wonder at the 1987 Christmas season approached. Mistakenly confident about the continued popularity of Teddy Ruxpin, Worlds of Wonder management grossly overestimated its inventory needs. The company ended up with so many extra copies of the expensive Road Bear that it faced bankruptcy. In October, Minoru Arakawa contacted Worlds of Wonder to break off the partnership. Nintendo now had so much clout that it no longer needed a distribution partner. By coincidence, Arakawa contacted Don Kingsborough about discontinuing the Worlds of Wonder relationship around the time that Kingsborough was preparing to lay off his sales force. Lay off the sales force? Then what's the company? Arakawa decided to hire them instead. Ironically, Worlds of Wonder connected Nintendo with the exact sales force it had once tried to enlist through Atari. I don't know how many people of the Worlds of Wonder went over to Nintendo. I don't think it was a lot. I think a lot of them actually came from the coin-op division. There are a couple people that I know the names of, but I think, yeah, some of them were coin-op people. Alright, now we got to go through the pictures, and I think it's the Sega time, and we need Alex here for that. So we'll kill time with something in the meantime. Pac-Man, the most successful arcade character of all time at E3. I guess that's true. Donkey Kong, the 300-pound gorilla that put Nintendo on the map. This is over 300 pounds. This guy's huge. He's definitely over 300 pounds. After selling Atari to Warner Communications, Nolan Bushnell bought back the rights to Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time theaters. Atari made Bushnell famous, but it was the rat that made him rich. I mean, Atari made him rich too. He bought the Folgers mansion. I don't think you do that if you don't have money. David Rosen, the man who brought photomats, bowling alleys, and arcade machines to Japan, then led Sega to the United States. Bushnell hired his neighbor, Joseph P. Keenan, to work for Atari. Keenan went on to become president of Key Games and later Data East USA. And also Pizza Time Theater, but they don't mention that. Roger Hector and Nolan Bushnell at the launch of Sente. Workers assemble centipede machines. Atari's Don Kingsborough demonstrates the Star Wars coin-op cockpit to George Lucas. Possibly the greatest coin-op designer of all time. Very, very doubtable. David Toyer created Missile Command, Tempest, and I, Robot. Oh yes, the memorable I, Robot. It's an interesting game, but it is not one of the greatest arcade games ever made. Former Disney animator Don Bluth provided the artwork for Dragon's Lair, the first Laserdisc-based arcade game. Not true. Some pundits thought Dragon's Lair would be the game to restore the arcade business, but with an average price tag of $4,300 and requiring special maintenance, Laserdiscs were a short-lived fad in arcades. Nicknamed Golden Boy by his co-workers, Atari coin-op engineer Ed Logg has a history of hits that include Asteroids, Centipede Gauntlet, and the Tengen version of Tetris for the NES. Or Tengen. Tengen is a weird bastardization. Pete Kaufman, chairman of Exidy, was the bad boy of arcades. That is a really weird mischaracterization of
trying
Pete
to
Kaufman.
put it with a picture here. Create a totally different image.
Yeah, because I'm not going to get too much into specifics here, but I've talked to quite a few people at Exidy. Pete Kaufman was very charismatic. He was very much in the Nolan Bushnell mode, but he was also a very somber person for personal reasons. He was a guy that I would if there's someone who deserved a real biography from the coin-op industry, he's one of them. But unfortunately, he passed away, so that's not going to happen. His pedestrian demolition game Death Race inspired a feature on the new television news magazine 60 Minutes, and he later created a game called Chiller that was so amazingly morbid that most Americans refused to carry it. I think he didn't even say this earlier, but yeah. Pete Hoffman not create his games. I know he just has a generalization of putting everything of his company to one person, but we need to call it out every time. Because when he knows a designer, he points the finger at them. Ed Rotberg, creator of Battlezone, left Atari shortly after working on the military version of the game. That's not the reason he left. Parent activist Ronnie Lamb appeared on the television talk show Donahue to warn about the evils of video games. In 1981, Tournament Games held the World Video Game Championships in Chicago. The attendance was low, and the checks given to the winners bounced. In 1981, video games were as common as convenience stores, and arcade games could be found just about anywhere. In 1981, the arcade business started its long collapse, and sites like this, the recently closed arcade at Honolulu International Airport, became all too common. Yeah, so this was recently closed in the late 90s when he was doing this. So, this is not quite what it looked like at the time. Toru Iwatani, pictured here between Yasuhiko Asada, Namco president, and Kazuo Ito, Namco general manager, only made one famous game before being bumped up to management. However, that sole game was Pac-Man, the most popular arcade game in the world. Though it did not do particularly well in the international market, that's a bunch of BS. I don't know if we corrected that already, but Miss Pac-Man was the most successful game ever released in American arcades. The arcade's brightest star, Namco Pac-Man, appeared on Saturday morning breakfast cartoons, breakfast cereal boxes, and the cover of Time. Minoru Arakawa, president of Nintendo of America, had to battle to break into the U.S. market, then struggled again to revive the home game market. Seattle attorney Howard Lincoln convinced Arakawa not to surrender when sued by Universal Studios over Donkey Kong. Arakawa was so impressed that he made Lincoln vice president of Nintendo of America. This doodle, created by attorney John Strouch, played a large role in a court decision that cost Nintendo $215 million in the Alpex case. The decision was later overturned. So it didn't cost them $250 million, because it was overturned. Having created Donkey Kong, Mario, Zelda, Yoshi, and Star Fox. Okay, yeah, so he created Donkey Kong, he created Mario. I guess he technically created Zelda, but I think what he means to say is Link. He did not create Yoshi. And also, Fox McCloud, or Fox McCloud. Shigeru Miyamoto, pictured here with awards from the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, is generally regarded as the most successful game designer in history. I mean, depends what you mean. I mean, in terms of money, he doesn't make that much money, but, it's not about that to him. Donkey Kong was the game that enabled Nintendo to break into the US arcade business. Russian mathematician Alexei Pajitnov, seen here visiting his old apartment in Moscow, created Tetris, the best-selling video game of all time. Or I think it's Pajitnov? I can't remember how to properly pronounce it. The Nintendo Entertainment Systems and the Super NES, the systems that solidified Nintendo's place in video game history. Game Boy. Atari's engineers laughed when they saw its crude monochrome screen. 12 years later, 150 million units, and more than 450 million cartridges later, Game Boy reigns unrivaled as the most popular game system of all time. Don't even think that... yeah, I guess in 2001 that was true, in terms of overall units sold, so I'm gonna let him pass. Because PS2 hadn't done its rise yet, and then of course the DS above that. The late Gunpei Yokoi, dean of Nintendo's engineers, devised the toys that helped Nintendo expand from manufacturing playing cards, created the hardware for Nintendo's first arcade games, and led the team that made Game Boy. Nope, helped. Okay, fine. He did not create the hardware for the arcade games. I think he was head of the division that did it before they split off into R&D 1 and 2. By the time former Mattel president Tom Kalinske was appointed president and CEO of Sega of America, Nintendo already controlled more than 90% of the video game industry. Kalinske chose to take Nintendo head-on. Brilliant, temperamental, and extreme perfectionist. I thought they were going to say Sonic was brilliant. I don't think that's part of his character.
Well, the choice to put in Sonic rather than Yuji Naka in this case.
Sega's Yuji Naka created Sonic the Hedgehog, Knights, Burning Rangers, and Samba de Amiga. Did he do? Okay, so Burning Rangers. I have literally never heard of this game. Burning Rangers. Okay, so he was the producer on it. I wouldn't say he was the creator, but did he do Samba de Amigo? I mean, it seems like a Naka thing to do, but yeah, he was the producer on that too. So, yeah. Fine, whatever. Yeah, now there he is. The creation of Sonic the Hedgehog signaled a new direction attitude for Sega. It also meant the end of Nintendo's unchallenged dominance of the home game market. Sega's top arcade hitmaker, Yu Suzuki, is known for his sophisticated taste in wine, cars, and technology. Is he known for his taste in wine? What's his taste in wine? Why do I want to know? Capcom's Shinji Mikami, creator of the exceptionally gory Resident Evil games. Yeah, I guess that's true. Taxi creator Hisao Oguchi. Hinoro Sakaguchi of Squaresoft thought Final Fantasy would be his swan song as a game designer. Nope, this is bunk. He has personally debunked it in more recent times. Created by Andrew Gavin and Jason Rubin of Naughty Dog and like 8 other people. Produced by Universal Interactive. Was it called Universal Interactive at the time? I can't remember. Wasn't it Universal Studio? Let me look at the box art. Crash Bandicoot.
Okay, what are we talking about here now?
We're talking about Crash Bandicoot.
Were you trying to?
Was it Universal Interactive? Was that the actual name that they used at the time?
Studios.
What?
It was Universal Interactive Studios
yes.
until about like 2000 or something. That was when Vivendi took over, and they had the little stretch of time when Universal Interactive was turned into a little kernel of their eventual bigger operation.
Right. Published by Sony Computer Entertainment, Crash Bandicoot games became Sony's unofficial answer to Mario and Sonic. Pictured here is concept art from the latest Crash Bandicoot game, which is being developed and published by Universal. This would have been time.
Vortex. When did it come out?
Well, this happened in this book came out 2001, so I think it would be the PS2 version.
Wrath of Cortex was after, so maybe Twinsanity or something.
Yeah.
Let me get a closer look.
Yeah, unfortunately, this won't go out any further.
Just trying to look.
There we go.
Oh no, we're about ready, aren't we?
Yes, yep, we're just at that time.
A lot of vehicle stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Nitro Kart or something.
I guess I know how to make an entrance.
Yes. Welcome, Mr. Smith. How do you feel today?
Oh, no, wait. No, it is Wrath of Cortex, because they have Coco on the bike in the Japanese village. That was a thing.
Ah, okay.
They had, like, a bunch of levels in the middle of Japan where it'd be, like, a tsunami or something.
Yeah, so I don't know if they still have this artwork. I know that it's been like they've shared pretty much everything. So
Courtesy of Vendy. Okay.
yeah, I know they've shared pretty much everything from the original Crash. So there's quite a bit to delve into if you are interested in telling that story. In 1994, Nintendo allowed Tim Stamper and a team at Rare Limited to use their new rendering technology to revive Donkey Kong. The result was Donkey Kong Country.
Funky Kong's Revenge.
Yes. The leader of the bunch, you know him well. Movie file and Metal Gear creator Hideo Kojima. Okay. Hi, Kojima. Just standing there.
Hello.
That's right.
Sort of a cross between Clint Eastwood and Toshiro Mifune.
Didn't he misspell that? Isn't it M-I-F-U-N-E?
Let's see. Toshiro. I have no idea who Toshiro.
He is a very famous actor from many of Kurosawa's films. He was also...
Was he in Rashomon?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He was in Rashomon. He was in... I think he was in Hidden Fortress. He was in Seven Samurai. And he was George Lucas's first choice for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Because, you know, that's basically Hidden Fortress redone.
Right.
As a sci-fi.
Yeah, I've only seen Rashomon, so I have yet to delve into Kurosawa's.
Of course, there's several reasons why that couldn't have worked.
Have you really seen Rashomon? Do you really know what happened?
I perceive what happened. Solid Snake is the mercenary hero of Konami's Metal Gear Solid. John Romero, co-creator of Doom and Quake. I love this photo because he went and looked it up, but what you had to do is you had to go to a court building or something and put in a VHS and watch the whole thing.
That's right. No YouTube.
Yeah.
No YouTube captures here.
This is the most work he did on this entire book right here. During the 1993 joint hearing, Senator Joseph Lieberman displays a light pistol used in video games.
It says courtesy of Replay magazine.
Oh yeah, it was printed in Replay. Yeah. I actually know what issue this.
Yeah. So the Replay people did all the work, but no, I know Kent did watch it because he quotes from the transcript.
Well, or at least he read the transcript.
Or at least he read the transcript. Yeah. I mean, he did research it.
Nintendo's Donkey Kong enters a ring in a PR event for Super Smash Bros. I can't imagine this PR event was nearly as good as the commercial, so...
Courtesy of Stephen Kent, he was there.
Yes.
Or courtesy of S. Kent, I should
S.
say.
Kent, also this one. Because of the lasting popularity of Pokemon craze in Japan, Nintendo opened a Pokemon Center store a few blocks away from the main subway station in Tokyo. This isn't like a big surprise thing, because pop-up stores are just a thing in Japan.
Right.
Yeah, they just like run it for a couple weeks and they close it. I mean,
exactly.
There is a permanent Pokemon store somewhere in Tokyo, but I'm sure it's not like the most prime real estate ever.
Let's just take a moment here to admire the Duke.
The Duke is half the size of the console.
That's no controller. That's a space station.
The Duke. In 2001, Microsoft plans to enter the video game industry with its new Xbox game console.
I wonder whatever came of those plans.
Seamus Black... Well, you'll get to learn tomorrow when Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2 by Stephen L. Kent is released.
That's right. Well, I mean, it technically comes out the 24th, but somewhere around midnight I'll be able to start reading it when it downloads to my Kindle.
Seamus Blackley, whose past resume includes such impressive feats as working on the Super Collider and such low points as Trespasser. Terrible Jurassic Park-based first-person shooter on the PC is the main designer of Xbox. So, there was a lot of doubt at the time.
I just love how it's like he worked on the Super Collider and Trespasser.
And also Flight Unlimited.
Flight Unlimited doesn't get mentioned.
Please put down the typo at the very least.
Where?
It's supposed to be one S on the
okay.
first one, not two.
Oh yeah. Trespasser.
Sorry, hold on. I'm not. I got my keyboard
And
over
the
here.
full
The screen's
title
over
is
here.
Trespasser: The Lost World Jurassic Park. Actually, just The Lost World, I think.
Okay, Lost World. Okay.
Because the film was The Lost World Jurassic Park.
Yeah, but it's not a strict tie-in to the film.
Yes.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I got to
Though
play a little
it
bit
has
of it.
what's his face doing the narration.
Yes, Richard Attenborough.
Yeah. And he's very good. He's the best part of the game, really.
Well, I mean, you get a high-class actor, you get high-class stuff, unless you direct him poorly.
But he did,
man.
he didn't phone it in. He did his job.
Look up shit-eating grin in the dictionary, and this is the picture that...
Robbie back. Having helped his company launch a very successful line of PC peripherals, Microsoft Chief Xbox Officer Robert Bach is now assigned to break into the video game hardware market. Nintendo teamed up with IBM to design a custom 64-bit chip for the GameCube. IBM just manufactured it. They didn't design it, right? Because it was...
It was a Power PC.
Well, I mean, the custom chip is...
Well, it was ArtX.
Yeah, the ArtX, so...
The graphics chip was ArtX, and then the processor was Power PC. One of those few times that I had to really seriously correct Jimmy on the Digital Antiquarian because he knows nothing about console. He mentioned the Power PC, and then he was like, and then it vanished and was never heard from again. It's like, well, actually, it had a long life in video games.
And the iMac.
Uh-huh.
The iMac was popular.
Yes.
Because Nintendo was so quiet about the system, many skeptics doubted the ability to compete with Sony's PlayStation 2 and Microsoft's Xbox. And also the fact that they didn't have shit tons of money that they could just burn forever. You know? Big mistake. GameCube may look like a toy, but it's going to the 2001 Christmas season, it could compete with anything on the market.
Unless it's called the PlayStation 2 or the Xbox.
Well, I mean, in terms of the power, things were pretty close in that entire generation.
There's kind of a dual tone going on. It says big mistake, and then it said it could.
Yeah. But what I mean, you're saying big mistake that people doubted it, that people doubted them. But no, what I meant is it couldn't compete with them in terms of sales. Is what I was talking about.
Certainly
I wasn't
not.
talking about power.
But I mean, it could, is what it said.
Yes.
Well,
it wasn't an error. It wasn't an error. I was just laughing at
it's framing it the same way it frames all the different little apocryphal stories.
I mean, like literally, he didn't know at the time. So you know.
No one will know it at the time because it hadn't gone through that yet.
Right. With the launch of PlayStation 2, Sony officially launched the most recent generation of video hardware.
Even Kent decided to diss the
Dreamcast. Yeah. I'm not gonna fight for generation stuff, so I'm not even bothering.
That's fine, but ouch.
20 years and 100 million Game Boys later, Nintendo President Minoru Arakawa and Mario still have a reason to smile.
So, what is going on there next to Baby Mario? Yeah, next to Baby Mario. What is going on right there? Is that Yoshi?
Yeah, that's Yoshi.
That look on the face. It's just like, oh my god.
Who's that?
Like Peter Griffin on crack.
That guy?
It does look like Peter Griffin.
Wait, was this in the was this in the weird Mexican Mario 64 theme place?
No, this was in Nintendo of America's actual headquarters. I've seen this statue before. So,
I've seen that Mario before, right down there.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is a combination of old promo standees. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, this is from 2001, so they were, hanging around from the 90s and whatnot. I'm sure they're gone now, but there was just kind of a corner where they kind of had like statues and merch just kind of hanging around. So
Fun
you get-
fact, though,
Walked
Minoru,
away into the market.
Arakawa is still there. They have mummified him. That's why no one can get him for interviews.
He stands in that very exact pose. He's been taxidermied.
Exactly.
They have a knife at his neck at all times.
That's not K. Rule back there. I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, I can't.
It almost looks
What?
like a Protoss.
It might.
To me.
What might have been? What era was this? This might be.
This was like 2000 or something.
Oh,
2000 or
but the thing in the
2001.
background it might be Killer Instinct.
Oh yeah, Killer Instinct. That's
I'm just
it.
guessing. It's just the
That
only
makes
thing I can
entirely
place
sense because
there's Rare
it's
back
Donkey Kong
there,
Country. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Killer Instinct guy.
I don't
Okay.
know Killer Instinct.
There's
but I'm
Link on
just
the
like,
side.
Huh,
Yeah.
that might fit the bill there.
Adult Ocarina of Time Link.
Yeah.
Kid Link forever. Kid Link's best. First appearing in the 1981 game Donkey Kong is a carpenter named Jumpman. No, he wasn't.
Nope.
Nintendo's Mario is the elder statesman of the gaming industry. Statesman.
Elder
Yeah.
statesman.
It's an expression, but Pac-Man would disagree with Kent, I think.
All right, so I'm gonna take a
Oh,
break
here we go.
for a sec,
Pac-Man
but
would,
we'll get right back into this. Just a moment.
Pac-Man would swing.
Alright, we are back to the stream, and we are about to get into the most exciting chapter in the book.
Yes, are you ready for the error document to go from 24 pages to 100 pages in one chapter?
We better be ready. Alright.
So you definitely need to be your man David Rosen.
Okay.
I'll take some of the other characters.
Alright. When I was a youngster, I went to Coney Island. Like everybody else in New York City, I played the games in the penny arcades. And that was really my total knowledge of the business.
David Rosen and Michael Kogan, just a couple of guys living it up in Tokyo.
And that seems about right. Let's double check this here. Co-founder say okay, so that's right. Chief Operating Officer. Second. Yep. Okay.
That's what he was brought in as initially.
Okay.
He did become president eventually.
Sega is not a Japanese word. It is an abbreviated form of service games.
Okay, so far so good.
So
Although the
it's a
company-
Japanese word.
Though the company is headquartered in Japan and has a Japanese corporate culture, it was founded by Americans.
Sega is a Japanese word.
No, it ain't.
Well, how they do the cutesy abbreviation shit, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they were already abbreviating it before. Like, it wasn't strictly because of Japan. They did it in the United States too.
Yeah.
The history of Sega can be divided into two distinct stories. I mean, probably like 1,000 distinct stories, but
Yes.
they all come together. One is the story of Sega, the second is the story of David Rosen. Take Lori.
Yes. My dad was in Hawaii when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. He ran the slot machines on the bases. When they bombed Pearl Harbor, there was a note on one of the slot machines that said, "In case of another attack, jump under this machine. It's never been hit yet."
I don't get it.
Yeah.
So it's a joke. You know, when you hit the jackpot,
Oh, okay.
you know,
hit.
so
Okay.
you know,
Yeah. Well, if I was able to see in the future and find out that my great grandchildren would be creating Sonic the Hedgehog, I would be horrified.
Well, I mean, it had nothing to do. It's children.
that isn't.
I know.
That isn't how she spells her name, is it? With an A, isn't it? Laure.
Lauren Bromley.
Yeah.
Lauren. Hopefully that's spelled right, or fucking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Ken!
Bromley.
What the fuck?
Service games began in May 1952, shortly after the laws were passed restricting the use of slot machines in the United States.
We don't think it was May. I don't think.
I mean, it's also service games began in May 1952.
Yeah, it was called. It wasn't called. Yeah, I mean, but it's the same company. I mean, it wasn't called that at the beginning, but
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it says service games began in May 1952. It was September 1946.
Oh well, right. He's talking about the Japanese company.
Yeah, but he's not
So,
making
yes.
that very clear.
No, you're right. He's not making that clear. Service Games was founded in 1946.
Prior to those laws, a man named Marty Bromley managed game rooms with slot machines, pinball tables, and other coin-operated amusement devices on several military bases in the U.S. territory of Hawaii. In 1951, after the laws changed and the government confiscated the slot machines, I'm not sure if they confiscated the slot machines, but I don't know. There's no reports.
Yeah, I don't know if they did or not, but definitely couldn't use them there anymore.
Bromley and his father purchased them from the government, then shipped them to Japan, where they set up game rooms for servicemen stationed there. I mean, was it game rooms? I thought it was just like they put them in the officer lounges, basically.
Right, but they were probably game rooms in the lounges,
By
I mean-
most accounts, Japan in the early 1950s was practically a third world nation. Yeah, going a bit far, but... The country's industries were greatly depleted during the war years. Many of its factories had been destroyed, and a large portion of the workforce had died. Though the United States was a generous victor. I mean, for reasons that they needed
Yeah.
they needed a springboard to Korea, basically.
Yes.
Japan's recovery was slow. Bromley set up a lucrative trade. He branched out into jukeboxes and opened a manufacturing plant called Nippon Kikai Saitson.
It wasn't a manufacturing plant, it was a whole second company.
Yeah.
And, of course, he's missing almost all the story about
Right.
Stuart and Lemaire and Panama. No mention of Panama. Panama.
Company. By 1960, Service Games, also known as Nippon Kuraku Busan.
So, it was not
Yeah.
also known as
Yeah.
Nippon Garaku Busan. Service Games was actually ended
Yeah.
in Nippon Goraku, though that could just be choice of transliteration. Was a different company than Service Games.
Japan dissolved.
Yep.
Was one of the three largest coin-operated entertainment companies in Japan, along with Taito and Rosen Enterprises Limited, and Casco.
I have no way of vetting that. Casco was pretty new at the time, because it was only founded in 1955.
By this time, Bromley had two partners. By this time?
They were the ones that founded.
Yeah.
And they had more partners than that. Scott Dotterer,
Yeah.
anybody?
Dick Stewart and Ray Lemaire, who stayed in Japan and managed the business. In 1964, they took on a new partner, a man named David Rosen.
1965.
Yeah. He got it right earlier, but...
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually, in the timeline, he gets that wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just say that counted as an error up there.
Okay.
Yeah. There are two people who actually played a very important role in opening and establishing of the coin-op machine industry in Japan. Dick Stewart and Ray Lemaire had come to Japan in 1952 and, sharing an office as a bedroom, had from scratch built a major operation on the U.S. military bases.
That's true.
Is it? I thought they were in the Jewish.
Well, I have no idea. I have no idea whether they started in a bedroom, but that is not a contradiction. They could have started in a bedroom and then moved to the Jewish building.
From this start, they expanded into the Japanese marketplace, establishing jukebox operation that reached a total of over 5,000 locations. To service this route, they had established branch offices in every major city in Japan. By this time, they had two companies, Nippon Garaku Busan and Nikon Kikai Saiso, which they merged into one.
He's doing better than I thought. He's doing okay. He's left out like 90% of the story, but the stuff that he is telling is mostly doing okay.
The company had an extraordinarily well-developed corporate infrastructure and, like my company, had taken the best from both business cultures, Japan and the United States. It was with this company named Sega that I merged Rosen Enterprises and Sega Enterprises Limited came into being.
12 years after Service Games was formed, Mr. Rosen came in. He was already established, and he already had his own company.
This is where the error comes in. 12 years. That's
yeah.
Didn't know it was 1965. Bad on you, Lauren. A tough guy from New York. You know, game machines like theater seat or a plane seat depend on occupancy and depend on the time that they are used. If you charge $1 per play and it's only used for 10 times a day, you only make $10. Really, all you're selling is time. Our machines were constantly going. Going from morning to night. David Rosen was a tall and thick and thickly built, with dark hair and a strange calm intensity that suggested the ability to carefully consider issues under any circumstances.
Okay. Sure, Steven.
I'm not sure that he was really that thick in his early days, but
Well, I mean, some of the pictures we have make him look. I mean, he's not fat, but he looks broad in some of the pictures we have.
I
Yeah.
think it's just a matter of how we consider it.
Huh.
He could be friendly and quietly intimidating at the same time. He had served in the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War. In 1951, as Marty Bromley started his slot machine business, Rosen
Marty Bromley was not just starting his slot machine business in 51.
Rosen was stationed in the Far East. He traveled to locations such as Shanghai and Okinawa, but spent most of his time in Nippon. While serving in Nippon, Rosen came to believe that Nipponese people were too industrious to remain in their present circumstances. Seeing an opportunity, he started up a business even before he was discharged. After finishing his commitment with the Air Force, he returned to the United States, hoping to further his college education and establish his business. My first business was actually involved in art, strangely enough, which is about as far from the current business as you could be. I guess we know where he stands on video games.
There's art in video games!
In those years, Japan was still an economic post-war strata, and consequently, there was still a lot of unemployment at the time. A lot of the artists were doing portrait painting based on photos. I established a company in the United States that sent photos back to Japan to be made into portraits. When his portrait business failed, Rosen decided to return to Japan and start a new business that he would run while living in Japan. He studied the people and their needs and found an intriguing possibility. At that point in time, the people in Japan had a great need for ID photos. You virtually needed an ID photo for school applications, for rice ration cards, and for employment, for railway cards, and for employment, obviously. Sorry, I just gotta ban someone real quick.
You're fine.
Alright. We're talking about 1953, 1954, and photo studios generally charged what was then 250 yen, and then it took 2 or 3 days to have photos done. My thought was that we had, in the United States, photomat studios that charged 25 cents, and you could get 4 photos. They were called photomats, little booths that were completely automated. American photomat booths were not an ideal solution, however. Upon returning home, Rosen discovered that photomat pictures faded after 1 or 2 years. If he wanted to bring photomats to Japan, where pictures would be used as official IDs, he needed to find a way to produce pictures that could last 4 or 5 years. After some research, Rosen discovered that the problem was easily solved. Photomat pictures were made without negatives. An automatic camera snapped the shot, then faded the image on a positive paper. If this process were carried out adhering to certain temperature specifications, the pictures would not fade for several years. The booths, however, lacked temperature controls. The people who ran the companies that made the booths believed that their customers viewed the pictures as only having novelty value. Adding temperature controls would have been too expensive, so Rosen came up with a more practical solution. He left an automated camera device in the booths and placed workers behind the booths to develop the pictures by hand while monitoring the temperature. With the economy weak as it was, Rosen had no problem hiring workers. I took some older machines that were in the United States, redesigned them, and brought them into Japan. You didn't redesign shit, David. This was the beginning of 1954. We put out the first couple booths, and it turned out to be widely successful. We charged, I believe it was 150 to 200 yen, which was less than the 250 yen charged by photographers, and obviously we were able to develop it in about 2 or 3 minutes. The Japanese for this business was Nifun Shashin, which means 2-minute photo, and Photorama was the name of the brand. This became so successful that it enabled me, over a short period of time, to open well over 100 such locations throughout Japan. There were different times when people would go through school applications and whatnot, and it was not unusual at those times of the year for lines to get into the booth to be an hour and a half. If anything, Rosen's photoramas proved too successful. Although his prices were only slightly cheaper than those offered by photographers, the convenience of picking up pictures within a few minutes attracted customers in droves. As his business grew, photographers started to complain and eventually protested to the U.S. consulate. When the consulate asked Rosen for help, he offered to license Photorama franchises. According to Rosen, this may have been the first franchising business in Japan. Probably not.
Yeah.
But I don't know the history of Japanese business enough to tell you.
No.
Franchising led to some immediate profits, but it ultimately killed the business. Although Rosen was able to double his locations by licensing nearly 100 operations, franchising invited competition. There was no patent on Photorama technology, so other companies were able to move in and imitate the booths. In the early 1960s, Rosen closed his Photorama business. By this time, however, he had managed to open several new ventures and move in a different direction. To import any product into Japan in the early 1950s and mid-1950s, and even pretty much going to the late 1950s, you could have just said the 1950s, David. It's fine. You have to apply for a license through the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI. It didn't matter if you were a Japanese company or any other nationality, you could not import anything without a license. The licenses generally went into 3 categories. Category 1 was absolute necessities. Category 2 items were non-necessities but something desirable. And the Category 3 was luxury. Well, luxury was nearly impossible. I mean, there were no dollars there. And absolute necessities were things such as oil, certain foodstuffs, etc. So those problems existed, as I say, simply because of a lack of dollars, not because they were trying to block imports coming into Japan. Japan received a tremendous financial boost from the presence of the American military during the Korean War. The United States used Tokyo as a base throughout the war. Was it I doubt. Was it Tokyo? Because it's on the other side of the island. I'm not. I feel like Kyoto would have been better, but whatever. And I've been listening to a podcast about the Korean War, so maybe I'll know eventually.
Yes.
And American procurement of goods and workers brought rich infusion of dollars into the Japanese economy. As a result of that new prosperity, Rosen decided to import a limited number of luxury items in 1956. After considering his options, he decided to bring in some coin-operated electromechanical games. It took me over 1 year with a lot of effort and certainly a lot of introductions to convince MITI that these games were something that would be good for leisure. They finally granted a license to me for $100,000, which means that I could purchase $100,000 worth of merchandise. According to Rosen, the U.S. amusements market was fairly stagnant when he arrived. The arcades that carried games attracted fairly rough clientele, and of all the games came from a few Chicago-based companies. With the exception of pinball, the amusement industry had gone flat, creating a buyer's market in which many distributors were glad to sell used machines to Rosen at bargain rates. He paid approximately $200 per game, then had to pay nearly twice that price to the Japanese authorities in order to import them. What about to the people that are actually shipping them? That probably was more than twice.
Yeah.
Most of the games Rosen imported, such as Bear Gun from Seaburg, I don't think it's called Shoot the Bear. Yeah.
Shoot the Bear, yeah.
Involved shooting. These were big, heavy machines that required a lot of space. With Bear Gun, for example, the player stood nearly 15 feet from the target. These games were also solidly constructed and seldom broke down. Yeah, that's why they all work today. And yeah, not sure about seldom. Due to the success of his Photorama operation, Rosen had more than 100 locations which he could place his machines. He charged 20 yen per game. At the time, trade rate was 360 yen to the dollar, so Rosen was letting people play less than 10 cents per game that was standard in the United States. Like his Photomats, Rosen's coin-operated games were a huge success. With shipping and duties, Rosen paid less than $1,000 to import each game. Even 20 yen per game, it took less than 2 months for the games to earn back that investment. Within a year, the Ministry of Trade and Industry approved Rosen's request to return to the United States and purchase $200,000 worth of games. At this point in time, I became known as a very live customer because most distributors in the United States had warehouses filled with used equipment that they really had no marketplace for. In those years, trade-ins were a big part of any distributor's business. Operators buy games, and 2 years later they trade them in. At that time, the distributor's price to the operator for new games was maybe $695, $795, and he would take a trade-in and give $50 or $100 for an older game. The trade-ins just piled up in warehouses. Where are those warehouses, though? We need them. Through the Photorama business, Rosen had developed strong relationships with owners of Toho and Shochiku movie theater chains and was able to place arcades in their lobbies or in adjoining spaces, while Namco founder Masaya Nakamura was still operating horse rides on the rooftops of Tokyo department stores. Rosen had at least one arcade in every city in Japan. I don't know, he was out of the horsey ride thing by like 1958 or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was doing more than just operating horses, for sure.
His closest rivals were Service Games, which by this time had cornered the jukebox market with Sega jukeboxes. They weren't called Service Games.
No, they weren't Sega, and they weren't Sega jukeboxes. I mean, they used the Sega imprint on their slot machines, but they had Rockola jukeboxes.
Yeah, but if you're talking like 1960, which is probably like about the time period of this, then the the Sega 1000 had come out.
But what did they corner the market with? Rockola jukeboxes, not Sega jukeboxes.
Okay, fine. Right. And Taito, the amusement company founded by Michael Kogan. Though they were all fiercely competitive, Rogan Kogan and the principal... Rogan
Kogan and Lamogan.
Rosen Kogan and the principals of Sega formed strong personal ties. Because they were all Jewish.
Yeah, they were. Actually, I mean, obviously Bromley was. I don't know that Stewart and Lemaire were, but of course Bromley and Bromberg were.
Right. After the success of his arcades, Rosen searched for new ways to expand his business. He bought the rights to an indoor golf game in which a computer read the speed and direction of a ball that players hit into a net and set up a golf course franchise. Was this Golf It?
You see, that's what I wonder.
Yeah.
That's what I really, really wonder, because the time frame is right.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't have nearly enough mentions of Rosen Enterprises to form a very good idea of their operations in Japan. I do have a couple things like there are some vague mentions of they placed jukeboxes in these places. He opened an arcade here and things like that at the time, but there's really not a lot. The Japanese, however, considered golf an outdoor activity, and Rosen's business did not flourish. Next, he tried building business around slot cars. This idea touched off a brief fad. Yeah, in the 60s, slot cars were kind of a big thing for the coin-op industry, but it never became like a big central idea.
Yeah.
Then he was approached by AMF to help establish a bowling alley. At that time, of course, always at that time, there were bowling installations in military bases, and there was only one bowling installation in Tokyo, but it was sort of quasi-American military. It wasn't in the civilian marketplace. I decided that I would open up the first bowling center.
You know what's interesting about this claim here is in one of the Business Japan issues in the 1970s, I found an advertisement for bowling stuff, and let me see if I can find this fast. You can keep reading the quote while I look for this.
I can attest there to being bowling installations in basically every military base I've ever been in.
It had to be put in a very high traffic, high entertainment area. I picked an area of Tokyo that was full of restaurants and theaters called Shinjuku. Well, getting space in Shinjuku was very, very difficult, next to impossible. I decided to open up 14 lanes, but the only way I could find that much space was to build on top of one of the existing movie theaters. This was a real challenge because the president of that particular theater chain was a friend of mine. We had to do this without affecting the theater, no vibrations, no noise in the theater. It was really an engineering feat. Until we rolled the first ball down, we couldn't be sure that it would work. Let's see. I do, like, there is a notice of him buying the bowling alley. So you find that, and I'm going to find,
Yeah, I'm looking for this.
1960.
Okay, here it is. So this is a very interesting thing about what he said. There was an article in the just one-page article in the August 1971 issue of Business Japan talking about the bowling industry, and it includes figures from the Japan Bowling Association for the number of new facilities and the number of total facilities in Japan year by year. And it says that in 1952 there was one facility, and it was the only facility in all of Japan. And then it says in 1960 was the second new facility, and then there were only 2 facilities in all of Japan. So I think David Rosen is right. There literally really was only one bowling alley in Tokyo before he opened his.
I have a
Because the
notice.
figures back it up.
Yeah. I have a notice from 1961 where Rosen Enterprise, like, it doesn't say specifically about a bowling alley in Japan, but it says that they operate 100 arcades and they're going to open a bowling alley in Hong Kong. So that, I think that implies that they, just opened the bowling alley there, but...
Right, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they opened it in 1960. But I mean, it's something in 61, acting like it was recent would scan with that.
Right.
But I do think it's interesting that there really was apparently only one bowling facility before his. He's not just blowing smoke with that.
Right. Rosen's bowling alley was an unqualified success. This particular bowling center went on to establish records in the bowling industry. The way they measured success of an alley was by lines bowled a day. At that point in time, a typical bowling center in the United States would do 40 to 45 lines per day. The centers that held records were situated in Hawaii. They were doing about 60 per day. We did 110 per day.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that in the 1960s, David Rosen did 110 lines a day. That's pretty impressive. That's something.
I ain't confirming or denying this. We only closed 4 hours a day between 2 p.m. and 6 or 2 and 6 in the morning. We were originally open 24 hours, but the police said, "Please close for a few hours." They probably said it exactly like that too.
They did, yes, I'm sure.
Please understand. Ironically, it was the only bowling alley Rosen ever opened, so I guess that Hong Kong one never actually happened.
He means Japan, or Kent is making a mistake.
Yeah.
I mean,
Once again, his success paved the way for competitors. Before long, Brunswick opened several bowling alleys around Japan with Sega or Taito arcades in their lobbies. Thanks to its theater arcades, Rosen Enterprises remained the biggest amusement game company in the business, but its closest rivals gained ground. Smaller competitors started popping up around Tokyo towards the end of 1964. I'm pretty sure most of the competitors were around before 1964.
I mean, Namco was around, Casco was around.
Yeah.
Whatever Indo was calling his company in those days was around.
And Rosen began discussing a three-way merger with Michael Coden of Taito and 3 men who controlled Service Games: Marty Bromley, Dick Stewart, and Ray Lemaire. I forget, was there another partner?
Well, I mean, I think Irving Bromberg was probably... Well, I don't know if Irving Bromberg was literally a partner in the Japanese operation, but he certainly was in the global Service Games operation.
Yeah, I'd have to look in my thing.
And then there's Scott Dotterer as well, who I think was.
But I'm not sure he was still principal, so.
I think he was.
Okay, so. Not that it was called service games, but just put it like that.
Nihon Goraku Busan.
Yeah. Kogan eventually decided against joining the other companies, but Sega and Rosen Enterprises did join forces to form Sega Enterprises Limited. Though Rosen Enterprises had a stronger hold on the amusement games market at the time of the merger, service games...
Because service games had, like, no hold on the market.
Right.
They imported some games, but they didn't have arcades.
Yeah. Service Games was a much larger company. Its assets included a thriving jukebox trade that at one point reached approximately 6,000 locations, and a considerable manufacturing facility, several bowling alley arcades, and more than 30 branch offices.
I don't believe they had any bowling alley arcades, and the reason that I say this is not just because, like, so on Sega's official corporate timeline, they say that they didn't start operating arcades until 1965, which of course is when they merged with Rosen Enterprises. So I don't think they were in the game center business at all before Rosen Enterprises. But I can't be 100% on that.
Yes, okay, so... Gonna say that as a fact.
Yeah.
Under the new agreement... Oh yeah, and more than 30 branch off. I'm not sure if you can call them branch offices. They were spy organizations, basically. I have this ridiculous list of all the names that are associated with Sega.
Oh god.
Big. Oh man. Under the new agreement, Rosen became president and CEO of Sega. What? Did he become CEO?
No, he became CEO. No, he became CEO, but Dick Stewart was the president. So.
Within a year of becoming president of the company, Rosen used Sega's manufacturing plant to build its own games. I forget. Is there ever? Well. I mean,
Periscope was 66.
Yeah,
so.
but I'm trying to think, was there any evidence of something happening earlier? Can't remember.
No, because everything that people try to claim was earlier, like Rifleman and the Punching Bag and whatnot.
Well, I mean, Punching Bag was before that, but it wasn't 65.
Yeah.
Punching Bag came out in like 62, 63, something like that. So that wasn't him. Nearly 10 years had passed since Rosen imported his first Bear Gun and Coon Hunt games, and he felt that the game quality had not changed over that time. Due to increased competition, he switched from purchasing used games to buying new ones, driving the money he spent per game from $200 to as much as $695. Oh my god.
Big spender.
The Switch yielded little value to the consumer. The coin-operated amusement industry was so stagnant that the new games were almost identical to the used ones Rosen had imported earlier. In 1966, Sega began manufacturing its first game, Periscope, which put a new spin on the shooting games Rosen had imported since 1956. Sort of. The game was an attack submarine simulation. Attack submarine.
Yeah.
Players scanned the stretch of the ocean through a periscope, then fired torpedoes at ships as they crossed the horizon. The ocean was a wide bed of plastic that looked like windy, wave-tossed sea, and the torpedoes were really the only strings of lights, but Periscope had great sound effects, and the overall effect was very impressive for its time. It's not strings of lights, it's an actual physical object moving, because it doesn't, click over to the next one. So... okay, I'll leave that as artistic license, in case I was wrong. The game was expensive to make and cost 30 yen to play, twice the price of earlier games. Alright, now we can... Alright, since we're here, might as well talk about this, so... I sent a letter to David Rosen, to his actual house, and, asked him if he would be interested in an interview, and he said... I'll just read the email, because at this point, there's probably not much of a chance, but whatever it is, I'm gonna read this out. So I just had a broad thing of like, I'm a coin-op historian. I'm interested in, the thing that happened in Japan and whatnot. And I got a response from somebody who knows Rosen, who sent on behalf. So, in the past, because of inaccuracies regarding stories about Sega, I've avoided giving any interviews or contributing to any articles. However, I did believe what I believe to a blog post from you regarding Periscope. The article is incorrect and has some inaccuracies, so I would like to make an exception and explain the facts to you. In 1965, one of the first games that the newly formed Sega Enterprises created was Periscope. I came up with the concept and helped in the design of the game. It was an introduction of several new features of gameplay for that time, such as real-time sound effects. It was first shown in Japan in 1965, and then distributors from over the world came to see the game. In 1966, it was introduced to the European market. Our distributor in Paris was one of the first to display the game. He placed 3 machines in a storefront on the Champs-Élysées, or Elise, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Champs-Élysées.
Champs-Élysées. He charged the equivalent in francs of $1 per play. This was a remarkable play price during those years. Namco followed with their model 1 year later from our launch with limited success. That is the story of Periscope. I wish you the best in the study of game history endeavors. So, he has denied to be formally interviewed, but he put this forward as his potential contribution.
Yes. Definitely he's definitely off on some of the dates,
Right.
Because he's off by a year. Clearly, Periscope was introduced in 66 and then introduced in France in 67. We have the notices of when it was displayed in France in Billboard, and I believe those are 1967.
Well, didn't that show happen in 66? Or was that? It wasn't in the UK. I think it was in France, right?
It was in France. That's what I said, but I'm pretty sure
it was 66. I have it in my article. Hold on. Pulled up. So, for those who don't know, I did this article on Gaming Alexandria some time ago, which is called "Who Created Periscope?" And I put forward all the information that we had, all the documented information that we can trace to dates and places and things that actually happened. With Namco, there's not any documentation that goes back further than 67 that we have explicitly. Okay, so the first mention of Sega's Periscope comes out of a London-based trade show called the ATE, which opened on November 28th, 1966. So,
Okay.
So it was in Britain. So I was wrong on that front, but it did. So it appears in Europe at that time, and then I know it does appear at a later trade show in Paris. So he's not misremembering that happened.
But that's in 67, I believe, the Paris one.
I can't remember, like, if it happened before the end of the year or not. I have the picture somewhere, but I can't remember if it's 66 or 67. But yeah, so
it is 67.
Okay.
November 67 is the article.
So yeah, no, it was October 12th, 1967. The
show was from October 12th to October 23rd. The article was from November. I know.
I'm just clarifying. But so there's no I've asked people in Japan about this. The documentation is sparse. Or what is it? The records from that time are hazy at best. Something like that's the Simpsons reference. But he, this is Rosen's contention that they did it first. There's just a lot of evidence that they didn't. That the expertise to create a machine like this from scratch was something that was more akin to Namco. And Sega copied it after that. But yeah, so unless there's some further documentation, I can't rule on Rosen's side on this. It's just it seems to, I don't know, like, You know, that it seems a bit like, you know, entrepreneurial spirit sort of thing. And I'm sure that when he did this book back then, he said 1966. Like, I'm sure these dates come from Rosen. That
Right.
this game came out in 1966. And, you know, and this kind of feels like a Nolan Bushnell Space Wars situation. That if he says that it happened in 1965, then you don't have to question whether or not, you know, these things were coming out at exactly the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do have a theory that it might be that Namco, you know, like custom built their first couple, because that's the kind of thing Namco would do. Because Namco didn't have a factory until '66, but most all sources, including Namco's internal sources, say that Periscope was a 1965 game, which
I mean,
leads
that's
me
the
to,
only source, really.
right,
Pointing to
which leads
65.
me to believe that maybe the first couple were custom installations or something. But yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, you read the article, who created Periscope on Gaming Alexandria, if you want the full details on what research has been done on that front. I didn't add the David Rosen comments or anything, because I'm just very skeptical about it, and if he's not willing to submit to further investigation on this, then, you know, I can't really
And
take
wouldn't you know, just in time for a discussion on quarter play, it's quarter past.
Oh snap!
Here he is.
I thought that Nolan Bushnell guy invented Periscope, but what do I know?
You mean
I'm
Norman?
glad I'm here before the '70s, though. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Well, I mean, we went back in time. We're already past the heyday of Nintendo, so we went backwards.
You know what? Nolan Bushnell invented Mario. You heard it here first.
Oh, there it is. It's
That's
got to
right.
be true if a game historian said it. That's why we take this book as gospel and don't question any of its flaws, even if there's 24 pages of them. Periscope was so successful in Japan that distributors from the United States and Europe flew in to see it. I mean, okay, so this is true. But I have evidence for that from Namco. I have this picture, which nobody has been able to identify who this guy is. But this is an American distributor of some kind that did fly to see Namco's Periscope back in the day.
Maybe it's a Sega spy.
The game had been designed for use in Sega arcades and was not built well for export. Designed for use in Sega arcades? What does that mean?
I don't know.
And it was not built for export, but when international orders came in, Sega engineers redesigned it so it could be shipped elsewhere. I mean, what he's not explaining here is that it was just big. That's what they mean.
Three games per unit. Three game stations per unit.
Rosen gave the game a $1,295 price tag. I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Yeah.
Price. I mean, that sounds about right. I have definitely seen a price for it somewhere, but later years, so I would have to back calculate. Making it far more expensive than games manufactured in the United States. When U.S. operators complained that Sega wanted too much money and that the $1,200 game would never pay for itself, Rosen responded that they should set Periscope at 25 cents per play, instead of the usual 10 cents.
25 cents?
That's a 250. That's unthinkable. You're doomed, Rosen. Doomed.
Periscope became the first game to be set at that price. Nope, I think I might have corrected this earlier. But there were earlier games set at that price. It was not a common thing.
Yeah.
What demanded quarter play before Periscope?
Well, there was definitely there were pinballs that.
Yeah, 3 for a quarter.
Yeah, 3 for a quarter. But I think actually Golf It had was even more expensive. But so I don't have a particular example, but I can basically guarantee you that there was a game that took a quarter before Periscope. Somewhere. It's there.
Gotta be.
And the other interesting thing. Let me see this
Yeah,
here.
it's already had that on there.
Yeah. So yeah, and the other thing is that it was actually not initially, which is not an error in canon, but it was not actually initially set up for quarter play in the United States because it wasn't in it was at the IAAP show in Chicago that they first launched their quarter play campaign. And that would have either been in late 68 or early 69. I would just have to look to see when the last show was held because the article is in the April 1969 issue of VT Music and Games. I think that was normally like a November, December show. So it was probably late
it was
68.
usually after the MOA.
Yep. And that was when they first introduced a quarter play unit. The original unit was not a quarter play unit. So yeah, just an interesting.
Most of these, many of the machines. Nah, I shouldn't say that. I don't know what the jumper switches on the Periscope look like.
Yeah,
if they were jumpers, there might have been like gears or something. I don't know.
Switches in the back of some form. Yeah, they may not have been jumpers. Good point.
Sega made its mark. This is Eddie.
Oh, here, let me get back in. I was looking at VT. Here, I'm coming. Sega made it. Yeah. Oh my. Oh my. Sega made its mark in this country when it brought over a gigantic target rifle called Periscope. What was interesting about Periscope was not only that it was the biggest machine ever built, I think the thing ran 10 feet deep by 6 feet wide by 6 feet high. It introduced quarter play. It was so successful in the arcades that it brought people off the street. People came into these arcades just to play the game. I would say that in my time, Periscope is one of the great successful novelty machines.
Well, you're wrong about the size, Eddie. I have the size right here. 7 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 8.5 feet deep.
Ouch. Yeah, it's not the size, Eddie. It's how you use it. No, it's not the size. It's how much you charge for it.
Gotta build up that pizzazz. With the success of Periscope, Sega suddenly became an exporter rather than an importer of games. They definitely did some exporting before Periscope.
Yeah, I believe Rifleman made it overseas.
Yeah, they had like there's a specific in 1967 there's an ad of exporting stuff from Sega Enterprises that has Rifleman, Punching Bag, and like one of their shooting style games on there.
Yeah. Their initial plan was to do cheap games, and then Periscope hit big, and they completely changed their strategy. Cheap games for the export market, I mean.
Sega engineers began designing as many as 10 new games each year, which they never put out 10 games a year.
Yeah.
All of which were available for export. Within 3 years of the merger, Sega had become so successful that Rosen, Bromley, and other principals began discussing a public offering on the Japanese market. That idea turned out to be too ambitious. Had they succeeded, Sega would have been the first foreign-owned company to enter the exchange since the end of World War II. Used to play Periscope at Quasi Amusement Park in Connecticut. Well, you are lucky because we have been searching for a Periscope unit forever. There's one in the Netherlands, but otherwise we don't know of a working one. So you are lucky. Rather than selling shares of their company, Rosen, Bromley, Stewart, and Lemaire ended up selling their company altogether. Approached by Kidder Peabody with the suggestion that several large American conglomerates would be interested in purchasing the company, they spoke with a few companies and finally sold to Gulf and Western in 1967.
I know we corrected it on the timeline, but it was between 1969 and 1970.
Yes.
All four of those boys, Bromley, Stewart, Lemaire, and Rosen, were involved with Sega until they sold it in 1968. From what I gather, Ray, Dick, and Dave had more money than they had ever seen, and they were going to retire. This is not true about
Yeah.
Ray. Ray did not sell his share in the company at the time, and he remained the director of production and planning for several years at least. Don't know exactly when he left, but he shows up in the trades for many
Right.
years after. My father would have been in his 50s at that point. They got an offer from Gulf and Western and decided to retire, and that lasted all of 6 months. Then 3 of the boys, Bromley, Stewart, and Lemaire, started Segasa of Spain. Lemaire was not involved with Segasa. I assume Stewart probably was, though I don't know that for certain, but Stewart and Bromley had business dealings with each other all the way up till the time Bromley died. So, I mean, it's believable that Stewart was involved with Segasa.
And Dick Stewart is still alive. In a coma.
Yeah, last we heard. Yeah. last one of them.
I mean, except Rosen. Unless you're just.
Well, I was
yeah.
talking about the service game side.
Right.
Yeah.
Though the sale of Sega included a stipulation that required Rosen to remain as CEO and chairman through 1972, it allowed him to move his headquarters to the city of his choosing. After trying Hawaii for a few months, I'm not sure this was ever in the court records, which it probably would have been.
So here's the problem. I believe that what is being referred to here is the conglomerate that Rosen was put in charge of, which was the Far East. I have to look it up here if I can find it. Because the conglomerate was headquartered in Hong Kong. I saw that in a directory. So it wasn't Sega that had changed its headquarters. It was the Far East. I should be able to find this in my book real fast.
After trying Hawaii for a few months, he established headquarters in Hong Kong and stayed there until 1976. Not 1976, he was already living in America by 1975. Probably 74 too.
Yeah. And it could be some of those dates are wrong because so the conglomerate was Far East Pacific, and it was established in Hong Kong in 1970, according to the records that I found. So, I think the dates may be slightly off, and that should be the organization that we're referring to. And then, it wasn't through 76; it would have been. That was wrapped up in 74, I'm pretty sure, when they did the whole complicated thing.
Yeah, we know that they just moved, he just moved because he shows up, in America.
Right.
It was during this time that he established a strong relationship with Charlie Bloodhorn and Jim Judelson, the president and chairman, respectively, of Gulf and Western. Bloodhorn offered Rosen the opportunity to go into partnership with the Gulf and Western in establishing a Far East conglomerate similar to Gulf and Western. The company was formed with Sega as a subsidiary. However, at the time, the market conditions in the Far East did not allow for an acquisition program of the type required to emulate Gulf and Western success in the United States. In 1974, Bloodhorn, recognizing Rosen's relentless and entrepreneurial spirit, offered to spin out Sega into a U.S.-listed company, which Rosen as chairman. Yeah. Which could.
Oh, that's
But I
that's
think
correct.
the grammar's weird. Which Rosen as chairman, CEO, and second largest shareholder could use as a vehicle to grow Sega.
So, again, not quite right here because corporations are hard. Because Sega was not spun out into U.S. listed company. It was acquired by a listed company that Gulf and Western already owned. That was a shell company. And then that shell company was renamed Sega Enterprises, Inc., with Sega Enterprises Limited as its subsidiary.
I'm not going to write all that up. It didn't get spun out. It's fine. I have a timeline I'm working on for Sega, so.
Like a makeup company or something weird?
Yeah.
It was Polybergen.
Hey, see, I was paying attention during the
Yeah. Good job, Dale.
But it had sold off all of its cosmetics business to a rival, and so it was just a shell company when Sega was placed under it.
Yeah.
They
During
eat that
this
stuff.
time, Sega acquired an established American arcade company called Gremlin as its manufacturing arm. I mean, after they did what they did, but
Yes, and they didn't acquire it to be its manufacturing arm because they already had their own factory established in '75.
So-
I mean, yes, Gremlin also manufactured, but they acquired it for their microprocessor game expertise, not for their factory.
Yeah. It was a good factory, though, and it's now a French school.
Yes.
Teamed up with Gremlin, Sega entered the 1970s as a major supplier of video games in the United States and Europe, the largest supplier of video games in the entire Golden Age. While profits kept rising in the 1980 to 1982 periods, I became concerned regarding the economics of the industry. I felt that the sound fiscal principles were being ignored, and that the wild expansion would lead to a very serious bust. In a major industry distributor meeting hosted by Sega, I gave a speech in which I forecasted that the industry was just around the corner from a major disaster if there was not a change in the way business was being conducted. I don't think this was actually at a distributor meet, because I've read the speech that he gave in '81 at the Visions '81 conference. And I don't think he's not saying doom and gloom there, but in articles after that, he wrote some articles for Replay and Playmeter and Cashbox, I think too, that were kind of doom and gloomy. So I don't know if it was. I don't think it was a distributor meeting.
Fair.
But maybe at one point he did at a distributor meeting because people don't take down these speeches. There was a very special instance where they took down the speech that he said at the Visions 81 thing. Of course, no one knows what I mean by Visions 81. I should do an article on Visions 81 because that would actually be fairly good to tell people what kits are.
Yes.
And I think it is kind of an important moment, even if it kind of became sputtering out.
Right.
Rosen advocated that manufacturers and distributors start manufacturing and selling kits to the operator, allowing them to convert older games without having to repurchase completed cabinets. According to Rosen, the idea stunned the audience and some people booed him. I feel like someone would have reported that if they were booing.
No. They were saying booer.
Loser.
My speech was considered blasphemy, he later wrote of the event. Where? Where did you write this? I've read your writings, Mr. Rosen. In the late 1970s...
He wrote it in his diary.
If he had a goddamn diary, it'd break into his house. In the late 1970s, Bloodhorn asked Rosen to quit the Paramount Group, join the Paramount Group, and his headquarters were moved to the Paramount Studio lot. That was definitely not in the 1970s.
Yeah, that happened in the 80s. I believe.
Barry Diller, the chairman of Paramount, and Michael Eisner, the president of Paramount, joined the Sega board, and Rosen joined the Paramount board. I do have the exact date of when Michael Eisner joined the Paramount or the Sega board.
Sega board, yeah.
And I do intend to reach out to Michael Eisner to talk to him about this.
Good luck.
He's a little busy right now with his company being in trouble.
Yeah.
Because Topps just lost their Major League Baseball contract.
Ooh, jeez. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
But,
nice.
we'll see. He seems like a guy who wants to rehabilitate his image in a lot of ways. So I feel like he may be open at some point to this, especially, not talking about Disney, talking about happier times.
Dear Mr. Eisner, I promise not to ask questions about the following subject. Disney, Jeffrey Epstein's jet, embezzlement, money laundering.
In late 1981,
I'm done.
okay. In late 1981, Rosen proposed that Gulf and Western buy out the minority shareholders, including himself. The decision was to buy out the minority shareholders. Okay. Just repeat that sentence, basically.
Okay, then.
All right. Rosen agreed to stay on as corporate advisor, and was there to see the collapse of the coin-op and consumer markets a few months after the buyout in 1982. In 1983, however, about 1 year after the crash of the arcade industry, the oil giant started looking for ways to get out of the video game industry. Gulf and Western sold Sega's U.S. assets to Bally Midway.
Incorrect. They sold Sega Electronics to Bally Midway. They retained the Sega Inc. Corporate offices, as well as the R&D that was not part of Sega Electronics.
Right. And then contacted Rosen and offered him the opportunity to buy back the Japanese operation for $38 million. And that just happens to be the amount that they bought it for. Yeah, they did.
Yes.
There's no way that they went to him and said $38 million. That was the negotiated.
Sure that was the negotiated price. Yeah.
Rosen put together a team of backers and assumed control of the company in March 1984. I think it's March.
I believe that is
March or May, but I think it's March. After the buyback, Hayao Nakayama, one of Rosen's backers, became CEO. He wasn't a backer.
He might have contributed to the management buyout, but he was already the president of Sega Enterprises Limited at the time.
Having witnessed the crash of the arcade industry, Nakayama decided to diversify Sega's activities to include home products. I mean, they were already headed in that direction before.
That decision was already made. I mean, they'd already released the SG-1000 before March 1984.
Yeah, but I mean, this is speaking more broadly, but I don't think the crash influenced this necessarily. The idea that in Japan their business might be going down, but that's different from the U.S. arcade crash.
They were afraid of the government regulation. But he's putting this in chronological order. He means this to be 1984, because then he says Nintendo had already launched the Famicom.
Yeah, because this was earlier. He did say that that Sega. Well, he also said Famicom also launched in 1984. I think. Whatever. I corrected all those. So it was pretty bad.
Way off. This timeline's way off.
Nintendo had already launched the Famicom, so Nakayama turned his attention toward America. Be right back. Go to the bathroom.
Ooh, who is going to get to be Ms.
Returning to the stream once again. All right.
I just love playing Mario on my Atari.
I was gonna ask you to do it, so that's good.
So,
But,
while
okay.
you were gone, though, we made a very good point with each other. It is quite
Yeah,
possible
yeah.
that Yasmin Bleeth was a big fan of Mario Brothers on the Atari 7800.
Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking about this while I was in the bathroom. Yeah, they. Yes.
Wait, did you just say you were thinking of Yasmin Bleeth while you were in the bathroom?
Next quote. Alex, go.
Every dog has its day, and this one is having a big day.
Jacob.
It can carry a glass of water to you, or a glass of milk, or whatever, so it's really hot.
I want to see this footage so badly.
Of what?
It may be on YouTube. I don't know. No, of Ernie Anastos doing his news report where he talked about all the things Rob can do that are completely and utterly wrong. I want to see this news footage. It sounds delightful.
The last vestiges of anonymity. Nintendo began marketing the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1985 with a single sales territory, New York City, and 100,000 game consoles.
Okay, I mean, when he puts it like this, I mean, yes, the test market was centered in New York City, but it was in New Jersey too. But whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. He talks about it in the thing.
Yes.
By the following Christmas, the NES could be found in stores coast to coast in 1.9 million homes. How do you know that, Kent? How do you know they didn't just buy the console and toss it in the garbage? How do you know?
Oh.
With a new sense of confidence, Nintendo President Minoru Arakawa sponsored a survey called the North Pole Poll to be prepared for the 1986 holiday season. In the survey, children were shown the toys that retailers considered to be their top prospects and asked to choose a favorite. Some candidates included Rambo action figures, Teddy Ruxpin, Barbie...
From Coleco, the good folks at Coleco.
Oh yeah, Rambo, yeah. Barbie and baseball gear. The number one pick was the NES. To publicize the results, Nintendo's PR firm produced a video news release about the survey and sent it to television stations across the country. Scores of news shows ran the story, including WABC TV in New York City. The problem was that while an ever-growing body of children knew about Nintendo, the message had not yet reached most adults. When WABC Eyewitness News anchors Ernie Anastos and Anastos, yeah, and Roz Abrams discussed the story on air, they clearly had no idea what the NES was, or how to pronounce the name Nintendo. The segment began with Nintendo's pre-packaged video release about the North Pole Poll. Once the clip ended, Anastos tried to sound knowledgeable as he said, Nintendo that is the high-tech video entertainment system. I think that is part of the Nintendo there, agreed Roz Abrams, pointing out that at a robotic operating buddy, which came bundled in the deluxe NES package. Let's see if we can push this button here, said Anastos. He flipped the power switch on the back, and the robot began rotating its arms to the right in a slow and grinding motion. Assuming an air of expertise, Roz leaned forward and pushed the robot's arms down. It's part video game, part computer, part everything. And it goes up and down and all around. And if you have all the pieces... Jacob, read it again.
It can carry a glass of water to you, or a glass of milk, or whatever, so it's really hot.
Added Anastos. Why did he put this in again?
I don't know, maybe that was meant to be a pull quote.
Because it is just too perfect.
And also, he didn't source it. Whenever he takes a quote from somewhere else, he usually sources it. But this whole thing, where did you see this? Where did you find this footage?
I want this footage.
I don't know. Maybe he just figured the network name was enough.
The pitfalls of success. NES sales increased exponentially as Nintendo began its national sales campaign. According to Nintendo's internal records, what?
I know. That's what he says. That's what he says this comes from.
How did you get access to Nintendo internal records?
Like, he did multiple interviews with Minoru Arakawa and Howard Lincoln.
Yeah, but you don't just get access to Nintendo's internal records.
You do if Minoru Arakawa says you can.
The company sold 1.8 million game consoles in the 1986 fiscal year, 4.5 million in 1987, and 9.3 million in 1988. In 1989, Nintendo changed its fiscal year from September-August to March-February, leaving the company with a 7-month financial year in 1989. During that 7-month period, Nintendo sold 5.3 million game consoles and another 7.6 million in 1990. You know, that is complete minutia, but thanks, Kent. Like, it's good to know.
I mean, I'm happy to have it.
Nintendo
Even though it led to arguments on Wikipedia that were like, but these figures said they sold this much in this year, and it's like, no, their fiscal year doesn't run January to December.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Nintendo's earnings soared as well. In 1987, Nintendo sold more than $750 million worth of video games and hardware in the United States. That figure more than doubled in 1988 to $1.7 billion. By 1990, Nintendo had sold more than 350,000 350,000 cartridges worldwide. The Nintendo's sales alone accounted for 1/10 of the Japanese-American trade deficit. That was the big thing. That's the only reason people cared about Nintendo. Aware of the complexities that their company's success might bring, Arakawa and Howard Lincoln hired 2 outside firms, McCann Erickson and Footcone and Belding. Footcone and Belding.
Yes. It's an advertising agency.
I know, but... Belding?
That
Whose
is the
last
last
name is
name.
Belding?
Mr. Belding's of Footcone and Belding.
To handle advertising, Arakawa hired a public relations firm too, Hill and Knowlton. The largest PR firm in the world at the time, Hill and Knowlton represented the nation of Kuwait just before and during the Gulf War. Okay.
Gulf War.
Gulf War.
That's just to give you an idea of how important they are.
As the NES gained prominence, Nintendo became a lightning rod for protests from several groups. One challenge Hill and Knowlton's account executives faced was trying to help Nintendo create a positive image at a time when Americans were becoming increasingly upset about the Japanese-American trade imbalance.
There it is.
That was a time when Japanese influence in American business was really picking up, and there was a certain animosity towards Japanese companies. You'd call reporters in certain quarters, and they'd basically say, 3 strikes and you're out. Strike 1 was that the video game industry was supposed to be dead. 2 was that they'd never heard of a company called Nintendo before. And 3 came when they said, oh, so they're Japanese.
Have you reached out to Richard Brudvik Lindner?
I have not.
Okay. That would be interesting.
Yes.
To get more than a one block quote. Protests came from all directions. Educators and parents complained that Nintendo was distracting children from their studies. A 1989 study stated that Nintendo was partially to blame for a 10% decrease in cardiovascular fitness in American school children. What's this first name? The Economist. Yeah, very reliable. And Jewish groups protested that the outline in the third dungeon of in a game called The Legend of Zelda was an inverted swastika. I think this is a made-up protest.
There is a name for an inverted swastika. It's called a manji, which is what was in Legend of Zelda. But there probably was a Jewish group that protested that. They get upset about those.
Well, I'm putting it as a question mark. Because, it's just like, there are protests over the gotcha thing, like.
No, in this case, I think it's pretty likely that it actually happened.
Well, I'm gonna put it as a question mark anyway. We'll see. When a Seattle-based group called Families for Peace protested outside the Nintendo headquarters during the 1987 holidays, Hill and Knowlton executives had to scramble to preserve their client's reputation.
Is that Richard again?
Yeah.
Families for Peace decided they were going to protest against the war toys that Nintendo was creating and shipping. Nintendo had their little zapper light gun, and of course a lot of the games involved shooting or things of that nature. That was a big test for Nintendo because they were a Japanese company and Arakawa hadn't faced protest before. Mr. Arakawa didn't have a cultural reference for how to deal with this. Howard Lincoln had a legalistic way of dealing with it, but it wasn't going to do much good for them in terms of their public persona, especially at that critical juncture. He took a very lawyerly, legalistic approach. We convinced them that what they needed to do was really soften Nintendo's image at the time, so we went out and bought a whole bunch of Christmas trees and lights and decorations. We bought some white plastic sheeting that we put over the Nintendo sign at the entrance, and we put these Christmas trees up and covered up the name. We had to cover the name because we assumed there would be news cameras. Here was this crowd of families marching up and down in front of Nintendo. Families for peace. There were moms pushing strollers with babies, holding signs that said no guns, and Nintendo breeds war.
So I don't know if covering up the thing really helped if they have a sign that says Nintendo on it. But
Uh-huh.
in an effort to create a softer image, Arakawa turned to Howard Phillips, one of Nintendo's first employees. Phillips, the company's product analysis manager, this is definitely not a formal title,
Yes.
was Nintendo's most skilled video game player. I think some of the people in the counselor department would dispute that. He was energetic, enthusiastic, and a natural evangelist for video games. Though he was originally sent to the New York launch to work in the warehouse, he proved more valuable as a salesman and product demonstrator. Phillips made the perfect spokesman for Nintendo not only because of his skill as a gamer and his enthusiasm, but also because of his appearance. With short red hair and a youthful demeanor, Phillips had the bright smile and the wholesome countenance that Nintendo needed to counteract bad publicity. Dressed in a bow tie and jacket, Phillips went on publicity tours, judged contests, became president of the Nintendo Fan Club, wrote columns for the Nintendo Fun Club News, the forerunner to Nintendo Power magazine, and eventually starred in a Nintendo Power comic strip called Howard and Nestor. Now, you read Nintendo Power back in the day, Alex. What do you
I did. I did.
Did you like the comics?
Yeah. They were okay. They didn't last very long in the grand scheme of things. I mean, several years, but only because it was a bi-monthly publication. I mean,
Right.
only like 20 or so issues altogether, I think.
Phillips played along as Nintendo and his PR firm portrayed him in a slightly nerdy fashion. His relaxed mannerisms made him instantly likable, and he knew how to build his own affability by making himself open and approachable. In 1986, Nintendo began promoting him as the man who plays games for a living. The campaign lasted until he left the company in 1991 to join Sega, except he didn't. But during that time, he became somewhat of a luminary. I wasn't as big as a movie star, but I was recognized as the actors in network television shows. I was probably as recognized as the guy from MacGyver.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, Howard, we love you, but I am sure Richard Dean Anderson was recognized more than you. I mean,
well, maybe in this specific period, and when I don't know, when did MacGyver first come out? Like, wasn't it the 70s?
No.
So, no?
No.
Okay.
No.
When did MacGyver run? I gotta check this.
With that mullet? 70s? Come on.
1985 to when? Well, it's okay, so it started in 1985. It would have trailed off by like 1988 or something. You know, maybe for like that brief moment.
Okay, Dale, help me out here because you were also alive then. Help me out here on educating Ethan here on the power of MacGyver.
Oh, MacGyver. Come on, Ethan. What did Selma? Was it Patty or Selma? Who was?
I forget which one, but yeah, I think it was Selma.
One of them would gut you if you thought you weren't going to watch MacGyver on Sunday night, man. Come on.
No, believe me, Howard Phillips was never as recognized as Richard Dean Anderson of MacGyver.
Oh my, was that the question? I'm sorry, listen, I went down the Fleet rabbit hole, and I got to tell you.
Well, Howard himself said I was probably as recognized as the guy from MacGyver, and I was like, no, Howard, we love you, but no way. And then Ethan was like, but maybe, because the show was here, and it's like, no. MacGyver.
Plus, that thing went on for Jesus, 12
Yeah.
years? It had a long
85 to
But-
92.
Yeah.
7
Yeah,
years.
okay. 7 years? Really? Okay.
And it was in
more than-
syndication a long time after that. It was a pretty popular show. There's no way that Phillips was as recognized by the general public as Richard Dean Anderson.
Yeah, he might have been better off saying I was probably as recognized as the chick from Baywatch. What he probably should have said. The guy from MacGyver.
Yeah.
Do you
All right,
really want to
good
compare yourself against wank material, though?
Hey, I'm going to tell you a Yasmin Bleeth story in a minute. You respect-
Near the end of Phillips' time at Nintendo, one survey found that 59% of boys between the ages of 9 and 11 could identify him. Howard Lincoln, in this case.
We were not convinced that video games had a long life. We knew that if the market was flooded with poor quality video games, it'd blow up overnight.
Although they conceded that Nintendo had done better than expected during its national launch, many journalists and toy analysts believed that the resurgence of video games would be little more than a brief fad. This put Nintendo in a dangerous position. Parents would not spend $80 purchasing an NES for their children. $80? What?
I wish I could have bought an NES for $80.
Yeah, he's put different pricings throughout this. I need to check on the pricings later. For their children, if they believed the video game craze was ending. Why would that matter? Why would that matter at all?
Yeah.
Consumers do not look at this in the same way as you think.
Yeah, I think I've read newspaper articles from that period, and all of them said video games are back. They didn't say video games are back, but next year they'll be gone. They said video games are back. I don't believe him.
And buyers for the big retail chains might refuse to carry Nintendo products if the industry was shaky. In a pamphlet called The Facts on Home Video Games, Howard Lincoln listed 4 insufficiencies of
Howard
older
Phillips,
games.
the other Howard.
Yes.
Not Lincoln.
Listed 4 insufficiencies with older game systems that might have led to their demise. I did say Phillips.
You did not.
I did.
You did not,
I did.
and you can go back and look at the stream later, and you will see you said Howard Lincoln.
Limited in graphics and depth of play. Played at their best only in arcades. Restricted to few colors. Constrained by poor audio qualities within a limited variety of sound effects. I mean, that's just... Things are gonna advance, dude. It's not like super insightful information or anything. Nintendo spokespeople often attempted to distance their company from Atari when dealing with the media, a difficult task considering that its sales force was comprised of Atari salespeople. This was brought up earlier. So they did bring some people from Worlds of Wonder, but I don't think it was a plurality. I don't think that was the majority of their sales force.
Certainly wasn't their sales executives. Peter Main was not from Worlds of Wonder.
Yeah.
There was Bruce Donaldson. There was Bruce Lowry. None of them.
Yeah. They began spreading the message that Nintendo had analyzed Atari's mistakes. In a 1986 interview on the Financial News Network, Nintendo of America Director of Sales Bruce Donaldson addressed inventory management and system security as the reasons Nintendo would last longer than Atari had.
Very important to the Nintendo system at this point in time is that it cannot be what we refer to as reverse engineered. Nobody can buy a unit from an engineering standpoint, take it into his factory, and figure out how to make software. There are security codes built into our entire system.
Entire system?
Entire system.
Donaldson was mistaken. A British software development house called Rare Limited reverse engineered a Famicom in 1984.
Okay, I'm going to say no here because this is getting confused here. Of course someone could reverse engineer the hardware.
Right.
And make something that would work on the hardware. What he was saying is they couldn't bypass the lockout chip. Rare didn't bypass the lockout chip. They just reverse engineered a Nintendo system without any of the lockout stuff, because it's not like they were releasing a commercial thing.
Well, they were also reverse engineering a Famicom.
Exactly.
which did not have a
And-
lockout.
Exactly. So, I mean, Donaldson was not mistaken. Not at this point. I realized that later on companies do reverse engineer successfully.
And it was probably more like 1985. We discussed this earlier when we were talking about
Yeah.
Rare. Just because 1984 they were so busy, I don't know if they had time to
Right.
reverse engineer the Famicom. And also, what's the who's the guy who helped them with like their demonstration software thing? The guys that Ultimate play the game because it's not Rare yet, or Ashby Computer Graphics rather.
Right. What's the question?
The guy who helped them create, a demonstration game for Nintendo. Isn't that what happened?
The Ultimate plays the game guy.
Was Mark Betteridge? I mean, I have
Yeah.
articles. I'd have
Yeah,
to look.
I know you know the one article I'm talking about.
I do. Yeah, the one
Yeah.
that was Games TM did. Yeah,
So it was Mark Betteridge.
it might have been. He was around then. I just can't remember if it was him. Don't quote me on that.
You're quoted. And in 1988, engineers at Salt Lake City-based Sculptured Software reverse engineered the NES to create some of their own authoring equipment, then created a thriving trade selling NES development kits to other software developers.
But again, that's not reverse engineering in the way that Donaldson meant, was that you could actually create an unauthorized game for the system, because for dev kits and stuff, you just don't bother with the lockout chip.
Also, I don't, I'm not sure that I've heard this whole story. I don't know if the people who did this have been interviewed or not.
Yeah. I was in contact with one of the founders of Sculptured Software once. We never, it was one of those things where like, sure, I'll talk, and then we never got a time scheduled.
Right. The other companies such as Tengen, the home game division of Atari Games, invented technologies
Like heck
To
they did.
to disable the security chip that Nintendo embedded in the NES to lock out.
If I
unlicensed
invented,
games.
you mean stole. We were very concerned about the quality of the games. If we didn't come up with good quality from our associates, we thought that we might go like Atari. So we really had to be strict with our quality screening system.
Did you really have to resort to that?
You weren't here when he did Messiah Nakamura.
You're new here.
Nintendo's most important message was game quality. According to Lincoln and Arakawa, the game companies of the Atari age had gotten sloppy and released too many identical games. And this is where you can start to see that Nintendo shaped that narrative. That it was bad games that drove down the industry. Because they wanted to put themselves on a higher quality pedestal.
That's right.
To prevent
and
this...
have a justification for all of their controlling policy.
yeah. To prevent this, Lincoln created very strict terms that gave Nintendo unflinching authority over the licensing agreement that publishers had to sign to make games for the NES. American companies such as Activision and Electronic Arts, which did not have to deal with these restrictions when they made games for personal computers, took a wait-and-see approach with the NES. I mean, for many reasons. It wasn't just the control.
Yeah. Though with Electronic Arts, a lot of it was the control.
Right.
Tripp gets very angry about that.
When Nintendo of America first began marketing the console, the only licensees making games for the system were Japanese companies. These companies reaped tremendous benefits during the first year the NES was out. The first 3 games that Capcom released for the system, 1942, Ghosts and Goblins, and Commando, all sold over 1 million copies. Now I gotta go check that. I had the NES.
I believe that is.
earlier.
I believe that is inaccurate on the sales as well, because Capcom is the one company that has told us what all of their million sellers are, officially. And I believe not all of those games are on the list, but I have to go and look. And these are worldwide sales figures straight from Capcom itself, so there's no confusion on this.
942. Okay, so it was all November 1986. So yeah, you're right. So,
So I'm looking.
That's
Okay.
question mark for a second.
Fun fact Fun fact about the Capcom Million Sellers list as well, they still maintain that list, but at some point, Disney demanded that they take all of the Disney licensed games off the list because they don't appear on the list anymore. But so, what were the 3 games again? It was
1942, Ghosts and Goblins, and Commando.
Yes. So, Ghost and Goblins was a million plus seller. Commando was a million plus seller worldwide. 1942 was not a million plus seller worldwide.
Okay. By 1987, several U.S. firms recognized the value of doing business with Nintendo and signed licensing agreements. Howard.
There were a lot of myths that were built up over the years about how Nintendo was arrogant and Nintendo had a really restrictive licensing program and all of that. But from our point of view, these guys were all making a ton of money. Atari Games got all upset because they felt they weren't getting enough games, so they illegally reverse engineered the NES and copied our security chip. We got in a lot of litigation with them, so all of this stuff was kind of cumulative. When we set up this third-party licensing program in 1986, we came up with a program by which we identified ways that we could control the quality of software that was going to reach the market. We said 2 things. We said, if you want to be a third-party licensee, you have to agree that you will only publish 5 games a year on our system, and you have to agree that the games will be exclusive to the Nintendo Entertainment System for a period of 2 years. From our point of view, those clauses worked as a quality control mechanism.
Over the next decade, Lincoln learned that controlling third-party games was not as important as having a healthy library of original games. When a company named 3DO launched a highly sophisticated game console in 1994.
Highly sophisticated. Wasn't it 93?
Yeah. So
Wasn't that corrected earlier?
I don't think
Probably.
so.
Who knows?
Wait, I don't remember that. Let me see. 3D. Nope. We
No, we know. We just had my correction on the name for Panasonic.
Yes.
The Lincoln commented that he was not worried about the 3DO as a competitor because it did not publish its own games, but it did. What? It didn't publish its own games?
Yeah, there were 3DO games published by 3DO.
There was a whole... It was called Studio 3DO. They had their own studio.
Yeah. When a reporter later asked why he'd been so confident, Lincoln responded, the first-party games are the products that differentiate your hardware. Okay. I mean, if you want to look at Sony, plenty of their defining games are not first-party. With more than 60,000 units sold in the United States, Donkey Kong was Nintendo's biggest arcade hit. The arcade industry began its long collapse the year after Donkey Kong was released, and Nintendo's arcade fortunes eroded quickly. Nintendo released Donkey Kong.
No, they did not.
Yeah.
The Versus system was very popular.
Nintendo released Donkey Kong Jr. in 1982 and sold only 30,000 machines, 20,000 Popeye machines, also 1982, and a mere 5,000 copies of Donkey Kong 3, 1983, because it wasn't good.
Right. I mean, yeah, go ahead, pick their worst game, show that it sold poorly, and then claim that their entire business was in the toilet.
Oh, this is good. Here you go.
In fairness, Donkey Kong 3 was not as impressive as a game as the original Donkey Kong or Donkey Kong Jr. The earlier games featured unique challenges. Donkey Kong 3 was little more than a clever adaptation of Space Invaders. Lack of innovation may have hurt game sales. I mean, more
may
like
have.
Galaxian.
Yeah, exactly.
In 1982, Universal Sales, no. Made arcade history with a game called Mr. Do. Did it launch in Japan in 82?
I think so.
Yeah. Instead of selling dedicated Mr. Do machines, Universal sold the game as a kit. But they did also sell dedicated.
Yeah, not instead of. Yeah. And also, it's not Mr. Do, it's Mr. Do!
Mr. Do!
There you go.
Like Wham!
Like worms? You have to feel that punctuation.
And Space War!
That's right.
The kit came with a customized control panel, a computer board with Mr. Do, read-only memory chips, stickers that could be placed on the side of the stand-up arcade machines for art, and a plastic marquee. It was the first game ever sold as conversion only. No way.
No.
Yeah. Not only was it not only conversion only, but there were conversion only games.
Like
that
Deco games.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, even some of the Pong conversion cabs, they
Yes,
never had any
yes.
dedicated cabinets.
Yes, there were Pong conversion kits as well.
According to former Universal Sales Western Regional Sales Manager Joe Marici, the company sold approximately 30,000 copies of the game in the United States alone. In 1983, Nintendo released the Versus system. Nope. It was 1984, both in Japan and the US.
Yeah.
A line of arcade games with double screens on which two players could face off against each other or play alone. In 1987, Nintendo released the Versus system with Play Choice 10. Now, I mean, Play Choice 10 is not a Versus system.
Well, they said replaced the Versus system.
Okay. Versus system with Play Choice 10, a line of arcade machines that worked like a jukebox with 10 interchangeable boards. Not boards, cartridges. All of the games for Play Choice 10 were modified versions of NES cartridges. And so were all the games for the VS.
And you could play Super Mario Brothers 3 on a Play Choice 10 before it was released for the NES.
I wonder who pulled off that coup. I'm sure that it was probably requested by one of the American salespeople in the same way that Arcade Super Mario Brothers was requested by Frank Ballou. And yes, of course, we had to go through the whole rigmarole of Kent says that Super Mario Brothers was an arcade game first. Despite the strategic move away from creating original arcade games, Lincoln and Arakawa did not take the arcade business lightly. Play Choice 10 had great marketing potential. They could pre-release highly anticipated games on Play Choice 10 to build public awareness with negligible development costs. Not sure how often they actually did this outside of the Mario 3 example, but yeah. Wealthy from home game sales, Nintendo remained the largest advertiser in Replay, a magazine that tracked the arcade business for years after the company stopped developing arcade content. After arcade content? I don't think so. Because what are you advertising?
Exactly.
So
they developed arcade content all the way till 1992, so...
Yeah. I have looked through all these pages, and I'm fairly certain that aside from, like, when they, Semi came back in 1994, I mean, it wasn't really them, but, like, Killer Instinct and Cruisin' USA and all that, but, they did not keep advertising after that.
Yeah.
What did software development focused on? But they were serious about it. Like, some people think they just abandoned it, but, like, Arakawa went to, like, all the big distributor meetings and hung out with the he seemed more at home with the Coin-Op people. It's kind of sad that they had to stop that just to follow the money. That's something that I would definitely ask him if we got to talk to him. With its software development focused on home games, Nintendo began churning out the most detailed and diverse game lineup ever seen in the consumer market. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you that some of the late era Coleco games were pretty diverse, let me tell you. Not going to say whether they were good or not, but yeah, pretty diverse.
Yes.
In 1987, Nintendo released 3 extremely significant games. Alright, so first one's Zelda. I think the other one's Top Gun, I think he says. And then, well, that's...
Punch-Out?
Oh yeah, Punch-Out. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it does say Nintendo, but I don't know what he's counting there. I know Top Gun
We'll find
features
out.
later. Yeah.
We'll find out.
Nintendo's biggest game in 1987, The Legend of Zelda, was created by Shigeru Miyamoto, the man who created Donkey Kong and Super Mario Brothers. And
Now, I would say that it was created by Miyamoto and Tezuka pretty equally. They literally each drew half of the map together. Like, you can't get more co-created than that.
By this time, Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo Company Limited in Japan, recognized Miyamoto as a rare talent upon whom his company's future would depend. The Legend of Zelda was a role-playing game.
Yeah, I would not call that an RPG. I would not.
This is just one of these things people label in stupid ways.
Yeah.
You know, would you rather Zelda be called an RPG or an action-adventure? Because I do deeply hate the term action-adventure, so...
Yes, you do, but I don't. So that's an easy choice for me.
In which players helped the young elf boy named Link. Nope. Link is not an elf. I'm pretty sure they didn't develop... You know, he wasn't a...
Hylian.
Yeah, he wasn't... You know, there was...
We were having arguments earlier in another case where we were making the case that he's trying to... not trying to, but he ends up describing things the way a person on Twitter might try to explain Undertale or something like that.
He was calling the Mario Bros. Creatures turtles, but of course they're not turtles. They're Koopas. I didn't put that as a correction, but you know.
Derived from the kappa of Japanese folklore.
Yes. Oh yeah, and he called Bowser a dragon.
That one you did put down.
Because he breathes fire.
Yeah, I all those dragons who are in shells, yeah, and walk on 2 feet and have 2 hands, yeah.
Fire.
Explore a huge territory as he fought monsters, collected treasures, and explored dungeons. The ultimate goals of the game were to defeat an evil monster named Ganon and rescue Zelda, the Princess of Hyrule. Before you could do that, you had to locate pieces of a magical tablet called the Triforce. Tablet!
Yeah, that's not a tablet.
That were scattered across a vast playfield. Actually, it wasn't there. It's not on the playfield.
Now this just makes me think of The Office, and when they were owned by Pyramid and launched the Pyramid tablet.
I haven't watched The Office.
Well, that's what this thing is. Triforce as a tablet makes me think of.
In many ways, The Legend of Zelda was Miyamoto's most brilliant game.
But that's subjective. It's not an error. It's subjective.
It combined a well-thought-out fairy tale with a perfectly crafted game mechanics. It's perfectly crafted. Like a bullshit of not, barely being able to get through a dungeon if you don't have the, full health the entire time.
Yes.
It was also Miyamoto's first free roaming game. Free roaming? That's a very subjective term.
Yeah, it is an open world game though, because you can go anywhere at any time and are constrained.
I mean, not anywhere, because there are blockages depending on the items that you have.
Well, no, but in the overworld, you can go anywhere except for like you can't get the level 3 dungeon tile because that you need the raft. But you can essentially explore the entire overworld from the very beginning.
There was no level delineations in the same sense.
Yeah,
as you would be reading through.
You couldn't get into every dungeon without special items, but you could explore the entire overworld with the exception of like the 2 screens you needed the raft to get to, without any items.
I feel like there's a greater delineation nowadays between if you do have item-gated progression of any kind in an open-world game, but I'm not sure that there's a term for that yet.
Just like item gating, key carding.
Yeah, like I wouldn't call Dark Souls isn't an open world game, even though you do have a large area that you can explore. It's just because there are keys that you need to open certain areas. And hello, Dilly. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
We are into Miyamoto. Unlike Super Mario Bros., a side-scrolling game in which players could only move forward or backward, The Legend of Zelda was played from a top-down perspective, allowing players to move the hero in any compass direction. I mean, you couldn't move diagonally. Diagonals are on the compass. So. When the first prototypes of Legend of Zelda arrived in the United States, prototypes. I mean, it would have come in the disk system because that was what it was originally made for.
Right.
But, yeah. Minoru Arakawa was not sure how people would respond to a complex game with text windows in it. He worried that perhaps the game was too complicated for American audiences because they can't read. He worried that perhaps the game was too... to test this out, he had several employees try the game. In order to give the game a fair chance, Arakawa arranged Japanese-speaking workers to sit with American employees and translate any kanji that appeared in the text boxes. Except there was no kanji. It was all written in kana.
Right. We need Dilly to read Howard Phillips.
Yes. That's
No thanks. No thanks. I'm just
okay.
listening. I'm just listening in today. Sorry.
That's fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. It was all in Japanese, which made it really hard to play. But it was just so compelling that we kept playing it and playing it. The way the game mechanics worked, the fact that it did this great thing with that sword, it had great mechanics. Typical of Miyamoto, it had puzzles. You would come across things that would be on the island or behind a door or whatever, and you could see them, but you couldn't have them.
What? It had puzzles? I'm not sure that Miyamoto was very known for puzzles.
Is this Star Tropics Island? Wasn't there some pictures of a Japanese Star Tropics, or am I thinking of something else?
I have no idea.
Might have been a Japanese Metal Gear, English version of Metal Gear in Japanese or something.
As he tested The Legend of Zelda on his employees, Arakawa noticed a disturbing trend. Most American workers who played the game did not warm up to it instantly, but they all ended up giving the game high marks. But Arakawa noticed that some people needed as much as 10 hours before they understood the game and enjoyed it.
The Legend of Zelda was a different kind of game. Also, it took a long time until people really liked the game.
We're still doing this, aren't we?
Yes. Everybody has ridiculous accents. Not just the Japanese characters. Everybody has ridiculous accents. And I did Toru Iwatani as a British person and Miyamoto as a French person. I hoped people would be patient enough and understand that it was a different game and enjoy it. I was worried at the time.
I'm gonna interject here. Have you ever heard the audiobook for Console Wars? I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious about this. It's done by a professional voice actor, and it's a high quality production. And they faced a challenge in which this guy.
You cut out, Dale.
In which this guy.
Who else does he prominently do in the book? The voice actor who does the audiobook for Console Wars. He does a significant amount of Japanese dialogue.
I don't know.
Of Japanese people speaking in English with thick accents.
And I am not trying to imitate how Minoru Arakawa talks. I'm not trying to imitate how anyone talks when we do these. I don't do a Nolan or a Trip Hawkins either, except very vaguely. But Minoru Arakawa actually has a really thick accent, and he does the RL thing. So just throwing that out there.
Housed in a shiny gold cartridge, the American version of The Legend of Zelda required more megabits of storage space than any other game released for the NES up to that point. Wasn't it? Oh, yeah, I gotta check this. Legend of Zelda. I'm gonna say the size. Right. 100. I'm not sure. I think I'm pretty sure it was just 1 megabit one, which was the same as Ghosts and Goblins and stuff.
Right, that would make sense.
So it's not more.
Yeah.
So. It pains me to type out megabit though, because it's just marketing. It doesn't help. Just measure it in bytes. Bytes is all that matters. And it came with an internal 10-year battery, enabling it to store 3 players' progress so that they would not have to start again after every game. Though in some cases it has lasted longer than 10 years.
Yes.
The Legend of Zelda was the first game to include an internal battery. I feel like I remember some kind of weird, obscure example of this.
Yeah, it's always dangerous when you say something's first.
I'm gonna put that as a question mark. It also came with more documentation than earlier games, including a thick instruction booklet that identified most of the monsters and weapons in the game, and a large fold-out map of the fantasy land of Hyrule. As a final precaution, Arakawa added a toll-free number that players could call if they needed help with the game.
The game was so different that we were afraid that people couldn't figure out how to play and would give up. So we put the 800 telephone number in the game, so that they could call us for free and we could answer any question about the games. We released The Legend of Zelda on June 27, 1987. All of a sudden, the telephone started ringing. We hired 4 people to answer questions over the telephone, and those 4 people were busy all the time. So we increased from 4 to 5, 10, 20, 40, 50, and we ended up with 200.
I don't know, is this substantiated? This thing?
I'll
put this as a question mark.
Yeah, don't know.
Customers called non-stop and asked questions about more than The Legend of Zelda. They wanted to know about every game. To cover the calls, Arakawa expanded its telephone bank to 10 full-time operators, but it wasn't enough. It continued expanding the telephone operation, running ads in the Help Wanted section of the Seattle Times and Seattle Post-Intelligencer for people who want to play games for a living. By 1990, more than 200 people were working the helplines, and the toll-free number became too expensive to maintain. Expecting to reduce the number of calls, Arakawa approved the suggestion to keep a help center as a free service but eliminate the toll-free number. Through the 1990s, the help center continued to maintain a staff of 200 operators, fielding an average of 100,000 telephone calls, 3,500 email messages, and 1,900 letters per week. During the holidays, staffing grew to 500 operators, fielding as many as 250,000 calls.
How many restraining orders a week?
More than 0.
A non-zero number. Okay.
In 1998, the Help Center held a small party to celebrate call number 64 million. That's cute.
Yes, that was deliberate.
Alright, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! The second major game of 1987 was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!
Doesn't it have like 2 or 3 exclamation points on the end of it?
Let's see. Yes, 2.
Yes.
Oops. That's all. Why bother writing out a whole sentence if you don't have to?
No, I was laughing at the fact that you went back and bolded the exclamation points.
Howard Phillips. The in-game text and hints were all written in katakana, which I didn't understand. This made the game mysterious and challenging to play. I wrote in each in-game text and looked for katakana characters elsewhere in the game. I mean, maybe he did that eventually, but you know, what they said is they had Japanese interpreters with them, and they did have Japanese people working there to help convert home games to the arcade systems. So even if they did it with some plays and for I'm sure he could learn a couple characters eventually, but at the time he was interviewed for this book, he said kanji, and he was wrong. home adaptation of the arcade game that Nintendo had released in 1983. It's not really an adaptation. It's pretty different.
And wasn't Punch-Out released?
Yeah, I already corrected that. So.
Yeah.
Both the arcade game and the NES cartridge were designed by Genyo Takeda and Nintendo Company Limited's Research and Development Team 3, a team of engineers that generally focused on hardware.
Yeah, but I'm just looking real fast.
Let him think.
Well, because okay, no, he was just a character designer. Nope, that's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
I watched the Gaming Historian video. I helped with the Gaming Historian video. The original arcade game, which was simply called Punch-Out. Oh wait, hold on. Did it have exclamation points?
I believe it did.
Yes! So right next to it. The exclamation points must flow.
You missed one. Bolding it, I mean.
I know. Was a boxing game in which players took on 5 fictitious fighters as they fought for a shot at a championship belt. An early first-person game? Nope, not first-person.
Well, sort of.
You can see your character.
I realized there was an outline of your character on the screen. That's why I said sort of.
It's not first person. First person is through the eyes. It's not. Players saw the game from within the head of an upcoming boxer. No, it's not in his head. It's behind him. You can see the rest of his body.
And also, there are 6 characters in
beautiful, even more.
Glass Joe, Piston Hurricane, Bald Bull, Kid Quick, Pizza Pasta, and Mr. Sandman.
I'm sure that Kent was never able to get to the 6th one. That's why. The fighter the player controlled was depicted as a wire mesh character. Yes, an entire character, not just his head.
Yes.
Although Punch-Out was ostensibly about boxing, it was really a puzzle game. In order to win, the players had to learn the patterns used by the computer-controlled characters. A fighter named Bald Bill, for instance, would charge the player. If he landed a punch at the end of his charge, he would score an instant knockdown. The player could either dodge Bald Bull's charge and respond with a properly timed counterattack, or hit him at a precise moment to charge, or in his charge to knock him to the canvas. The home version of Punch-Out featured more than twice as many opponents as in the arcade game.
Hold on. Now we gotta... That may be true, but we need to check his numbers.
I think it's... 10 is the one that comes to mind, but I might be wrong. It does... Yeah. Well, so it says more than twice, so it has to be above 12.
Exactly. So we gotta look this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I believe there are 11.
Yeah, but he only thought there was 5 in the first place.
I know, but he's still wrong. While the home version did include 3 of the original fighters, Glass Joe, Bald Bull, and Mr. Sandman, who was the world champion in the arcade game, it also had 5 all-new opponents, including Mike Tyson, who had recently been crowned heavyweight champion of the world.
So let's of course continue to check out all of his boxer-related stuff. So 3. Yeah, it was just 4 because they did take out Kid Quick and Pizza Pasta. So
well, it says 3.
Oh.
So is he missing one? Glass Joe, Bald Bull, Mr. Sandman.
Oh, I guess
Vodka Drunkinsky gets changed.
Right.
To
yeah.
Vodka Pukinsky, so technically a different character. Arakawa thought up the idea of licensing Mike Tyson himself. Yeah, I think this is kind of like a concession that, all the other things that we attribute to Arakawa were not his actual thing.
Right.
He attended one of Tyson's early matches during a trade show and was impressed by the young boxer's power and skills. Arakawa decided that adding the super powerful heavyweight's name to an upcoming boxing game would make it more attractive. Nintendo's legal team approached Tyson with an offer that was rumored to be $50,000 for a 3-year period, and the fighter agreed. What does it say? Nintendo refuses to specify the amount. It should be noted that Nintendo took a chance licensing Tyson since the agreement was signed prior to his winning of the WBC title from Trevor Berbick on November 22nd, 1986. When Arakawa told Takeda the idea, Takeda agreed and began adding Tyson's image to one of the fighters in the game.
I watched Tyson fight during CES. This was before he became champion. He was so powerful and strong, and we all fell in love with him. So we decided to license him. Japan liked the idea too. Fortunately, the Punch-Out game was under development for the home console, so I contacted Mr. Takeda and asked him to convert it to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. He changed the master board to include Tyson, and Tyson was quite successful. He won every fight before he became champion, so we were very pleased.
So he attended Tyson's fight during a trade show. He left that wouldn't have even been in...
CES would have been in Las Vegas. I bet he was fighting in Vegas.
Okay. I guess.
I'm sure
we do have to check CES dates against Tyson fight dates now. I'm on it.
That we would have to do. That's true. But it's believable that Tyson would be fighting in Vegas.
Right. I'm sure that there is like a Tyson fights.
What month is CES?
Usually January.
Yeah, January.
Okay. All right. I'll let you know.
Give it a check. It could be 86 or 87. We're not clear. Or no, before 86. So it could be 85 or 86.
Yeah.
He made
Unlike
his
the arcade game
debut on March 6th, 1985.
Did he fight in January 86?
No, February 86. His first national televised bout took place. Ooh, that doesn't sound like that story is really lining up well. November 86, he becomes a little more famous with his first title fight against Trevor Berbick.
Well, yeah, that's what happened.
But that's the WBC. That's the WCBC belt he's talking about.
Right.
There's not. I mean, if that CES in 86 was in January.
Did he fight? Did he fight in January 87? Because that could be an error that they signed him before he was heavyweight champ.
Probably not, because it wouldn't be enough turnaround time.
Yeah.
November to January.
Yeah. I mean, then there's the June CES in Chicago. I mean, you don't think of Chicago as a place people go for fights, but I mean, we would have to see if he fought in Chicago in June as well, to be fair.
I don't see it here in this time frame. That's it. It is true. It's very early on in his career.
Yeah.
All right, you guys keep going. I'll see if I can find a full fight in this.
Yep, it is. Yeah, there's nothing I see here that
where
indicates that at all.
Where did he fight in November? The heavyweight one. Where did he fight?
That was in Las Vegas.
It was in Vegas. Okay. So I was wondering if maybe it could have been like an MOA show instead, which by that time was not always in Chicago.
Yeah, there's nothing in Illinois in his entire career. Up to that point. I'm not looking beyond that, but yeah, I think what he's saying. I watched a Tyson fight.
He didn't see him live. He just watched him on the television.
Yeah, but Kent says he saw him live. He attended one of Tyson's early fights during a trade show.
Right, I know that's what Kent says, but it could just be that Arakawa was telling him.
I think Kent misinterpreted the quote.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I watched a Tyson fight during CES.
I was
trapped in the hotel room with nothing to do.
Was mesmerized by his spirit.
Yes.
Because, I don't know exactly when CES happened, but there's two matches he did in June 1986. So it could have been and it could then they could rerun it because they
right.
not
Yep.
them all the time.
It seems pretty clear that if someone says they watched something, they don't mean that they went in person. That usually means watch on television. Oh, Kent.
Unlike the arcade game, the home game was played from a third-person perspective. So was the arcade game.
Yeah.
Players controlled a tiny boxer with a black tank top named Lil Mac. Is it Little Mac or Lil Mac?
It is. I'm pretty
TTLE.
sure it's little.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's little.
Who was so short his head barely reached his opponent's belt lines. As he prepared to release the game, Arakawa conceded to Howard Phillips that Little Mac character was designed to look like him.
When we first got Punch-Out, Arakawa said, "Little Mac, that's you!" I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "He looks just like you!" I told him, "He looks nothing like me." But Arakawa kept saying that repeatedly. I don't know if he was just pulling my leg.
Yeah, he doesn't look like you at all.
He was probably pulling his leg.
Yeah.
It was probably a joke.
And of course he wouldn't why would they even do that? But yeah. I mean, eventually Howard Phillips did get a character that was based on his appearance in a video game in Howard and Nestor's Funky Bowling. Yeah. For the Virtual Boy.
Woo!
If Takada's team members wanted Lil Mac to look like Howard Phillips, they failed. Lil Mac had black hair, Phillips' hair was red. Their faces were also unalike. Not that you could do much with the
faces, yeah.
Glass Joe, the first opponent in the game, looked a bit more like Phillips and has the same hair color and length. It's not possible that Arakawa was mistaken. Yeah, but Phillips wasn't a factor in 1984 when they first put out Punch-Out. So,
exactly.
Yeah. This is just one of these big-ass stretches.
That's right.
To try to make it seem like the American office was actually important. Nintendo, a company that worked hard to maintain a clean image, came to regret its association with Tyson. After winning and unifying the heavyweight crown... Unifying? What does that mean? Were there two different heavyweight belts or something?
Several of them.
Okay.
Yes.
I just don't know much.
Tyson became involved in a well-publicized divorce from actress Robin Givens. During the proceedings, Tyson was accused of beating Givens. When Nintendo's 3-year agreement with Tyson ended, the company quietly removed his name from the image from the game and released it as Punch-Out with a new... It's only one exclamation point this time.
Yeah, but it's like he finally bothered to put an exclamation point on, and it's the wrong number of exclamation points. Why did this happen?
With a new champion named Mr. Dream. Both Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and The Legend of Zelda became million sellers. Okay, Metroid was the last one. I didn't expect this. There's Kate Wayne Eater.
Maybe his autocorrect kept capitalizing the words after Punch-Out, so it's just like, you know what? Screw it. No explanation points.
Right.
Metroid, the third major game to be released by Nintendo in 1987, was a futuristic adventure in which players controlled a space explorer named Samus. Created by Nintendo's Research and Development Team 1, the team led by Gunpei Yokoi, the man who created the hardware for Donkey Kong. Already corrected this.
Yes.
They did not make hardware. Metroid was a difficult game to beat. It involved a lot of precision jumping, one of the tougher skills in video games. It featured several large side-scrolling and vertically scrolling maps, and stands out for having some of the most innovative and challenging levels of any NES game. Oh no, because you have the ability to get as many containers as you want if you can find them, so you can really nerf the difficulty that way. It was also one of the first games to feature a female hero. Samus wore a large space helmet throughout the game. She could have been a man, a child, or a robot.
Or even 3 Chozo in a trench coat.
Oh.
Once she destroyed the final enemy character, a creature called Mother Brain, she removed her helmet. Only then did players find out that Samus was a woman. Or just a long-haired man, I guess.
Spoilers!
First one in a video game I heard.
First woman in a video game that wasn't tied to a post. You have to qualify that.
Metroid became a symbol of Nintendo's ability to make adult-oriented games. What? Adult-oriented?
Whoa! How did we get from Samus as a woman to adult-oriented games, Kent?
It's your fault. Alex made the Custard Revenge joke.
Pixels got
These went right off the
feeling
bat.
things. You got to feel different.
In later years, Nintendo tried to attract older customers to Game Boy and Super NES by releasing Metroid versions for those systems.
No.
Yeah.
Those were not created for a more mature audience.
For a more mature?
I mean, like Super Metroid has the melting boss, whatever that one is. But
oh yes,
yeah.
the giant crocodile thing.
Yeah. But they are skewed further up, but not an adult audience. Just people who can handle a little melty flesh. Nintendo's third-party licensees also provided impressive games in 1987. Konami, a company that would distinguish itself as one of Nintendo's 4 most influential licensees, made good use of its 5-game allotment in 1987. A successful arcade company with past hits such as Frogger and Time Pilot, Konami's first offerings included Gradius, a side-scrolling space shooter, track and field, and Russian Attack, 2 decent translation of arcade games, Castlevania, a side-scrolling adventure in which players controlled the whip-toting vampire hunter, and Double Dribble, a basketball simulation. Let me make sure that those are actually the games they put out in 1987.
I'm also looking because I'm Okay, they did put out 5 games in 1987. They put out Russian Attack, Track and Field, Gradius, Double Dribble, and Stinger.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. What? No, 7. Goonies 2. And Top Gun. That's 8. Top Gun, Goonies 2, Stinger, Double Dribble, Castlevania, Track and Field, and Russian Attack. So 7, but
yeah,
yes, 7 games.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
25.
I definitely intended to do this. I intended to sit down with this and specifically chart out, how many games are released at what time. Because I am very dubious about that, strict 5 games per year thing. It seems like it developed later than the very beginning. So, yeah, this is something that we need to look into sometime. Yeah, yes. But they were all published by Konami. They wasn't out through another company.
Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And yet they still needed more slots. Ultra games.
That's right.
Some of these Wikipedia dates may be off, but I still think it's above 5. And
right.
I'm so skeptical. Konami sold more than 1 million copies of Gradius, its first NES title. Have you got anything there?
I believe it did sell 1 million in Japan, but I just realized Castlevania wasn't an arcade game first.
Oh,
it said 2 decent translations of arcade games, Castlevania and Double Dribble.
Well, yeah,
no,
not
seriously.
First, but it did have a...
It was not a translation of an arcade game. That is wrong.
Okay.
I have the list of Japanese million sellers, and I believe Gradius is on that list.
They did make a later arcade game based on Castlevania called Vampire Killer.
Right, but Castlevania was not derived.
Right.
From it, which is what Kent is claiming here.
In Japan, before shipping to the United States, the game contained a secret code that would enable players to equip their spaceship with a variety of weapons to get to the...
Nope.
Nope, no, that's not it. The players had to the directional pad on their controllers, up twice, down twice, left, right, B, A, and then start buttons.
Was it a weapons code in Gradius or a lives code?
No, it was lives. It was lives.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So that's a mistake.
I remember when there's a tape that Pat the NES Punk found where it was like the first mention of the Gradius code, and he was shocked that it said up twice instead of up. Data East, another licensee with a strong arcade pedigree, used its game allotment to convert popular arcade titles into home cartridges. Data East's first offering included Tag Team Wrestling, Karate Champ, the first side view martial arts tournament game. No, actually, I think Karate. Karate Champ. Okay, yeah, Karate Champ. I was thinking Kung Fu.
Right.
Yeah. Burger Time, which had been released for ColecoVision and television and several Atari systems in the early 1980s, and Karnov.
All right, let's see what the Data East lineup looked like.
Yeah, but it's okay. I guess it does say first, so.
Yes, let's see what the Data East lineup looked like here in the early days. 87, they did Breakthrough, Burger Time.
Sean Connery's favorite video game.
Kid
No.
Nicky, Radical Ninja, Ring King. Yeah, this is all off.
Well, Ring King was 80s. I'm looking at the Wikipedia list.
That's what I'm looking at too.
Yeah, pretty. Oh, it's a lot of games. So Karnov was not 1987.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that list is a bit suspect. Though Wikipedia's list may be a bit suspect too. We really have to go back into the newspaper archives.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy Parrish has been doing the aligning things into chronological order as he's been going. So we should reference his stuff first before we try and debunk.
Mm-hmm.
Taito, along with Konami, was one of the original 4 licensees. Konami was not one of the original 4 licensees, right?
Well, they're talking about original licensees in the U.S., not Japan, and I thought it was 5 at the start, according to Chef. But well, I mean, if we go through the list, who all released games like
in '86.
Yeah,
we were looking at that too because Acclaim said they were licensee number 7, but just because they were licensed doesn't mean they necessarily had to put out a game in that year.
Yeah. So it was Data East, Bandai, Capcom, Konami, and
Irem.
So those, yeah. Well, no, because Nintendo released Irem games. Irem didn't publish them.
Fair.
So I guess there were 4 companies that released a game in '86, which Taito was not one of them. If you expand it to '87, it's
but again,
it's
they might have been an original licensee, but didn't put out a game that year.
They might have been, but I find it suspect since Taito's first games did not release until August of '87. But again, I mean, I couldn't swear to any of it without documentary evidence.
Right. Released home versions of 3 arcade games in 1987, Elevator Action, The Legend of Kage, and Arkanoid. In later years, Arkanoid became somewhat of a collector's item because it had an adapter that featured a knob that enabled NES controllers to move paddles across the bottom of the screen. Arkanoid was basically an updated version of the Atari game Breakout.
And that was indeed their 3 1987 releases.
Yes.
So.
Arkanoid actually had more to it than just being.
Yeah, but it If you're trying to sum it up for somebody, it's like Breakout. There you go.
Yeah.
Of all Nintendo's early licensees, however, the one with the most staying power in the industry was Capcom. I guess. With an unmistakably strong arcade presence and a particularly aggressive marketer at the head of the U.S. affiliate, Capcom released a mixture of arcade translations and original games that attracted a strong following.
Is this Arakawa? Did I see?
Arakawa.
Capcom is another coin-op company. A very good coin-op. They were especially good in the games and doing the smart marketing. Sometime from inventory risk point of view, they made mistakes by being too aggressive, and they ended up in trouble back in those days, which is true.
Yes. Especially in 94, right?
94, yeah.
Yeah.
93, 94.
Nintendo and Sega were neighbors during the 1987 Winter Consumer Electronics Show. Sega's big product for the show was a pair of 3D glasses for the Master System. The glasses were designed by Mark Cherney, the young game designer who created Marble Madness for Atari Coin-Op. Now working for Sega, Cherney moved to Japan shortly after leaving Atari. Didn't he do something in between? I forget.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sega's 3D glasses reflected their creator's gift for sensible design. Sensible design, okay.
Yay.
They were molded out of durable plastic, lightweight, and large enough to fit over prescriptive eyewear. I mean, that's most 3D glasses, even, especially the ones you get in movie theaters nowadays, which are gross and have to be cleaned after every showing and all that.
Yes.
The glasses were not meant to replace television, but rather to enhance it. But, what? Did you think it was going to replace the television? Players watched the game through the glasses, and the transparent liquid crystal displays within the eyepieces focused the picture on the screen and added 3D effects. They had liquid crystals in there? This is weird.
I don't know.
10 years after Sega released its 3D glasses, a smaller number of companies produced products that utilized identical technology to enhance PC games. Oh no, they probably got the technology from somewhere too. Cherney's glasses were one of the big hits of the trade show. This is Bruce Lowry.
Yep. We were showing off what we felt was the next step in this technology, these 3D glasses that used a shuttering effect. Right next to us, because we were side by side, Nintendo was showing their knitting machine. They actually had a big to-do for knitting potholders and stuff like that. I remember seeing Howard Lincoln and Arakawa in the hallway between our booths, and I started laughing and said that I felt that I was taking 2 steps forward in technology, and I didn't know where they were going with the potholders.
I'm not sure. They didn't know where they were going because they canceled it. But
and it wasn't Sega Consumer Products; it was Sega of America.
Yeah. So
Bruce Lowry named it that.
And my interesting story with the knitting machine is Broderbund was originally going to do the software for it.
Yes.
They were proposed to do the software for it, but
the Famicom knitting machine.
No, the American version of it, which was entirely different. It was the knitting type is very different from what they released on the Famicom, and I believe that was a Famicom Disk System game. But Broderbund was approached, and Doug Carlston had a look at it, and he said, "No, thank you," in that voice.
Yes.
So, one of the things I remember from my first phone interview. Sega had a number of small victories during this period. Macy's and FAO Schwartz carried the Master System right alongside the NES, and Target stores promoted the console quite heavily. Film critics Siskel and Ebert compared the NES and Master System on a special holiday program, concluding that they preferred Sega's hardware, but it will never be art. Ebert, who wore corrective eyeglasses, even commented that he could wear his glasses under the 3D glasses. And by the way, if you don't know, since Ebert was a Chicagoan, people worship him here. I remember when he died, it was just like, you cannot say anything bad about Roger Ebert in this town.
They were both Chicagoans, Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah, but nobody cares about Siskel.
I like the little excerpt about him trying to play the Pokemon card game, and then you realize this kid had no idea how to play a Pokemon card game. They were just playing War. It was from around the time of the first movie. He was just trying to understand like the whole media onslaught, multimedia onslaught of it all. You know.
Sega had a small number of victories during this period. Macy's and FAO Schwartz carried the Master System right alongside the NES in Target stores. Oh, I already did this. Yeah. Sorry. Next paragraph. These were fleeting victories at best, however. Nintendo controlled somewhere between 86 to 93% of the market by the end of 1987. By the time Sega had sold 100,000 Master Systems, Nintendo had already sold 2 million NES units, and the gap was widening. I don't know how specific that is, but it tracks generally, I think.
Yeah.
Nintendo had better market awareness and more money for advertising. Sensing that an established market partner with inroads into the American toy industry might have more luck competing with Nintendo, Sega Enterprises CEO Hayao Nakayama pulled the plug on the in-house consumer division in the beginning of 1988 and signed a 2-year licensing agreement with Tonka Toys. Neither Bruce Lowry nor Bob Harris, was vice president of sales and marketing, wanted to move to Tonka's Minnesota headquarters, and both ended up leaving Sega.
While we had gotten into all the retailers they did, we simply did not have the resources to compete against Nintendo's huge marketing budget, and the decision was made to look for a partner. We hooked up with Tonka, and they took over the distribution and put a tremendous amount of money into marketing dollars. They put over $30 million into marketing.
So Sega of America did not go away. There was one warehousing, and the other thing they did evaluation of software as well, which included the ALF game that they helped develop, and also the version of Tetris that they were working on at the time. Or they saw Tetris and made it aware to the Japanese Japanese folk. So I'm gonna call that an error. That he said that he pulled the plug on in-house consumer division. He technically didn't.
Yeah.
And I will say I have an interesting interview opportunity coming up. I haven't finalized this yet. But actually, one of the guys who was the major sales guy for Sega during this time period, Don Reisinger, for some reason, he is connected with Amiga, so he knew Zach Weddington, director of Arcade Dreams, and I chatted him up and I was like, oh, I didn't really know who you were. Because he made this comment, we were talking about Tonka's distribution of the Master System. And I was like, there was really no way that they could have succeeded. And it's like, well, I don't really agree with you. And I didn't really know like what kind of authority he was speaking from. But it turned out he was there. So, can at least get his perspective on this. But it was just funny. I had no idea that he was actually involved with Sega on this, and we were arguing on something of which he had personal knowledge. So that was just funny.
And then you committed seppuku.
Nah, we're just gonna talk. Toy sales generally dropped sharply after the holidays, but Nintendo sales remained strong in January and February of 1988. With more than 7 million users, the demand for new games remained steady all year long. Probably 7 million, total video game users at the time? Because I don't think it was 7 million NES. Alright, well, 88, okay. I thought this was...
by 88 there were, yeah.
Alright. So did the request for game hints and information about upcoming titles. Nintendo tried to satisfy customer curiosity with a free quarterly newsletter called Nintendo Fun Club News, but the newsletter wasn't enough. It began as a 12-page, 2-color publication in the spring of 1987. Is it 2 colors? I know that the front is 2 colors. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up my Fun Club News scans.
Oh no.
So... That's the last issue. So, yeah, it wasn't in color. So why does it say 2 color? Wasn't in color. Or maybe 2 colors are black and white, but by winter it had expanded into 32 full color pages. 32? Yeah, that seems like a lot. After releasing the spring 1988 issue of Nintendo Fun Club News, Arakawa decided it was time for the Nintendo to publish a full magazine. The magazine was named Nintendo Power.
There were quite a few publishers making video game magazines in Japan, and no one was doing one in the United States, so we decided to do it ourselves. I felt Gail Tilden was the perfect person to do the editing on the magazine. She had just had a baby and wasn't in the office, so I called her up and asked her to start our publishing department. She accepted, and she came with the baby in her arms 2 weeks after she got out of the hospital.
I remember every time she tells this story, she does bring her pregnancy into it, so that is good corroborating detail by Mr. Arakawa.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, there were some gaming magazines in the United States. I forget what was running specifically right at that time, but that was just general perspective, I think. Nintendo Power, which was released bi-monthly, was larger and more sophisticated than Nintendo Fun Club News. Each issue was approximately 100 pages long and featured game maps, tips from game counselors, and descriptions of upcoming games. Nintendo Power ran no advertisements, though it glibly plugged products made by Nintendo and its licensees. By 1989, more than 1 million people subscribed to Nintendo Power. You're 1 in a million, Smith. One of Nintendo's Power's most popular features was NES Achievers, a 2-page spread that listed the names of people who either completed or got exceptionally high scores on popular NES and Game Boy titles. The competition was to get on this list was fierce and not always restricted to kids. Dale, can you take this one?
One of Nintendo's many powers.
Yes.
I think Dale's checked out.
Dale!
Okay. It's sort of FCC related, so I thought he might want to do it. Sort of.
Just bookmark it.
Okay.
I'm scrambling back. Okay. I have mute and everything else. Who am I?
You're Steve Wozniak.
I'm some rando.
You're Woz.
I'm Woz. There's a rando. I had my name in Nintendo Power magazine several times for top score on Game Boy Tetris. It got to the point they wouldn't print my name again, so I had to use a fake name. My first name backwards and my last name backwards. Evitz Kingzao. I saw the fake name in there one day, and I thought it was someone else. And I said, "Oh my God, his score is better than mine." I was trying to figure it out, and then I noticed that Evit Kingzao lived in Saratoga, and I remembered sending it in.
Yeah, a plane crash
Steve,
does that
okay?
to you. Well,
Right.
Jesus, Steve.
He is not okay.
All right, buddy.
Evans Kingzao.
Yep,
Saratoga,
Evans Kingzao.
New York.
And it is true. I can't remember if he did it. I forget if it's in there once or twice. I remember GTV did a video on this.
Yeah.
But
Evans Kingzao.
As Nintendo's popularity grew, so did complaints about video games interfering with school studies. Rather than taking a defensive approach, the public relations team at Hill and Knowlton recommended that Nintendo take a proactive stance and proposed an event that would cast the company in a pro-education light. This one's Richard.
This is Richard again. There was a fair amount of backlash starting to develop about this time, and people felt that video games were an insidious stealer of children's energies and creativity. There were a lot of things we did to try to put a more human face on Nintendo, including sponsoring a contest that promoted the process of inventing and creativity among kids.
The contest was called Invent the Ultimate Video Game Competition. Kids of all ages were invited to submit original ideas for video games to be judged by Nintendo. They did not have to make an actual game, they simply needed to send a documentation explaining their ideas. Of the more than 10,000 units received, 10 finalists were selected and flown to Washington, D.C. in February 1989 to exhibit their ideas at an event which would be held in the rotunda of the Senate Office Building. Many of the games that were selected had decidedly educational theme. A female finalist, for instance, came up with a game that simulated a presidential election. The winner of the competition was 15-year-old Jeffrey Scott Campbell of Aurora, Colorado, who received the grand prize, a $3,000 scholarship.
I presented the trophies at the competition and talked with a lot of reporters. This one TV reporter came up to me, and we spoke for quite a while. We had a friendly conversation, then he said, "Are you ready to do the interview?" I said yes. And he put his microphone in my face and said, "Why is it that video games are so bad for kids?" I thought for a few seconds, then I said, "They're not." He said, "Let's try this again," and asked the same question. Then I thought for a few seconds and said, "They're not." He wanted to get me arguing, and I thought this was the best way to make sure that he did not get any usable tape from me.
Scummy-ass reporters.
Yes.
In 1988, Konami released an NES side-scrolling shooting game called Contra. The game started out like a typical war game with soldiers running through a jungle, shooting at enemies. Before long, the action moved out of the jungle and into futuristic-looking fortress with alien creatures and lasers. Despite the picture of an alien standing between the two soldiers on the box, which was traced from Arnold Schwarzenegger and I forget who was the other person. Some people saw the title. Some people saw the title and thought that the game referred to the guerrillas Ronald Reagan had sent in to aid Nicaragua. Toys R Us refused to carry the game, stating that it was too violent. When Minoru Arakawa called Toys R Us headquarters and told the buyers that the violence in the game was within acceptable limits, the retailers picked up the game. It sold exceptionally well.
What he probably told them is, the violence is in acceptable limits, and you will stock this game, or we will stop selling you games.
Yes. Nintendo's product analysis scrutinized and screened games before approving them for publication on the NES, but some things slipped through. When Jaleco, a company best known for its million-selling baseball simulation Bases Loaded, submitted Maniac Mansion as a possible NES title, Nintendo made a company change some of the background art. Originally created by LucasArts for the Commodore Amiga, nope, that was not an Amiga original.
C64. C64. And also, it was still Lucasfilm Games at the time.
Oh, sure, yeah. Maniac Mansion featured naked Greek statues. Once the statues and a few mildly suggestive lines of dialogue were changed, the game was approved. Unfortunately, Nintendo screeners had not discovered an Easter egg that was hidden deep within the game.
I don't think it was hidden that deep, but whatever. You had to sneak into a character named Weird Ed's room and steal his hamster. You would then run down to the kitchen undetected and put the hamster in the microwave oven, at which point the hamster would explode into a little charred mess, complete with sound effects. Then you could hand the charred hamster back to Weird Ed. That actually was one of the only ways you could die in Maniac Mansion. If you pulled off that trick, you would end up as a little tombstone, and then you could move around the game as an invisible ghost-like character. It was just one of those nice little tricks that was buried in the game, and it was buried so well that they never found it until the first 250,000 copies had sold. When we did the second run, they made us change it.
Yeah, I remember that Game Trailers investigated this at some point, but I can't remember what their conclusion was. If it was actually ever in the game, as it was released.
I thought, and I would have to go and look at the issue to be sure, I thought Nintendo Power mentioned microwaving the hamster in its walkthrough. of the game, but I wouldn't swear to it. It got the cover in early 1990. Right. I don't have those. I don't think I have those magazines.
Okay, apparently it's a speedrun category. Hamsteak % speedrun. That's great.
Okay.
As the holiday season approached, Nintendo could not ship enough inventory to satisfy demands. Orders had been placed for 8.4 million NES consoles. Nintendo was only able to deliver 7 million. Because of the cost of making cartridges, Nintendo executives generally preferred multiple small manufacturing runs and making consumers wait for games rather than risking overstocking inventories. This policy made shortages of top products a Nintendo holiday tradition, and a Sony holiday tradition. Blockbuster releases also generally resulted in holiday shortages. In 1988, Nintendo released 2 blockbuster games for the holidays, the sequels to Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. Excitement over the games grew so feverish that some Nintendo outlets took pre-orders. Pre-order culture, oh no. Both games had fundamental changes in their gameplay that made them unlike their predecessors. Although both games were good, neither lived up to expectations. I don't know, like, it was sold out. So, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure both of them are sold out, so.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, I mean, so, that was the expectations of what, yeah, there's a chip shortage in there too, but, like, oh no, they both sold definitely over 1 million, and, like,
yeah.
Well, okay, I'll just not comment on that one. Like The Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link was an adventure game in which the players led a young elf. Actually, he's older now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can we spare a moment?
All right.
To notice that the Zelda 2, which is way more like an RPG, is called an adventure game in this book, while Legend of Zelda was called an RPG.
Yeah. Led a young elf through a sprawling kingdom, exploring dungeons and fighting monsters. The game had many of the same monsters and supposedly took place in the same fantasy world as Legend of Zelda, but the earlier game was exploration-based, while Adventure Link was focused more on combat. More, yes, but it was
also exploration-based.
Yeah, I mean, there were probably more gates in terms of you needed items to pass these specific areas.
Yep, but, and there was lots of stuff to discover by wandering over the map.
So it was still exploration-based.
Yes.
The second sequel of the 1988 holiday season, Super Mario Bros. 2, was even more dissimilar to its predecessor. The only thing it shared with the original Super Mario Bros. Were the lead characters, a few clever puzzles, and the same cute, innocuous sense of humor.
I mean, there were also starmen, but, that's...
And mushrooms.
And mushrooms, and, but whatever.
Yeah. The play mechanics of Super Mario Bros. 2 were entirely new. Super Mario Bros. Was a fast-moving game of exploration and precision jumping, in which players always raced against the clock. Much of the action occurred in acrophobic environments, where players sped through tall mushrooms or dangling steel girders. There was always a sense of vertigo, and one misstep could cost Mario a life. Super Mario Bros. 2, on the other hand, took place at a slower and more plodding pace. Players located puzzles in the original Super Mario Bros. By jumping and bumping walls and blocks as they ran. Many puzzles in the sequel were hidden under clumps of grass. To find them, players had to pull every plant they passed. I mean, you didn't find puzzles that way, you found items that can help you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure... Are there really puzzles in Super Mario Bros. 2?
I mean, not really.
It seems kind of more like, especially when you're, taking the key and you're being chased by the face thing. That's not really a puzzle. There's not any way to beat it. You just gotta beat action all the time. I'm not sure there's really puzzles in Super Mario Bros. Either, but,
Right.
The part of the reason Super Mario Bros. 2 bore a little resemblance to Super Mario Bros. Is because it was not the true sequel.
It wasn't.
The game that was released in the United States as Super Mario Bros. 2 was originally released in Japan as
What? I want to know. I've never heard the story before.
Doki
Tell me.
Doki Panic.
Oh my god! Does Doki Doki Panic have an exclamation point in the name?
Oh no. I mean, it's written in. I don't think so.
It's like 4 exclamation
I mean,
points.
technically it's Yume Kojo Doki Doki.
Well, no, I understand that, but
no, there's no exclamation point.
Okay. Mario 2 was a gap filler. In Japan, it was called Doki Doki Panic, and it had some little Arabian guy. They just took the Arabian guy out and replaced him with Mario, and I think there were some changes to the girl to make her more like a Mario-ish heroine, but they only made very limited changes.
The girl?
Girl.
They replaced her with Princess Peach.
Yes, they replaced all the characters in Doki Doki Panic.
Of course, you're like all the modern designs come from Mario 2.
Yes.
Because they changed them again in Super Mario Bros. 3, but then they went back to the Mario Bros. 2 designs.
Yep.
Shigeru Miyamoto, the man who created Super Mario Bros. 2, had little to do with the making of Doki Doki Panic. He did create a sequel that was released in Japan, though Miyamoto's sequel was similar to the original Super Mario
That
Bros.
was almost entirely Tezuka. Miyamoto had almost nothing to do with Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan.
It was determined that the game had elements that might irritate American consumers.
There were 2 things in the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 that made it not so palatable. At the time, I didn't really know if Miyamoto had driven these changes or not, and it made me question whether he just lucked out to begin with. Arsh. In the Japanese Super Mario 2, the very first thing that happens is that this mushroom pops out of a block and you think, oh great, go grab it. It's a poison mushroom. In the first Mario game, all the things that popped out were good. They added this new jeopardy that when you were looking for something surprising and good, it might be surprisingly bad, though at least they did introduce you to it right away. I mean, that is good design.
Right.
If you're going to do that, don't wait till you're halfway through the game to do it. The other thing he did was add in this driving rain. It came in at a 45-degree angle so that Mario would be cruising along, and this wind would pick up and it varied with time. Sometimes it would blow slow and you'd move pretty quickly, and then sometimes it would blow hard. Oh my. You had to time your jumps to the wind, but again, the winds were unpredictable and you had to guess. Those 2 things were classically un-Miyamoto, and that they were random and out of the player's control. It's almost as if Miyamoto didn't make the game. Maybe Miyamoto was depressed at the time he made Mario 2. Wow.
That's an accusation.
I mean, you know, that is why Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is the way it is, but I don't think it's Mario 2.
How dare you?
Spielberg, they've even said Spielberg and Lucas were going through some shit at that time because they were both had failing marriages going on, and
the movie. Oh, yeah. I thought they were putting another shot across the video game.
I was not the video game. I was saying Temple of Doom happened.
For other reasons.
Temple of Doom happened because the makers were depressed, but or maybe he delegated somebody else to do some level design. There's a thought. And that person added a couple of developments.
No, it was.
We'll never know, Howard.
Yeah,
we'll never know. The world will never know.
Though it was quite different from the original Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. 2 was a major hit.
But I thought it underperformed.
Yeah. Well, Nintendo sold 6.76 million copies of the game worldwide.
I have never seen a Super Mario Bros. 2 American sales figure that I'm totally comfortable with endorsing.
Well, he did have internal sales figures before. So.
Oh, I'm not saying this one is necessarily wrong. I'm just saying it's one of these that it's all over the place.
Yeah. And that will be it for today.
Alrighty.
Oh wait, how long is this chapter? It's the legal one. No, this one's too long. Yeah.
Yeah, this one goes on forever.
Yeah. So we're gonna end it at chapter 21, so we're 2/3 through the book. Oh my god, it took so many hours. Oh.
Hooray!
More torture to come. Thank you for joining us today, and goodbye.